I don't know if Spoon said the word and just started the stream out immediately getting demonetized or not, but yeah, probably. Hello, everybody. Wow.
I muted myself when I said that. I'm not going to start off saying, hey, look, here's a whole bunch of... It's not my Rumble stream. Rumble streams I start off by saying all the expletives from the get-go.
Okay. Anywho, hello, everyone. What an absolutely insane, bizarre
it's been a great
series of
week.
Events. Oh, yeah, great is certainly a word for it.
Great week. I've seen car crashes that went more smoothly than this week. It's only fucking Wednesday.
Considering we, welcome everyone to the Nanny state, you have in fact lived to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. We are now here. And so to discuss this, I can think of no one better to discuss said man-made horrors than V. Hello.
Hello.
What's up, V?
Thanks for coming on, because you have a unique financial investment in a certain side of it.
I guess you can call it like that, yeah.
That exists outside of, although I would say the problem with some of that is it's clear how the messaging regarding all of the new extreme forms of censorship, and let's be more clear about what it is, digital ID, what the scapegoat or excuse is that they're using for it, which is, oh, won't somebody please think of the children? And that the only people who have a problem with any of these bills that are being launched essentially simultaneously, and which Scrump called 2 years ago, and Evelyn called 2 years ago when they first announced the precursor to this bill in the UK in 2023, and has been talking about this as being the rollout of digital ID for the last 2 years. However, again, the way it's being framed is that if you have any problem with handing over absolutely all of your personally identifying information to private companies who have maybe some way of engaging in data protection, but probably not, if you have an issue with that, then you are a sex pest and a pedophile. Hooray! And a gooner, or all three, or yes. So
I've never been associated with that,
at least on Twitter, right? I don't know how it's like on Facebook and other places, but on Twitter, the word pedophile is used like the word misogynist used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
I see if someone is part of the LGBT group, or if they're watching anime, or if they disagree with the Online Safety Act, boom, they're a pedophile. And it's like, okay, that's interesting, because like I know what happened with the word misogynist and the word racist, and now you're going after a third category, like it is what it is, I guess.
I think the bigger issue is that the person who's currently bandying the term around, his name is Peter Kyle, and he doesn't see any of the irony inherent in this. Short of literally being Peter File from like the IT crowd, you don't get more egregious as this. Also, the person's got a bunch of links to like weird NGOs and like very sketchy orphanages around Kosovo and Romania.
Yeah. Let's see. Scrump just has told us that he's not going to be able to make it because he was called in to babysit last minute, which is too bad. But we'll talk to him. I thought it'd be fun to get the gang back together on that.
The worst possible blunt rotation that you could muster. The one I wouldn't sentence a sex offender to.
Oh my god. So let's get into it, because the problem is with this stuff is that it all came out in this massive deluge over the last week. Again, some of it we've known about for a while. The precursor to this act that just passed through Parliament was put out there in 2023, so it's been around for 2 years. But the new stipulations, the new legislation just came into effect this last Friday. One of the other things, in addition to, as you mentioned, how the destruction of words like racist and misogynist to have no meaning, and now that applying to pedophile, is another thing that is eerily coordinated with this, is that if you have any problem with it, in addition to being a gooner, creep, pedo, you're also wanting to go back to the historical days of the ancient past before this legislation. It happened on Friday.
Yeah, I'm
but there's
actually in
very
favor
important
of that.
language about that,
Yeah, like, isn't it interesting how they keep threatening you with the past, when the past had less inflation and had, like, more purchasing power for individuals and more stable jobs?
Terrible. It sure is terrible. Let's talk about the lead up to this, though. I'm sharing my screen.
Would you like to go back into a time when the women were in the kitchen and the minorities knew their place?
It's the strangest thing. Like, before that vase got broken,
Don't tell me with a good time.
Before that person went up to that vase and broke it, the vase was not broken. It's amazing what you can observe. When you use fucking eyeballs.
Real. Let's start out with some of the stuff that's led into this then, and some of the things
Hold on a
that
sec,
have been said
I just like what he
happened over the last
says
couple
there.
months.
But if you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be afraid. No, I have plenty to hide, and it is you who should be afraid. I don't. I have no fear at fucking all. It's the other way around.
Well, to be fair, I think I once said this exact line about Dev, but
Well, he is in Canada. He's got his own things to fear. Although, considering what Dev likes about the state, I don't think there's any oppression the state can enforce on him that he wouldn't like.
I want to rescind that statement
Depends
just
what
because
flavour the
it
beer
bears
is.
a resemblance to something Klaus Schwab has said. So this was, this was Klaus Schwab. At least this was posted.
V, tell us how do you feel about bureaucracy?
I love
Well, it
bureaucracy.
depends. Like some bureaucracy is good, but most is bad. Now, speaking of Karl Schwab, wasn't he threatened? Wasn't he accused of being a sex pest recently?
Well, he is
imagine
German,
my
so
shock. Wait.
Do
I mean,
women
look at
like
the guy.
do women like bold people, like bold but like strong, powerful, influential men?
Well, Spoon is bold and
Is
a
he?
strong man, and
I'm
I mean
getting there.
Andrew Tate is bold and rich and certainly got a lot of bitches. So
I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
but
put it
it-
this way:
like-
I've never gotten shit for it. I actually got more women attracted to me when I shaved my head. So, yeah. I
are you
think
are you
probably is.
bold? Are you bold like that character in Breaking Bad, like Hank?
Yeah.
Because I think like there's a difference, like between being buff and bold versus being like a soy individual and bold.
no, he's like buff and
He's a gym rat.
shredded.
So-
yeah,
Okay, so he's basically like Hank from Breaking Bad.
yeah.
I see.
I mean, so that
Women
that-
don't
like
cook
that, yeah.
yes. Well, yeah.
He
Not
wasn't
yet.
cooking
Yeah.
meth. No, like he was the police officer. He was
Yeah.
the one catching the people that were cooking meth.
I think the bigger issue here is that, the important thing is to not look like Mr. Magoo if Mr. Magoo ate children. And that's Klaus
Very
Schwab.
true. Rep Bartholomew Cheesington for 2 says, I'm not a big fan of the government. Quote, Vegeta based. I don't remember when Vegeta said that, but we'll take your word for it. So here's
Oh.
Klaus Schwab. I don't remember when this was. I just saw it being reposted. So, and it's
Super Chat was reciting Megadeth lyrics.
it's just everyone, of course, is noticing, doing a little noticing that all of the rollouts of this stuff internationally across the Anglosphere and the European Union appear to be coinciding. The UK just took the first leap, essentially. But
Actually, you know why? I know why.
besides having previously introduced the legislation,
Yeah. There's an organization. It's called. Give me a second, and I'll find out the name of it. But it's basically made between the UK, Australia, and France. And the representatives of the bureaucracy, like the Ofcom equivalent of France and Australia. Australia, I think it's called the Safety Commissioner. They're all members of this organization, and so they're collaborating together in order to police the internet of the world. In fact, like the name of the organization also talks about them being as a global organization. Let me see if I
Right.
can find the. Yeah.
well, this is Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, which is also a globalist organization. Of
Hasn't
course,
he
it's not
stepped
the-
down?
Yes, he has.
Kind of no, because like these ones didn't have like the actual backing of a government, but this one is having like the full backing of the United Kingdom. Okay, so it's called GOSCERN. It stands for the Global Online Safety Regulation Network. Right, there is actually a link between them and Collective Shout.
Of course. Well, now there's a link between Collective Shout and the Australian government with Melinda, what's her name?
So basically the whole idea is that these three nations, by using the "we care about the children" thing, they can push for online regulation. Like, think about it, right? Like, if you have a system where you decide what is and what isn't safe for children, and it's not just porn, it's like violent content, right? So like,
Yes,
for
well,
instance,
we'll get to that.
yeah, like for instance, a protest. Now, in order to see the protest, right now you have to
Melinda
dox
Tenhart.
yourself.
Yes.
But imagine if they can flip a switch and you just don't see it at all. Right? Like you
Yeah,
have a truck,
no.
you have a trucker protest and something, and they just flip a switch, and now it's a tier above the age verification, and all of a sudden even adults can't see it.
Well, yes. And that's obvious. That's why. So V, as many of you may know, is working on a adult video game. And that, is, of course, is being used as the scapegoat for this. Is that if you have any problem with this, it's because you're a gooner, again, you're a pedophile, whatever. We just want to protect kids from seeing pornography. And so, again, I said you had a financial interest in it, which is true. but it was clear within hours. I mean, it was clear beforehand, to be fair, but it was evident in the behaviors of these governments within hours of passing this stuff. Well, in the UK, and then also because the UK stuff is affecting the entire world internet right now, that it has nothing to do with protecting the kids from seeing pornography. First of all, because it's very easy to bypass, and secondly, because the first thing they did with it was stop people from seeing protests, which we'll get into. But
the thing is, like, it's not like a financial interest, because I didn't do the game for financial reasons. I literally did it like 2 years ago. I was on Twitter, and I was like literally sick of seeing like so many trans characters being snuck into video games. And every time people complained, it's like this character from Diablo, this female character looks like a man, or this female character from Dragon Age, right, looks like shit. It immediately be like, oh, you're a gooner, oh, you just want to watch porn, you just want to jerk off. Why don't you make your own game? Why don't you go watch porn? And I was like, you know what? If it pisses these people off so fucking much, fine, I'll do it. Why the fuck not, right?
Hell yeah.
And so, like, I had no idea at the time that the culture will shift to this dramatic degree.
Yeah.
Because at the time, I just, like, went, I'll hire a bunch of people that also need a job. Like, I managed to hire a coder from Britain that was ousted from academia because he was white. Like, unironically, it was the diversity initiatives that kicked him off.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I managed to hire an animator from Spain that was about to go homeless. Like, he does really good work. And some artists. And I was like, okay, well, I'm making a video game. It's a legit business, right? It doesn't involve real people. It's just some fucking drawings, right? I looked at Steam, like, what do you need to make? Oh, all characters need to be over the age of 18. Fine, no problem with that. Like, I followed all the rules and everything. And so I was like, okay, well, this is just going to get people to cope and seethe. And I guess it got him so hard to cope and see that now there's like legislation made against it.
When I said financial interest, I mean that's the vector of attack, right? Is that you're a gooner, you have a financial investment in that. So I just think it's important to be clear about it. I mean, obviously, thank you for elaborating on the story as to why you decided to do it, which is about what I knew about it as well. But
yeah,
that's
despite my
be
protests, I actually helped V with some of the graphics.
Oh, whoa! Were you a model or something?
No, I just helped V with like some of the the texting, and there was like a mechanism that I said to him, "Can you maybe use like an hourglass?" I don't know if that's still in the game.
He helped design the UI. He's going to be in the credits now.
Oh, that's awesome! I didn't know that.
I better pass compliance. I'm fucking checking.
Yeah, V did actually like meticulously
fine.
send me shit and ask me like how does it look and all this kind of shit. Despite the fact that I don't agree with the game on a moral level, he was still nice enough.
Well, I was just sending you shit to leave me alone because like I was on Discord and I was working on the game and like constant messages.
No, fuck off, V. That is not the case. Piss off. You went like fucking spam happy for one fucking day to the point where I went like, no,
yeah, when I saw you build resistance to it, and I saw it's like, oh, so I can send him this shit, and he doesn't block me. Okay, fine.
V like I would say this is dead true. V spammed me so fucking much at one point. Like I just told him to fuck off and didn't speak to him. Yeah, I did. But this is the thing. I didn't speak to V for like 6 months.
Oh no, that's a different reason, right? Like that's because like my criticism of Melody Mac, which like
no. It was no. It was the spam V. It was the spamming shit. Go fucking look.
All right. We'll talk about it after the show. Let's
I'm gonna take this one outside.
Well, you've also sent me a lot of the stuff you've been working on as you've been progressing through it. So I've also seen some of the how the games come together in a certain extent.
Yeah.
I
like the graphics though.
Yeah, and the writing's really. I think it's looking, sounding, and coming together very nicely.
You know how cringe it fucking is? Like, when I have to write to people fucking, which is, like, already fucking cringe, and then someone else tells you, oh, that's great writing, V. I'm like, well, I guess thank you, I don't know.
What else do you...
So it's like literary criticism equivalent of being told nice cock.
Yeah, basically.
Like, what do I do with that information, It's kind of like when Count Dankula, like I messaged Count Dankula in his DMs, like he showed me a picture of his testicles, and I was like, why?
He's done this to a lot of people, to be fair.
Yeah, that's apparently the litmus test.
Oh, he showed it to you?
He's not sent it to me, but I have heard from many people that he's done this.
Oh, so he's a misogynist. Like, he doesn't show it to women. Okay,
Well,
I understand.
yes. Yeah, I don't, at least he hasn't shown them to me. Maybe I'm just missing out. But as far as I know, he's shown a lot of people his testicles. Didn't his testicles get on, like, didn't they...
Well, no, it was after he sold them as a NFT.
NFT, yeah. So,
So
like,
I don't think he
they're
has.
everywhere.
I don't think he technically has. Like,
How the hell did we go from V
photographic
writing
rights is in-
porn to Dan's
Wait,
testicles
got-
in the space of like
Hold
15
on,
seconds?
Spoons. This is interesting. So like there are NFT testicles of Count Dankula.
Yes,
How
there
much
are.
are
Yeah.
they worth? Like,
They
how-
were
how
sold
much-
for a lot, if I remember correctly.
Something like
It
that.
was
Really?
something ridiculous.
Really? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I mean, he's also a Supreme Court justice. He's a man of many talents. You know?
The amount of people who fell for that was fucking unreal.
And every time he does it, they fall for it again. It's uncanny.
Like, Justice Dankula, like, if you can't fucking tell that's a troll, Jesus.
No, that's clearly a real Supreme Court justice's name, Spoon, obviously.
Didn't he actually get like his name changed? Like it was like something penis or cock or some shit, and then Elon Musk like blocked people from changing names, and he was stuck in a predicament.
Yes! God, yeah,
I
I
had
can't
to
remember what he
message
changed
like,
his
the
name to, but
support.
it was
So-
something like that. It was something cock and balls or something like that.
Cock
Yeah,
and
and then
balls, yeah.
he couldn't change it back.
So as you can see, I'm in a bit of a predicament here. Could you please help? And everyone goes, no.
Yeah, it's like
No.
the joke ran its course. Like
It's been
No,
3
you're-
months, nothing can be changed
Yeah,
yet.
you're fucked now, buddy. I guess they did at some point. Hasselhopper for 5 says, V didn't even work at Blizzard for 7 years. How can we trust him to make a video game? This is a good question.
Exactly.
I don't know if you...
I actually have a person that worked at Blizzard as an artist that worked on my game as well.
So
There
what you're
you
saying
go.
is that the breast milk will be accurately rendered.
Yes.
Nothing else will be any good, but that
No,
specifically,
I
they've got
don't
one.
know. I don't know if Visa and Mastercard is okay with breast milk because like the terms are being very vague and ambiguous. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Not sure. I'll have to call Visa and ask. It's like, what do you think about breast milk? Is that allowed?
We're gonna
Is
get
that
shit
with
canned by the lactose intolerant crowd, I can tell.
Oh,
I won't even
fucking
play
hell.
the Klaus Schwab clip, but it's just, yeah. Oh, if you don't have anything to hide, yeah, you shouldn't have anything to be afraid of. This is the precursor to it. In one sense, it was the WAF talking about it. I didn't know about that. What was it called? That you said the acronym that started with a G.
Hold on, I'll tell you in a bit.
I posted it in the chat, but I've. It didn't. It also was starting up earlier this year, which is a further evidence of what this is really about, which is that
Goes wrong.
Apple pulled data protection tools from the UK because of the UK government and its increasing encroachment and inability to basically want to work with these companies to protect people's data. This is in
Yes.
February.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting, right? Like the way they did it, the UK has, I don't know the exact term of it, but they have like a different court where they ask you in secret and you can't make public the ask. And if you don't comply, they can threaten you with the like terrorism bullshit, right? And so like their secret court can force you to do it, and you have to like remove the data protection without telling anyone that you removed it.
That's insane.
It is.
I know. Kinghood of Mousecon said, I hate being lactose intolerant since I love milk. Well, speaking of milk, by the way, lactose intolerance is one of the things that's been blocked by this bill. Just like to point that out. I'll show you evidence of that. But this was, so Apple was taking
I
a
was
precedent
thinking
step
about
of
that.
removing highest level data security tool from customers in the UK after the government demanded access to user data. That's what this is all about. Again, I want to be extremely clear because there are, retards all over Twitter who have bought the lie, hook, line, and sinker that this is about protecting children, and that the governments, and by the way, it's particularly egregious in the UK, because as I will go over, some of the MPs who are most vocal about this voted against conducting a national inquiry into the grooming gangs or abstained from it.
I'm not actually that
So they
bothered
do not
about
want
that,
to
be honest.
investigate but they don't want to investigate the actual cases of children who were raped.
Oh, I know why. It's because they're afraid of violence, right? Like if you
Well,
look
yeah.
at if you
Well,
look
that's
at
their
a
new
battered wife,
constituency.
That and there
Yeah,
are
like if it-
accusations that some of them are complicit.
yeah, if you look at a battered wife syndrome, right, where like the wife does anything in order to please the husband, but is like vindictive and evil towards the child, it's kind of like that, you know, like the child can't do anything, right? So it's like, oh, people online on Reddit, like what the fuck are they going to do? Versus,
exactly.
yeah, versus like people that actually go out to the street and riot. It's like, okay, well, we're not going to piss them off. And and this is like another thing, like with all of this, like policing the internet for hate speech versus knife crime going around, or policing the internet for cartoons and memes, while actual grooming gangs are happening. It's like it's a lot easier to break into the door of like some 45-year-old mom that's like posting edgy on Facebook than to go after someone from the cartel.
How edgy is what like a middle-aged to elderly woman posting on Facebook compared
Give them
to
6 months
violence.
time,
Again,
and they're gonna make the third Reich look pain.
Well, there were cases, right? Like there were cases where ladies were arrested, and I don't know what the fuck they posted. But what I do know is that they put the fear of God into them, and they had to confess that what they did is bad, and so they got prison time. Yeah.
For speech, yes. Now, it is important to note that there is no right to free speech in the UK, such as there is in the United States. And that's why a lot of this is able to happen. But the censorship is a huge issue. Freedom of speech is an issue. But again, I don't think that ultimately this element, these new laws, really are intended to do anything about speech or about censorship. That is an added bonus. The biggest thing about this is digital ID in order to get your face and maybe your ID, although again, it's all handled by private. Dox yourself.
Dox yourself, Aiden. Dox yourself.
So that governments can know every single thing you do. And again, Apple pulled out because they weren't able to meet the demands. They were just like, well, the shit you're asking for is insane. You want access to all of our private customer data. They said no.
Outhand that. Like, not like they were applying for a specific subpoena or a warrant.
Yeah.
This was a blanket, just all the information you have.
Do you know what I find weird? And maybe you can help me with this, Aiden, because like you have your finger on the pulse of the culture. And I've been on the internet for a while. Like I've been on the internet for a while. Like I've seen a lot of shit. Probably you as well, right? Mm-hmm. And like when did this whole conversation of like banning pornography, like not like there should be websites or no like complete outright ban off the internet, when did it start? Because like I've never heard it. Like even the most Christian people that I knew were like, okay, well it exists, it's there, don't go there, right? But they weren't like, no, we need to start the entire fucking crusade, scorch it all down, burn it all down. Because the thing is like, and not only that, it's like invite the government to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what I think happened with this. Because I didn't see I saw small rumblings amongst Christians of porn is bad. And by the way, there's been a lot of research that shows that
it is bad. It is a vice, right? Like all vices are bad. Like drinking is bad, gambling is bad, right? Like that's why they're vices.
Smoking, sure, yes. Yeah. And that's true. And I think most people recognize that it's probably not healthy. But I did not see this mass cries from Christians who are now being blamed for this stuff. Instead, this is all manufactured consent stuff. And the way that it works psychologically is that because of the framing, which is that the only people who are against this bill are pedophiles and groomers and gooners, etc., is that, when they hate Christ and they hate God also, it creates a psychological reactance in the people who are being attacked, and this is on purpose. We've seen this also with the Visa MasterCard stuff, is that in the last week, there's been a huge rise of people saying, well, just parents need to parent better. And then parents feel attacked, which, to be fair, they do need to parent better. And there are all kinds of ways to help protect your children. But they feel like they're being attacked. And then they go, why am I being attacked? Why are people mad at me? I mean, of course, the framework has made people angry at Christians, at parents who did not ask for this. People did not vote for this shit in the UK, okay? Like, just to be clear, no one voted for this. This was just decided upon. And the point is that making people mad at each other to be like, the Christians did this, or the conservatives did this. And it was a Tory bill originally, but Labour chose to enact it, just being clear.
The idea that it would be in that order is ridiculous. Like, these are two diametrically opposed parties.
Well, they're not. It's a uniparty.
Yeah, much like the Americans wanted.
He's joking, he's joking. Big decision. But like the thing that I don't get is like the word gooner itself, right? Like it used to be, like back when I was younger, it was to be like pornography addiction is bad, right? And addiction was like someone that wasn't able to function in a society because he's like a compulsive masturbator or he's masturbates in public, right? Like someone with a mental illness like that. But now, like, just being like a heteronormative guy and you're liking the Sydney Sweeney outfit or you're liking, the Victoria's Secret catalog, that is enough to call you a gooner. And I'm like, when did this happen? Like, who branded these terms? Like when it's just like normal straight male sexuality, it's like, you know, your dad would see a beer commercial with a chick that had like big tits and was like, oh yeah, that's nice. Your mom didn't file a divorce the next second, right?
Yeah.
Like that was like the normal culture. It was like normal, you know, like for men to like look at an attractive woman and say, yeah, you know, I'll grab her by the pussy. I'll do the presidential move.
Well, how do
like,
you get a sense of real life? I mean, there are hot women who exist. I'm sorry, ladies. You know.
Someone in my chat said that number one reason that they're all now showing up is the elites don't want another Epstein situation where people simply mass disbelieve the government. No, I don't think that it is. I think like
yeah.
I think they just
I wish it was
wanna
that
pass
simple.
I think they just want to pass these draconian laws and they need a reason.
I think that the Epstein stuff being so forefront is most likely priming to make this as effective as they could.
Well, speaking of the forefront, what I don't think they could have predicted is that the day or 2 days before this law in the UK, the Online Safety Act, went into effect, that there would be a massive data breach or how many days? A couple of days before it went into effect. A massive data breach of a million users, or however many it was, of that T app, who were all women, because it's a women-only app. And it's like, this is what happens when you give your ID over to private companies. It gets leaked, if not sold. Let's be clear about that, too. These companies just sell your data, okay?
If the product is free, you're the product.
And so it hit particularly bad because the people who they wanted to come out in mass support of these bills were largely women. To think of the children, Lovejoy types, right? Oh, think of the children, think of the women who are being harassed or whatever. And then they just reveal it happened just days beforehand that a bunch of women's identities got leaked. I don't have much sympathy for them using that app, okay? But
like IDs, full face scan, more or less, and we found out now it's all of their communications, all of it completely unencrypted.
As of today,
is there support for this bill though? Because
No,
not real.
Like the thing is, like, from what I can get, like, I don't know how it's on the streets, right? But I guess like the support for the bill is like a person that generally doesn't know or doesn't care, right? It's like, oh well, there's like 16 or whatever, you know.
Oops.
But like you don't have like people that are going out of their way to convince you, like, no, this is the case, unless they're shills, or they're like ideologically possessed and they're just on that side of the fence. But like from what I can see, like most people overwhelmingly are either against it or they're neutral.
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a psychological aspect here in that if you feel like, well, my side or my typical sort of way of thinking about things aligns against this because they're only catching little bits of the news. So the parts that they catch are what the politicians are saying, which is that, well, this is to protect children, and anyone who is against it is, again, gooner, nonce, whatever. And that's all people hear, and then they kind of just tune it out. They pick their side, and then they have to stick to it, and then they don't know what to do when faced with contradictory evidence. I've had so many people act so stupid to me on Twitter over the last few days.
How is it different than any other day?
I had asked ChatGPT to anonymize the faces of some of the women who were on the T app and turn them into cartoons, so you can get a kind of idea here of what these women look like.
That's such a good idea. I should have done so as well. Because like I was like, oh, I can't.
I stole it from Barian.
Yeah, I can't show this on the stream because
it's people's private information. But these are pretty accurate, I would say, depictions of the women who were using the T app. You know.
Can you please tell them what you said about them?
And the funny thing is that you gotta mention that these ladies, they want a 6'5" man with who
makes at least $1 million a year.
Yeah.
Ripped, shredded, and anything less is disgusting to them. Yeah. So
you know that there's a game. There's a game where you go on a website and you have like one of the ladies versus another, and you have to choose who wins, and she gets like a higher elo.
It's been deleted.
Did they?
I found it very quickly, and I was contributing to the ELO. And this
like
is the
some
thing.
of them are so fucking hard. Like a lot of the decisions were difficult.
It was a real Sophie's choice for some of them.
Wait, explain this game. Wait.
We sit on this podcast, and that's saying something considering what I come out with sometimes.
Explain the game. What?
Okay, so it would just someone uploaded the entire database of all the women whose pictures and IDs, and here's the thing, it was the direct data leak, because sometimes you would just click, all right, next match, and it would match up 2 pictures of people from the data leak, and it would just be a picture of like a wall or the ground or a blank page, or it would be I saw one that was a picture of a note that said, I ain't doing that Face ID shit, nah, or something like that. So
that's the other part. This is the fact that the system currently in place is completely ineffective and is relying entirely on like the kind of scam like logic you'd expect from like Indian scammers.
By the way, do you guys know there's been a second breach?
On TIA. Yeah, the messages. The messages. Yes.
One.
Yeah.
And so
I love it. It's great.
Like they made it public.
Oh yes.
Right.
Let's be clear. Also, that's another thing to be clear about, is that this is being described as a hack. It was not a hack. It was a publicly accessible data file that they just opened. That's it. And all of these women's faces, including their IDs in many cases, because that's the other thing, is why you can't play this game on stream, obviously, outside of the fact that it's got people's private faces on it, is that it also just straight up has their IDs.
Yeah, you're looking at what, £2 million per person data protection breach fine.
Also, I have to know. Please tell me the security was done by a woman.
Yes, in fact, well, I don't know if it was done entirely by women, but what they called it was vibe coding, where vibe coding is, from my understanding, when you go to ChatGPT or Grok and say, hey, computer, hello, computer, can you code for me? And then just put that into your website. That's my understanding of vibe coding. Which is a bit like done by non-professionals.
It's the coding equivalent, like wandering through the back alleys in a major city, like searching through the bins for a discarded firearm, and then checking if it's loaded by putting it into your mouth and pulling the trigger repeatedly.
Just to be sure, right?
Whilst biting it.
Does VIBE stand for visible information to basically everyone?
No.
That's a really good acronym, though.
Vibes. And if you give them the ick, these are just fucking gay women.
Vibe is just
words.
intuition.
Yeah, intuition, meaning it's not coded realistic in any serious way. It's silly.
I love how you described it, like you can't really put it into words. It's like if you give them the ick. Mm-hmm. It's like a state of mind. It's like...
I coded with vibes. I don't need but that's what it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. So this is, I think, the problem for a lot of these bills that are all now coming under scrutiny, that are in the process of being voted on, and of course the OSA has been passed, is that it occurred at the exact same week that a bunch of women who would have been the online chevaliers of this shit all of a sudden are really worried about their personal security because all their faces are being plastered all over the internet and everyone is making fun of them. They don't like that. So just incredible serendipity. I don't think that was planned in any way. I think that was actually a major accident that none of these governments could have predicted.
I actually know why it happened, right? Because the way that the law was sold was that, do you want porn websites to, have like more robust verification for minors?
Yeah.
And most people go like, yeah, like of course,
sure.
I want a little Billy. I want a little Billy to go on porn. I don't want it. But what they
totally
don't realize,
thing.
Yeah, but what they don't realize is that, hold on a little bit, like pornography exists on X, pornography exists on Discord, pornography exists on Reddit, pornography exists on your search engines.
Apparently on Spotify.
And now that we're on the idea that you should protect minors, right? Like, why should minors watch violent content? Why should minors watch, certain extremist content? And so once you start doxing yourself, well, the next step is like we restrict more and more stuff. Interesting, gambling is not restricted. Like, I found that to be absolutely fascinating for some reason.
Yeah,
don't know why.
This is actually... I don't know if you've seen this, because I've seen no evidence of this. Why are the OnlyFans girls not revolting? Because I've not seen any of them talking about this, which makes me think that
they're...
I think it's because they're not being affected.
But they're not, because like if you go on OnlyFans, right? Like, how do they make money? By showing a credit card. Yeah.
And that used to be the standard, right? Is that if you can show a credit card, it means you're an adult and you have a credit card. So understand that's our premise, is that already if you have access to a credit card, you are now not an adult. That used to be okay. No, now they need your face. Now they need your ID. Your name attached to a credit card is no longer enough.
Like their idea is like, what if you stole mommy and daddy's credit card? And it's like, well, what if you stole mommy and daddy's ID, you dipshit?
What if you stole just someone else's credit card?
What if your face
somebody?
What if your face scan is just a fucking bobblehead, as we've demonstrated works?
Well, there was like a babyface Lou that was actually a streamer over the age of 18, and now they lost their Discord account because babyface can't get the facial recognition.
And
that's the other thing, is that the AI technology that they're using in some websites, not in all instances, some websites do want your ID, some want you to just take a video of your face in motion. Gee, wonder what they want that for. Some just want a photo, in which case kids are getting around that by taking pictures from Death Stranding. Because of course. That's the other thing, is that this is entirely ineffectual. Damn, lost train of thought.
You know who I really
it's so much shit.
You know who I really want having a scan of my face? I want companies like Pornhub, you know, the ones who are profiting massively off of like AI generated pornography and trafficking, and will repeatedly find massive amounts of money for just leaving up like criminal evidence on the fucking website.
Like literally the pinned stuff on Reddit and on 4chan, like just like minutes after this was released, was made by a teenager, which said, go on Google Gemini, ask it to make you a video of a man that is posing for facial ID recognition, mouth closed, mouth open, 5 seconds, mouth closed, 5 seconds, mouth open.
Yeah.
Boom, bam. That's it.
So this,
it's like millions of dollars spent, right? For companies that are unable now to compete. Like if you're a small company like BitChute, Gab, 4chan, you don't have the staff.
Rumble was sent a direct letter, about it.
They can't.
So was Kiwi Farms, by the way.
Yeah, and so like teenagers that have absolutely no choice, right? Because they don't have an ID, they will still use this. Like they can just go and find a way to bypass it. While adults that still want to use Twitter or they want to use Reddit, they will be like, well, you know, like I'm obviously not going to make a Norman Reedus character. It's like,
well, they don't have to, so they just give over their ID.
I'll just show my ID, right?
Yep.
And that's what it's all about.
Yep, and that's how it works too. Is because the children who want to bypass this will get creative, as they always have. They will get creative. Well, yeah, but they don't even have to be that creative, to be fair. And as far as I know, still, by the way, all you have to do to bypass this shit currently. Now, the VPN issue is in debate. Parliament has said currently they're not going to go after VPNs, but let me be clear as to why they're not going after VPNs right now. It's because a shit ton of their contractors use private VPNs currently. So they can't do that, or else all their contractors won't be able to work. So they are going to
that they're doing it. They're doing it through the private system. Like I've seen ISPs blocking VPNs.
Yes. Yeah. Again,
right.
it lets them
before the
wash
VPN
their hands of it.
We had this back when like Bitcoin mining was still coming out. Everyone's wondering, why are we allowing this, considering how it's like massively taxing the power system and all this. And then you find that like the IT departments throughout the entirety of like the British state have been like sneaking it into websites. I think something like 94% of British government website pages were running Bitcoin mining operations within the page. 94%. That means that pretty much everyone within the IT structure of the British state was in on it.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, this is
what it is. Yeah.
Here's this. Brits can get around Discord's age verification thanks to Death Stranding's photo mode, bypassing the measure introduced with the UK's Online Safety Act. The thing is, again, kids are creative if they want to find this stuff. They have been They have been restricted in no way. The other thing that you can do, I am using Chrome here right now, but I have Brave up as my other browser. Download Brave, turn on Tor. You're good. Like you don't even need to pay for a VPN. Just download Brave and turn on Tor. You know, like I mean, it's unbelievably easy to get around, and young people are smart and can figure this shit out. It's here's regular people who will just give their ID over, not children.
This is what I'm also hating in modern dialect. Like, when did the word teenager just completely disappear from the conversation? Like it used to be
on purpose, yeah.
Right? Like it used to be when you say children, you'd think like 5 or 6 year olds. Mm-hmm. But like, motherfucker, when I was 16, like the shit that I was about to do that, and not only that, but like the ways that I knew to get around stuff. Like, if I was there now, like, I know a guy from my fucking school. I know a guy that would literally steal his ID from his mama and dada and then just make photocopies of it and sell it to the rest of the class. I know the fucking guy in from my fucking school that would have done that. What do you mean, Jesus? It's like, what type of school did you go to? Like, where everyone a saint? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Even I was in pubs at like 14, and I'm
exactly, like, the level of
to be fair, the drinking age is 16 here, so like.
No, it's not. It's 18.
Oh, it's 18 now, but
What school did I go? I went to a private Christian school.
Really?
I see. Well, here's the thing, right? Like in Romania and most Eastern Europe, there was no drinking age. Like there was officially one, but most people didn't follow it. Guess what? People weren't like drinking themselves to death at the age of 16.
No,
like,
that's
even though there was no
parents.
legislation, you had parents. Exactly, right? Like, even though there was nothing, like, the government wasn't stopping you, there was, like, no case where you'd go on the street and you'd find, like, teenagers drinking themselves to death. Meanwhile, in the UK, you get to see this, like, in The Guardian, like, posts with, like, women drinking themselves and pissing themselves on the street, especially on New Year's and shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, because they didn't do that when they were growing up. You grow up, you know, you're, like, 16, you go to a party, you get a beer, you come home, mama sees you drunk, gives you a whooping, applies the correction. That's it, you learn. But when you're an adult and you have no filter and you've never learned and you go to a party and you drink yourself silly and then you piss yourself on the street and you appear into The Guardian, well, you know, your reputation is ruined. You probably lose your job. No one wants to associate with you, right? But like, hey, it's a better system, I guess, right? Because like the government gets to step in.
Great. Yeah, excellent. It's all of it is so patently ridiculous. And I think I want to go back to the issue of parents, because like I said, there's something that's baked into all of this, which is intergroup conflict. Because what I've seen on the internet, at least in terms of the chatter, is that again, it's like you're either a nonce or you're a parent. And I have seen a lot of parents also do this thing where it's like, I absolutely can do nothing. There is nothing I can do in any way to parent my child. I need the government to do it. I don't know how many of these people are real, though. But I would say that if you are a parent who is absolutely incapable of ticking a box that your internet service provider gives you to easily set up restrictions on what your household internet can do, and it can easily set up for a phone, because I think at this point, I understand parents say, oh, I can't not let my teenager have a phone because then they'll be ostracized by their peers. But you can still set up very easy. It's like meant to be and is designed to be as easy as possible to set up these parental guidelines. I think, I'm sorry, if you are a parent and you need the government to come in and do that because you can't click a box, why are we not more worried about those people's ability to parent in general? If you can't do that, how is that person... But if that person can't click a... Right?
Yeah,
how can they do anything?
I don't know if, like, a lot of parents are like that, but you're kind of right. You know, like, back in my day, you would just go outside and you had, like, no cell phone. You had, like, nothing. Like, your parents didn't know where you are. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, you're just, like, you stop existing. And when you'd go outside, like, there was hustling, like, there were gang members. There's, like, a lot of shit, right? Nowadays, like, in 2025, you can install spyware on your kid's device. Like, you have parental controls. You get, like, devices that have, like, hardware built into them to make sure that, you know, like, kids can't access certain websites. Like the very idea that now there's like a moral crisis of unprecedented level is astonishing to me.
I don't think it's more of a safety crisis.
It's not real. All of this, the concerted and collaborative international effort has nothing to do with the protection of children, and it's pretty fucking clear. I don't think that, again, every single internet service provider in the first world or in most of Europe and the US, Australia, UK, where this is being debated or enacted, your internet service provider will provide you with tools to do this easily. Your cell phone, if you buy a cell phone for your child, they will provide you with tools to turn this off. The idea that this is outside of parents' ability to protect their kids from is absurd. And I do have to ask the question that for the couple of parents, and I don't think it's a lot of them, who genuinely say, I can do nothing about, I can't be asked to click a box. I can't be asked to say, no, I'm going to set this phone on child mode or whatever. I would be really concerned about the welfare of that child in that household. If that's, I hate to say that, but it's
also
true.
like this level of safetyism culture that we're in, right? Where, like, I know it's harsh to say and it's politically incorrect, but like, what's wrong with a little danger? Like the idea that like everything a child should do should be super mega hyper safe. Okay, what happens when he's 18 and like the super mega hyper safety is no more? Right, like you don't allow for a period of accommodation. There's no more like teenager, like a period where it's like an in between. They're like teenagers now. They get some rights, but like they get more responsibility.
We're getting into Mad Max level of society. Woo!
Yeah, now
probably
it's like
that.
pretty much,
Parents
like the
have to provide that though. It is the
What, the
duty
Mad
of
Max
the parents. No, it's a duty. It's the duty of the parents to
Confused for a
provide that
second.
environment that lets kids explore the real world they're about to enter safely when they're teenagers, right?
It's also like the question, like are you actually building like resilient people, like
No.
strong individuals that are capable, or are you building like actual pussies? Like I don't know how else to say it, but like I'm looking at how I grew up, and it was harsh. But like looking at this idea, zero bullying tolerance policy. Don't say shit online. Don't say mean stuff online because like you get in trouble and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, so like, where's the interpersonal drama? Like, where do they learn how to handle themselves and how to stand up for themselves? Like, if everything is catered, everything is provided for them.
Yeah, it's very different. I mean, you're expected to explore the world a little bit as you're growing up, and I listen to Child Logic almost every day. I listen to his streams, and he's got young kids too. Or at least a kid, and he talked about how the reality is you don't know what your kids do while they're at school. As a parent, you don't have any control over some things, because you're.
If I wanted to, I would figure it out. Like I would have like a system of informants. Like you go there and you bribe some of his colleagues to rat him out. Like
that is the old school communist Romanian still inside you.
The very idea that like my kid can be somewhere without my knowledge. Like if it's outside my knowledge, it exists without my consent. No, like I am fucking god of the universe when it comes to my kid. Like if I'm at the age of 40 and I cannot psychologically dominate a child, like then what the fuck am I doing?
How old is your kid now, B?
1 year.
Yeah, so you got a while to worry about it, I guess. But
So that's why they're ready to fly the nest, is they can finally evade your like a massive network of informers.
You go there with a candy van, and people think it's like, oh, you're a child molester. No, I'm a child informer. I need to know what my son is doing.
I'm here to take your children. I'm here to knock on them.
Oh yeah.
I could just picture V talking to his kid like, listen here, motherfucker. I grew up under communism.
Absolutely.
I know things that you will never be able to unsee.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I will, whenever my wife gives him money, I will take taxes away from him and give it in front of a homeless guy right in front so he can see. Make it fucking work. He does the chores, my wife gives him money, and now I'm the government. I'm taking your taxes. My kid will despise fucking taxes like no tomorrow.
Oh,
how to raise a libertarian. The Romanian way.
Like, I guarantee to you, at the age of 14, he's going to be taxation and theft. My dad steals from me. It's like, how? He taxes me. Gives it to homeless people. Like,
so he's going to hate taxes and the homeless. Well done.
Be accurate to the state. Give the money to someone to go berate the homeless guy for being homeless.
To be fair,
so he gets no benefit whatsoever.
That's just the experience of anyone who has boomer parents. Apparently, like statistically, from the looks of it, it's just that as the boomers are retiring and dying, is that they're all going, actually, I'm going to give all of my money to Palestine and
I'm
fuck
gonna turn it into gold, melt it, and use the plate my carcass.
Like you can make your kid be religious, or you can make your kid be a woke individual. It doesn't really matter, and you don't use the classic way, right? Like the classic way is taking him to church. That doesn't fucking work. What you need to do, right? You want to make him an atheist, right? Every single time he suffers, it's like Jesus says you need to endure, right? Like Jesus says I need to take your money and give it to the poor. Jesus says this. Jesus says that. He will hate religion. Alternatively, you can say it's for equality. We need equality. Equality requires this. Equality requires that. This is for the greater good.
Framing.
He will he will become religious. Right? Like
you'll also make him hate women.
Like
Well, it's psychological reactance, and there's it's a well-documented phenomenon, which is adolescent egocentrism and adolescent risk-taking. We know this because of all of the fucking vast amounts of data that have measured this. Children, and when they, excuse me, not children, you're right, let's call them teenagers, need to establish themselves as independent people. They are becoming adults. They don't want to do what their parents tell them to do or believe. So yeah, if you want to encourage your child towards a certain perspective on the world, probably push for the opposite of what you
Literally, this is
like,
what most people don't understand, right? Because like most people think, oh, I'll push them to the positive and they'll become positive. No, you become Satan. You push them to the negative, and they will rebel against you, and they will become positive.
Yeah,
Pretty much how it fucking works. Yeah.
Hit the gunnery sergeant approach. They need
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
They don't need someone to guide them right now. They're in the teenage years. They're that weird lapse in morality that we all experience. They need someone to hate.
Exactly. And when they will say like, "Oh, I'm going to spite you," how? By going to the university and getting good grades, and I'll be like, "Oh no, don't do that."
This is the definitive, I think, evidence about how this is not about kids, because they just said it. What happened is they just started saying it on television. Oh God, it doesn't work. Is it really
I swear to God, we're going to end up in a conversation of like, but what is a child? And the reason you're going
Oh
to
my God!
And
No,
will
not
tell
the
you why.
Vosh
No,
debate.
I will tell you why. Because like in the UK, right, they want 16 years olds to vote. Right?
Yes, this is important
so like
to note.
16,
Yes.
you get to vote. So and you can join the army. You can be a child soldier according to the brand new definition of California. Because like for some reason, California said 18 is adult, and the entire human population of planet Earth now has to adhere to that, despite the fact that in Europe 16 is usually the age of consent. But okay, right? So in Britain you can have child soldiers, but they can vote and they can't watch protests online. They can't watch stuff on Reddit. They can't watch 4chan.
They can't see what's happening in their own town regarding protests, and yet are being asked to make informed voting decisions.
Yes, they cannot
How
get
ridiculous
the
is this?
wisdom. The wisdom of Josh Moon has been deprived from them because, like, Kiwi Farms apparently has been banning the Holy Kingdom of Britain United.
Well, there's something interesting that happened with that. When I was back in the UK last in March, that was still when Josh was blocking the UK because of Ofcom. But at some point, he just kind of like forgot to update it. So you can, well, I don't know if you can now, but for a while you could access Kiwi Farms from the UK. It doesn't affect, this is the other thing, none of this affects us here in Guernsey, by the way, which is a crown protectorate, but we're not affected by it.
Didn't he get like a message? Didn't he get a message from like Ofcom? Yeah. So like they had like he's got a morbidly obese corporeal manifestation. I'm probably telling you this, and she probably has like some clothing on her hair. You know, like an Orthodox woman showing piety and monitoring Kiwi Farms, like constantly logging on. Can I log in now? Can I log in, Josh? Am I allowed in? Knock, knock, Josh. Knock, knock.
Here is the letter they sent him, or the email. Dear representatives of LOLCAL LLC, we are...
Doesn't quite hit you home till you hear it out loud.
Right. You gotta know, like, he planned for this. It's like, one day some twat is going to give me a mail, and when
We, Ofcom, note that as of 23rd of July 2025, the full Kiwi Farms website, including posts, comments, and images, appears to be accessible to UK... This is the most hilarious, by the way, threat, which is that if you don't do it, we'll just do it ourselves. Okay, wow, I'm shaking in my boots. Having previously been made unavailable to UK users following our communication with you in April of 2025, considering this development, please clarify the following: whether LOLCAL LLC intends to reinstate these restrictions, and if so, the expected timeline. If there's no intention to reinstate, the measures LOLCAL LLC has taken. As outlined previously, the purpose of the OSA is to protect UK-based users of internet services from exposure to illegal content and material that may be harmful to children. The OSA requires that providers of services with links to the UK take action to protect users in the UK. It does not require them to protect users based anywhere else in the world. That's very funny, Ofcom, considering that that's not what you've actually done in practice. Anyway, we will continue to monitor the functionality available in UK users via Kiwi Farms. Strongly encourage local LLC to take necessary steps to meet obligations.
Hold on a little bit, right? Like, Kiwi Farms doesn't have pornography, right? Like, that's, you know, Josh yelling at the sky. Every single time he yells at the sky, I'm like, okay, it's about porn, isn't it? And so, like, why is Ofcom protecting children from a website that has no pornography?
No porn. It's one of Josh's, like, cardinal rules is no porn. on this website.
The man is like a monk inside the monastery, clenching to his Bible. Like, keep those evil depictions of anime women away from me.
No, you can
get them
find...
away from my race and my people.
You
and
can
it's like,
find...
that's the website you're targeting, really?
Now, you can find people's doxes and personal identifying information on KF, but you can't find pornography to the best of my knowledge, because Josh doesn't, because he hates anime, and he hates anime porn. So, this is not a website hosting the anime porn.
I feel like I would get along with him.
Josh is an interesting figure. I like Josh. But yeah, like, this is the letter that he was sent from Ofcom to Local LLC. And it's not the only thing, too. On the, here's the Rumble letter, just to be clear, that they sent to
Rumble. People are telling me that there is pornography on Kiwi Farms.
Is there really? I thought...
I don't browse it that fucking awful. Like, I used to go there when...
It's probably the locals, people of interest, personal pornography, right?
Ah, okay, then it counts. I'm sorry. The children of Britain must be kept safe.
But hang on, there's no anime pornography, so therefore it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Hold on. Oh, so are you saying like children should be able to view like real people, just not the anime? No?
Again, why are the OnlyFans thoughts not freaking out? Because yes, as we said, it's about the credit card stuff. Yeah. But they're now saying credit cards aren't enough. So curiously, it seems that this is going less hard against real pornography, and OnlyFans has this additional element tagged onto it, which is
like,
the
interpersonal. Know what's happening, right?
Yeah.
I actually know behind the scenes things. Like I have a person that used to work at Disney, was pretty high up, and I also had a person that used to work at Vice, and they actually did the attack on pornography for several interests. And one of them is that anime was competing really hard with Disney back when Marvel and DC was failing. Like, they were absolutely dominated and trashed. And so it also has to do with China, because the Chinese also have interests in exercising soft power over Japan. Mm-hmm. It also has to do with, like, the streaming services, because, like, they too wanted to be able to position themselves as having terms of service so that, like, no anime can exist outside their bounds. And it's also Marvel and Disney. And they released that Vice article, which, if you look, like, managed to get the Pulitzer Prize nomination, right?
I remember this.
In order to ban in the mind of the normies that literally every anime, everything under the fucking sun is pornographic, dangerous, and horrible. Yep. And so this is why the actual pornographers, like the ones with real people and shit, you know, like the Pornhubs, they're also against, like, the cartoon, because they're competing with each other, you know? Like, you have an artist that can just doodle something, like, he doesn't need any paperwork, he doesn't need any consent forms, it's just like a fucking drawing, right? But then you have, like, an actual studio that requires to get IDs from the ladies, it actually needs to have consent, and it needs to follow, like, various bureaucratic shit. They don't want to compete like that, right?
No.
So, cracking down on anime content, this is why, like, Elon Musk's now AI is considered childlike and stuff like that.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's Misa from Death Note, who may be a teenager, but it's just like goth girl, you know?
Yeah, but like this whole thing is, like, number one, it's ideological. Like, there are people that generally believe that it's bad, but there's also, like, financial interests. Yes. There's also, like, strategic interests with corporations and stuff.
Yeah, why is it going so hard against the anime titties, but I'm not seeing rumblings from, well, speaking of Rumble, I'm not seeing rumblings from the OF thoughts.
Oh, I can tell you that. Yeah. I'll tell you. Like for instance, in Romania, right? Like, many people don't know about certain politics that happen behind closed doors, but politicians behind closed doors are very pragmatic, cynical, not very ideological driven. In Romania, I think, like, the number of OnlyFans girls is around 100,000. Those women...
That's still insane. Their numbers are way inflated, too.
Okay, hold on. Those women, they not only do they pay taxes, but they also hire staff. They hire accountants. They hire lawyers. They hire people that do the sound quality and the visual, like the editing and stuff like that. They're not the biggest, but they're a significant industry in a nation that doesn't actually have any industry, because most of the industry is in China. Right? And this industry is not very regulated, unlike others, right? So, like, it's just like a place where the government can tax the living shit out of it. Politicians can also get in on the grift. This used to be in the medieval time with brothels and with sex clubs and with all of that. Like, nothing changed, is that just now it's online. Right? So, like, the whores from the street are now in their own bedroom, not doing sex, not actually meeting with someone else, just taking lewd pictures of themselves. Like that's 2025. Yeah.
Another aspect is also on an industry level. A lot of Disney's animated features, they use the same like South Korean animation studios as some of the anime like companies do for like B-roll and secondary animation. So by doing this, they have probably ripped the asshole out of the market there, and mean that they'll be able to drive prices down because they'll essentially be driving down the competition in the anime industry. All the South
But
Korean,
anyway, what
sweatshop animators are out there.
You're right with that, but like what I wanted to say that's a little bit different is that if you were to destabilize this industry, right? Like this is just Romania, but like many European nations are the same. If you were to destabilize this industry overnight, you'd have economies collapse. Because like a lot of nations are not, like the OnlyFans are part of like the content creators. There's just like one website, but you also have like the Instagram models, and you have like other, like individuals that are like just part of that ecosystem. And then you attack the crypto bros, you put it on that, and you have like the TikTok influencers. That's actually a significant percentage of the economy. And so like if you were to get rid of them overnight, you would manage to destroy the economy of entire nations. Not significantly, like not to the point where you get into a Great Depression, but it destabilizes stuff, especially now in a period where European nations are going through a recession anyway, right? And we're going to see what it will happen in China, because China actually bought OnlyFans, and for a lot of Chinese young girls that were like going into 18, it was like their one source of income. You will see like the economical consequences of that in 2 or 3 years. I know it sounds funny. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know many people, they don't want to engage with it because blah, blah, blah. But, like, this is what some politicians actually discuss behind closed doors, right? Like, they treat it as a serious industry.
There's gonna be
it's a $1 billion industry.
Oh. Aiden, you cut out a bit there.
The bad part is that most of the stuff was happening on the streets before OnlyFans. Like, you had people going outside, and they're going to strip clubs, they were going to like nightclubs and that type of shit, right? Like all these young girls, like they wouldn't be on OnlyFans. They would be like a club that they would serve drinks at 2 a.m. in the morning to strangers, right? So like without the option, like they're going to go back to what they used to do. Like they're not going to become doctors and engineers, right? Like the economy is not going to get these ladies. It's like, oh, well, I guess now they're not doing OnlyFans. Surely they will go to church. You didn't change their mind, right? Like the government didn't say that what they're doing is bad. They just increased the demand and they removed the supply. And so like they're going to go into a similar business, probably one that involves them going outside of their house.
Oh, Aiden, you're muted.
I'm muted?
Aiden is.
Oh, it's because I sneezed. Sorry. So I muted myself. That brings up also a whole bunch of other issues that lead into this or that are related to it, which is that the people that this actually harms the most are children. Well, and let's be, again, more clear, are teenagers who are going to be trying to explore these things. And let's hope not OF for underage children, obviously, but like they're going to be looking around at this stuff. Now they have to go to dark web websites, quote unquote. They have to try and get around this stuff, which even means that they're less protected by anything like that. So it's going to take it still is probably going to take their personal information so that they can sell it to advertisers. Children are made inherently less safe by this.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend pornography. Just I'm just talking the reality, right? Like giving the context. I think the future, and I'm pretty sure that this will be the case, is offline AI. Right?
Yeah.
Because the offline, like the problem with pornography isn't just like the people making it, but it's like the customers, right? Like the men that go there and pay. And so if the men, instead of going and paying a real woman, they just have like an offline AI shit that gives them what they want. You have like a Gemini, and you just say like, I want 2 real actors, not animation. Like I want 2 real actors to do blah, blah, blah. And you have a laptop and bam, you get it.
Yeah.
Well, you can have like a woman that wants to do OnlyFans, but like who the fuck is paying for that? Right? Yeah. And so, like, I definitely think that this is what's going to be the future, and this is what's going to destabilize the actual adult industry. It's going to be offline AI that's... And I also think, like, this is how people are going to bypass all of this censorship, right? Because you go on the internet, you get, like, a lot of vitriol, like, especially on Twitter. Like, you get, like, various bubbles arguing with each other constantly.
Good times.
Being forced to dox yourself, like, all this other nonsense. And people will be like, "Hold on, I can just have like a virtual assistant on my laptop or something. No one gives a shit. No one talks about it. There you fucking go, right? And you don't have to pay for it."
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, you can pay for some of it, but yeah, there's tons of these services that offer AI generated pornography. All of these AIs that can make images like this. I don't know. I don't think you can use like Grok and ChatGPT. Maybe. Can you use like?
But like I guess like there are like images ones, right? Like what is it called? Diffusion or some shit.
Stable Diffusion does video stuff. They maybe do porn too. I mean, I don't know, but they have to be out there. Oh, there was one that I used for a while when the AI stuff was emerging, that novel AI. So like before a lot of the new models came out, I used that one because it was free. And their whole thing was it's anime style. It built its model off of anime style images, and you could make anime porn with it. That was like the whole appeal of novel AI. It's not as good now as any other AI service. If you want to be like I made an AI image for this of Lovejoy from The Simpsons, as Commissar. It's not as good for stuff like it never was good for stuff like that. But it would make some bizarre images that I would try to give it direction. But yeah, that's an anime AI porn site, that anyone can use. And so yeah, I think you're definitely right. Is that what it's gonna if you've restricted the pornography. Again, kids aren't stupid. They'll find ways around this. And it illustrates how this is not in any way designed to protect children.
Well, by that merit, like, what are going to be the repercussions in other industries? Think of, every major Western country just tried to launch these bills simultaneously. The quality of life is probably about to dip from first world down to second, third, or possibly fucking fourth.
Well, I can tell you what I think they're going to do, which is they're going to dump all this shit, then go, oh, we've realized that maybe there's a little issue. They will no, they're going to retract like 1% of it, and people will cheer. People will cheer for the 1% retraction. Yeah, because it's less. Yeah. It's called, in persuasion researchers, it's called a door in the face tactic. They've already slammed the door in your face. They've already offended you, and then they'll be like, oh no, we'll open it up for you just a little bit, just a fraction of a percent, and people will cheer.
By the way, I have to go. Thank you for inviting me. It was great.
Yes. Thanks, man, for hanging out.
Right. Let me know when else I can come, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Scrump had something come up last minute because you couldn't do the D&D reunion. But yeah, thanks for coming by.
I got my dice right here.
Anyway,
cheers. Bye bye.
Cheers,
I didn't want to waste too much of V's time also by showing a bunch of clips and stuff. But here's what I was talking about with the they're just saying it's not about kids. Here's what it's about. It is about digital ID, about identifying yourself, but making sure that every single thing you do online is tracked. And that, and most importantly, is your political opinions in many cases more than anything else.
And it's not just you, it's everyone. The quality of life is about to nosedive. The housing market's about to fucking tank. Mm-hmm. If your pension is tied up in property or any kind of investment in the Western world, if you're a boomer and you think you're sitting pretty, congratulations. You're about to get a crash course in a fucking dead market. Because when countries go tyrannical like this, very rarely does it result in a good fucking fiscal market. Your future you work toward is about to fucking die on the vine.
Yeah. Let me get the super chats before I show this video. Because I didn't want to... I know we only had a limited amount of time. Hasselhuppa for 2 says, Dank's handle locked as giant penis parody. That's what it was. Right.
Oh,
giant
penis.
Yeah,
I remember now.
It was something, I knew it was something cock and ball, something like that. Sven B for €2 says, I threaten politicians with rape. Am I in trouble? Oh yeah, for sure now, buddy. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for 5 says,
as long as you're Israeli, you'll get away with it.
Well, we'll get into that. Best argument against voting is the fact that regular people genuinely thought a chubby YouTuber from Scotland was an American Supreme Court justice. Sure was. Scurvy Rum for 5 says, by the time I have kids, they're not going to have access to the internet till they're 18. You got to take extra precautions with Spurg kids. It's bizarre to me, and I understand that parents feel under attack because people are blaming them for this stuff. They are being blamed and they feel attacked and they feel like, oh, I have to defend myself. But I have to go back to my question I raised earlier, which is that if you are a parent and you are like, clicking a box is just too hard. You want so much from me. I can't be expected to do this. I think you're probably neglecting your children in other ways. I'm just guessing. If you can't do that,
I'm under the impression we should send children to farm and have them work there.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines.
No. But I'm going to nip that in the bud. I remember the Alarm School incident. That's the fucking last thing we want.
Omega Tau for 20, who's been a member for 20 months. Thank you, man. Says V offers the best buyer's remorse on the YouTube, bro. Hasselhopper for 5 says, I want to see people bypassing the age verification by using a life-size silicon doll purely for the irony. Jesus Christ, what the hell was that? Did you hear that car backfire going down the street? I want to see people bypassing.
I heard the speeding away.
Yeah, it was like a backfire.
It's a bike kit, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see people bypassing the age verification by using a life-size silicon doll purely for the irony of it. That would be very funny. But apparently, again, it's so easy to get around. You can use a video game to do it. Well, you can use a video game. I had it
No, the blow-up doll, because
I just
the irony of someone just saying, like, why do you have a blow-up doll is literally to bypass ID, and I'm not kidding, it's fucking funny.
That is very funny. But yeah, here's what I had it up on the screen while we were talking to V, but here it is. Brits can get around the Discord age verification thanks to Death Stranding's photo mode. And this is just one game. Tons of games have these. This was getting them past the age verification shit.
I would remind you that IDing AI is so fucking crude that I think like 2 years ago you could go up to a Torah AI, like a military grade AI, with a post-it note with a word written on it, and it would ID you as the word before it would ID you as a person.
Well, all of this stuff, because they can't do it any other... Well, they could, but it's practically far easier for them to use AI, so it makes stuff like this just pass the age verification, as you can see here.
It's really funny.
Have the character open its mouth, or Norman Reedus' character open his mouth, and then, oh look, your age has been verified.
There are forms.
We're protecting kids, guys.
Here's a question: there are forms of dwarfism that manifest as looking unnaturally young for your age.
Yeah.
Is this
That's
not
one of the things being brought up, too,
Is this
yeah.
not horrifically ableist to those people? Who are now going to have to...
Is it ableist? It also just, if you happen to look young, you don't have access to the internet. It doesn't matter how old you are.
Nor do you have a recourse to argue to the local council that you are,
right?
like, this stuff is faulty.
Well, I guess just fuck you then.
Remember those apps that make you look old?
I guess you'd have to use something like
Twitter.
that. Yeah. But the
no, I said look old, Bill, not
Not
actually be old.
The thing that's crazy about that, is that understand this is not just affecting pornography. I need to really hammer that home in how this is applying in functionality, in actuality, not just in theory, right? Spotify, Wikipedia is suing the UK government currently because they would have to essentially block half of their website because it has things that, because it is not about pornography. The full list includes things like criticizing illegal immigration or legal migration. Anything that could make someone sad is one of the things on the list. They say cause psychological distress. So if you post it, you can be prevented from seeing things that might make you upset in any way for any reason. That is blocked under the guise of protecting children.
Now,
and we saw within 24 hours, it was to shut down coverage of the protests, the migrant hotel protests. That's what it was used for within 24 hours. Within hours, probably.
The massive expansion of like government power is still a happy little accident, or happy little byproduct, rather. Here's the thing, folks at home. I'm asking you this: firstly, make sure your boomer relatives know that all of their investments are about to go up in smoke because of this. Make sure that they get that through their fucking thick skulls, because it's the only thing they fucking care about is nest eggs and safety and their retirement.
Yeah.
But more importantly, do not let up until you got, like, every single thing that they try to roll out during this, all repealed and more. We want to be leaving this situation. The outrage does not stop, and the fucking havoc does not stop until such time that not only are all these rules repealed, but we have more freedoms than we had at the start.
It's not going to happen, though. The reality is they're not going to do shit. The UK government has already responded to the petition, which there was I'll bring that up real quick here. Let's see where it's at.
It was like about 430,000. Yeah, look at that. In like, what, 24 hours?
415,000. The government has responded saying, no, fuck you. But I'll read it in more detail. That is the, Why? That is the... By the way this was set up, these UK petitions, is that if you got 100,000 signatures, Parliament would debate it, or would consider debating it. And they responded after it hit 100,000 signatures, that no, we're not going to change this. We're not going to do shit. We're not... Apparently, they're not even going to debate it. They've just said, no, we're keeping this and fuck you. It's again now approaching 500,000 signatures and going up every second. I signed it. It's not going to do shit because they've already decided. And it's not just the UK government, the US government, the Australian government. The Australian government already had some extreme draconian laws related to this in it, but they have doubled down and tripled down and given the person in charge of it, who is an unelected official, supreme power over the internet in Australia. A woman, of course. Just like to point that out.
You can change the rules and guidelines on a whim with no warning.
That is also the case in the UK.
There.
That is also the case with the Online Safety Act in the UK. It can be changed at any time, for any reason, without warning by the government.
But aren't you glad you're not speaking German?
Oh, it's going great, right? And this again is not German. It's not pornography. Even as much as they want to say that, it's not about pornography. It is about preventing you from being able to see the things that are happening in your own country. That's what it's about. It is, astonishingly, they're taking away the bread and circuses along with it to a certain extent, but, you know.
Yeah, here's a question. If you can't see online what's going on, how will you see it? It sounds like you'll have to go see it.
Yeah. Here it is in plain fucking English, by the way.
Yeah, but now you've put an elite squad where people are going to think twice about putting an expert.
She's talking now about how within 24 hours of this going into effect, the UK government said explicitly that they were going to be monitoring anti-migrant sentiment. That was the first thing they did with this bill. Not to prevent children from looking at porn, as is stated, but to make sure you are not critical of immigration online. That's what they did with it first.
Well, folks, you gotta ask yourself, like, when it comes down to like, we need to not do anything in order to maintain like civilizations. We know how much civilization you got left, because it doesn't look like much.
Not a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it really sounds like y'all are really backed into a fucking corner, and there's literally nowhere else to go but to start to dig. So you can decide whose grave it is. It's either going to be yours or theirs.
Mm-hmm. And this is Barry Gardner, who is admitting that the Online Safety Act is not just about children. In reality, it has nothing to do with children whatsoever. This is about digital ID, about monitoring every single thing you think or say or want to look up or want to investigate or want to find out. That's what it's about. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with protecting kids.
Post or putting a Facebook post. That's the kind of country
they're going to think
you
twice.
have created.
They're going to think twice about putting out information which will lead 13-year-old girls to commit suicide.
Then why not call it the child?
This was a new thing. Before this guy said this, I had not heard this one at all. I'd heard maybe a little bit of it, but this was another cope. Is that, oh no, we're preventing 13-year-old girls from killing themselves. Which is that's not what it's about. He's going to, again, get to what it really is. But he says shit like that because all humans are going to have a natural aversion to the things that they claim this bill is about. We want to protect children from killing themselves. We want to protect children from being exposed to graphic, hardcore pornography. I think everyone on Earth is on board with that. And that's how they fucking get you. And that's how they get absolute fucking brain-dead retards to support this shit as they lose their right to privacy globally. Every single thing you do is tracked by the government now to degrees that it was not before. And I know, trust me, that it was tracked by the government before. But now they've got your fucking face attached to your ID, attached to your credit card, all on government databases, and they can attach it to your social media accounts, and they can find out if you say one fucking wrong thing on your anonymous social media account, which you can't really have anymore, then you're fucked and going to prison. So if you think this is about porn, you're retarded. I'm sorry. I cannot help you. You are too retarded to probably be able to operate the internet, so maybe you do need to be under these draconian rules. You are too fucking retarded if you buy this horse shit. And he's going to tell you right here that it has nothing to do with children. Not really.
Online safety bill. If it's just about children, is it just about children, or does it focus on adults?
That should be an elite squad.
Barry, does it just focus
to protect 13-year-old girls?
I'm sorry, the elite squad is not about children. Actually, shall I read you the thing? An elite squad of police officers is to monitor social media for anti-migrant sentiment. I don't think 13-year-olds are engaging in that. So, is it also to monitor adults? Simple question, yes or no?
There it is.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, of course. Thank you. It's about monitoring anti-migrant sentiment in adults. This is entirely about politics. It has nothing to do with protecting children. It is from the horse's mouth, right fucking there. I saw a couple people in the chat who were something like, oh, we don't want to expose kids to porn. They're falling. If you are falling for this, I think maybe you do need. Maybe you shouldn't have access to the internet because you're too dumb to operate. And I'm sorry if that pisses people in the audience off, but if you fell for this shit, I can't help you, bro. No one can help you. Maybe you do have the internet. Need to have the internet censored for you because you have the mind of an 8-year-old, like Peter Kyle does, one of the main advocates for this, which I'll get into. So here are the various MPs who are espousing the exact same fucking line. Oh, excuse me. Let me get this. These other super chats. Which is Slosher for 20, thank you, man, says if they cared about children at all, they wouldn't be importing the types of people they're bringing in. Exactly. They are importing hundreds of thousands of people who we know commit rape. And as I'm going to show you here, the MPs who are calling you a pedophile on Twitter right now for having an aversion towards this draconian law, well, it is a wall. This draconian law, who are calling everyone who disagrees with a pedophile, voted against inquiries into the child grooming gangs in the UK. I think that should show demonstrably, definitively, that the people who say this is about protecting children, who will not go after the people who raped and did things I can't even describe here because I've read some of the testimonies, to children. Getting them off scot-free because you wouldn't want to prosecute migrants, would you? They voted against the inquiry. But if you don't like giving over all of your data so you can listen to music on Spotify, then you're a nonce. Yeah, I'm not buying this shit. And if you do, you gotta reevaluate your shit, man. This is Chris Bryant, MP, for Rhondda and Ogmore. It's simple. The new codes under the Online Safety Act of 2003 originally, again, require platforms to have robust age verification systems so under 18s are not automatically exposed to harmful and age-inappropriate content. Getting rid of the act or the codes will let rip. Of course, parents have the most important role to play in ensuring their children's online safety, but industry has to take this seriously and Ofcom's rules will make a difference. And yes, some will seek to circumvent the rules, but that doesn't invalidate them. This guy's been getting lit the fuck up on Twitter and has basically admitted he's a retard. Over this.
He's on Twitter.
But he's
an
this is one of the again, this is the line though. He has also been calling people pedophiles from some of his tweets, or at least implying it pretty heavily, but he's one of the more vocal but least egregious cases. Then you have, and as far as I know, he has not voted. He didn't vote. I couldn't find any record of his vote on this, at least. I'm sure it exists, but I couldn't find his vote on the child grooming gangs. This is Adnan Hussein. He abstained from voting on the inquiry into the child grooming gangs. What happened to protecting British children? This is because of Zia Yusuf saying that reform will repeal the Online Safety Act, which is, I don't know how this isn't going to result in some sort of landslide for reform, because understand this, again, in 2023 was a Tory bill. Labour are the ones who chose to pass it, and once they started getting shit for it, just went, oh, it's a Tory bill, it's a Tory bill, it's a Tory bill. No, none of the... Yeah, let's get that straight, too. Reform is not going to overturn this. Like I said, they'll reduce it by 1%, and people will clap for their freedoms back, right? But this guy abstained. That's interesting. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that his name is fucking Adnan Hussein. What do you think?
Noticing
why he wouldn't want the Muslim grooming gangs to be investigated, or why he would abstain from a vote in that. This is the full list here of all the people who voted against the grooming gang inquiry. I just found it on Facebook, but it's all over the place. Who you're going to see on this list is whoops. Oh, did it really? I fucking hate Facebook. Is Mike Tapp right here? Mike Tapp. Just showing you that this guy is on the list. He voted against the inquiry, as did 364 Labour, Green, and Independent MPs voted to not investigate the grooming gangs of the systematic rape of young British girls. And here is Mike Tapp, who voted against it, saying, why would anyone want to grant strangers and pedophiles unfettered online access to children? The government protects children. This guy voted against it. The actual rape of children being investigated. Just like to point them out. Let's keep going.
I'm not really that bothered by the investigation, I'll be honest, because it implies that these people would do anything with the investigative information in the first place. It's like, no, it's just a waste of fucking taxpayer money.
and this is an appropriate spend. I'm sorry not to make it dichotomistic, but this is all a massive waste of taxpayer money.
Yeah, exactly. So why the fucking hell's another one?
I mean, yeah, I know that practically they're not going to go after any of the rapists, but they could at least pretend. These people have openly. Right. I'm just saying, these are the same people who are saying that this is about protecting your children, who will not conduct an investigation into the actual rapes of children.
At the government like these people have any kind of sense or rationality? They're just evil.
I'm not.
Yeah, but why
you
are you
and I both know they don't.
Why are you bothering trying to show their hypocrisy? Like, no one fucking cares.
I
don't expect morality from my government. I expect them to be absolute psychopathic cunts.
No. Because when you interact on the internet or with anyone who calls you a pedophile for having issues with this shit, so that you can tell them the people who voted to not conduct inquiries into actual mass rapes of children are the ones calling you a pedophile. That's why I'm showing this, so that when anyone watching, if you encounter this in any interactions you have in real life or on the internet, understand that the people who are calling you a pedophile for having an issue with the bill are the ones who voted against conducting an inquiry into actual child sexual assault. That's why I'm showing it. So this is Jonathan Brash. He is MP for Hartlepool. He says, I agree with Peter Kyle, which we'll get into. If you want to overturn the OSA, you are on the side of predators. Simple as that. Thank you, Mark. But as he brings up here, pretending to care about kids to censor the internet, protecting kids from foreign rape gangs. I'll give Mark Houghton a follow. Has he been on the show? I don't know. Can't remember now. So. But he also voted against it. So I'll show you here. Jonathan Brash's shameless U-turn on grooming gang probe. Labour Party has shown the British public exactly where their priorities lie, and it's not with any of the victims of the grooming gangs. A Conservative MPs put forward a simple yet vital proposal, national inquiry into the grooming gangs. A long overdue move to finally shine a spotlight on one, blah, 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 you get it. But it was blocked 364 votes to 11. Not a single Labour MP broke rank. That includes Hartlepool's Jonathan Brash. Now let's get to Peter Kyle, who, as Bill brought up, his name rhymes with pedophile. I mean, you can't make that shit up.
Rhyme with, damn near sounds like.
Yeah, very similar. He says in response to Nigel Farage, which we'll get to his comments on Sky News, if you want to overturn the OSA, you are on the side of predators. It's as simple as that. Same thing as Jonathan Brash said. So let's talk about Peter Kyle. This fucking tool. Here he is. Here is the segment on Sky News.
This is the biggest step forward in child safety.
Oh, wait, sorry, this is not the Sky News. This is him on the BBC just describing why Brits need to support this bill and why it's the biggest step forward in child safety since the internet was created. Okay.
Why the fuck did it take you this long then?
Because it has nothing to do with protecting children.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
And if you were in favor of protecting children, I think the last place you'd go was the fucking BBC.
Eldritch Saga replies, says, to be fair, the internet is just data transfer. The contribution of the masses proved intellectual decay, distractibility, and social conditioning. Yeah, I don't think the internet's necessarily good for anybody. I've conducted a shit ton of literature reviews to illustrate that, and it's my primary area of research focus, which I didn't really say, and I think a lot of people are aware of, but my area of research focus, the area that I've published research in, and that I worked on both as I have a master's degree and was a doctoral student in, is communication dash social psychology / mediated communication or media psychology. And my primary areas of focus were on social psychology, more specifically intergroup psychology, and then video game studies. So I'm like designed academically to know how to react to this shit, because I started out studying the internet. And so all of this is fucking nonsense. Which is very annoying to me personally. But I'm not allowed to apparently say why it's annoying. And by the way, this is coming for YouTube very quickly. Already, YouTube is about to implement, or maybe they already did. I think they already did, actually. Is just like with all these other websites, they are going to trawl through your YouTube viewing history and use AI to determine, based on the videos you have watched, whether or not you are an adult. So if you happen to be someone who is an adult and just likes Minecraft, well, you're fucked, buddy, because you're now 12. Have fun with that.
This is the biggest step forward in child safety since the internet was created. There is since Friday last week, children and parents will notice the difference in the experience that children have. Most children do not go looking for harmful and dangerous and pornographic content. Most children actually have found that the content has come to find them. That's why we've acted.
Usually at the BBC in a fucking green room.
Right, this is the BBC, who for years propped up Jimmy Savile, I'd like to point out.
And his cadre, which is a very widespread cadre. And the most nefarious thing of all was probably their involvement in Childline, which was meant to be a service where children would call up and they could give, like, anonymous police tips and such that if they were being abused or similar or maltreated. In reality, what it was actually there for was to, if there was anyone reported, if any child reported in that they had been like interfered with by someone who was working at the BBC or were similarly in high society in England, they would discreetly organise to have the kid bumped off in a traffic accident.
Yeah, it is something that is important, though. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's important to keep in mind that the BBC propped up Jimmy Savile. This guy, Peter Kyle, who called, as we'll get to, who called Nigel Farage basically a fan and friend of Jimmy Savile. Bill and Spoon, you guys might know better than I do from personal experience just how touchy of a subject that Jimmy Savile is in the UK. None of you.
I would know that. Why?
I know, but you lived in Ireland, which is close enough. I didn't grow up here, right?
Ireland had its own host of fucking sexual exploitation things to try and sort out, so they didn't get much of the Savile stuff. I imagine the Irish mostly found it funny.
But Jimmy Savile was a children's presenter, which is what made, and beloved, which is what made the revelation that he was a prolific pedophile very disturbing to everybody, because he was in this position where he was seen as child friendly. And so for him to call Nigel Farage a defender, essentially, or on the same side as Jimmy Savile, is particularly egregious. And I think he might actually get in some serious trouble for doing that. It's looking like Nige isn't super happy about that one, as you can imagine.
People have caught like actual time in prison for a lot less in terms of slander.
I'm sure he'll be fine, but yeah, I mean, this is just his stated reasons for the goal, or for the bill that he said to the BBC, which again propped up Jimmy Savile.
In this, and for everybody who's out there thinking of using VPNs, let me just say to you directly: verifying your age keeps a child safe. Keeps children safe in our country. So
verifying your age as an adult keeps children safe. How, Peter? Showing your personal identifying information, giving your biometric data over to private companies protects a child. Oh, won't someone please think of the children? You are Lovejoy. You are a caricature, you fucking, I'm sorry, nonce. If you're gonna call other people that, I'll call you that, Peterphile. Fuck you, dude.
Furthermore, some of these organizations, like, it's actually illegal for someone in Britain to give, like, a Chinese company their details, strictly speaking, as it comes under, you're not allowed to, like, fund or do business with someone who has links to, like, any kind of terrorist incidences, of which China has quite a few under their belt. And if you are a company operating in China, you are not allowed to prevent Chinese officials from taking information from you. Like, you are legally required to comply with anything they ask of you, without question.
Yes, literally the same logic.
To say nothing of Israeli companies like Pornhub, like fucking.
We're gonna get into Israel's involvement, because one of the companies that is going to handle your data is based in Israel. The others are based in Cyprus and the Seychelles, for example. Is it Seychelles or Seychelles?
Seychelles.
Whoa ho, intensifies. Jesus, but who said this actually? Wait, where did I see this? Somebody brought up a good point. Oh no, did I lose it? Dang. Oh shoot, I did. Sorry.
Just prove your age, make the internet safer for children, make it a better experience for everyone.
Oh, it's such a better experience that I have to dox myself to use Wikipedia. It's a much better experience. No, and I hate Wikipedia, but it's just kind of like a basic landing page for information. And actually, Scrum brought up something interesting to me when I talked to him the other day, is that he and Evelyn and a lot of people use Wikipedia to find the sources as to where mainstream narratives originate. Because Wikipedia is mainstream narratives that's the whole fucking website. So if you're trying to figure out the origin points of mainstream narratives, Wikipedia is a good source for that. If you're trying to figure out where something came from. Oh yes, Celtic perspective, that was it. 1 like equals 1 kitten saved, yes. Yes, thank you. That's what this is. That's the same fucking level of seriousness.
That's surely what we should aspire to in this country.
What a loser. But I'm going to show you some more about Peter here.
Peter, if you're listening, you should aspire to the top of a tree.
He really should. He's just an insufferable
I would have said the bottom of one.
Right. Let's see. Oops. Okay, that was on the OSA, and here he is relating Nigel Farage to Jimmy Savile. Oh, and I did bring this up earlier, but yeah, this was the letter they sent to Rumble. I'll get through this again in due time. Here he is talking. This is his appearance on Sky News that was referenced earlier.
I see that Nigel Farage is already saying that he's going to overturn these laws. So, we have people out there who are extreme pornographers, peddling hate, peddling violence. Nigel Farage
this just sounds so fake and fucking cringe.
Because it is.
And to insinuate that this is believable
Someone's
to
peddling
all,
hate.
someone's
peddling a hog off. It's all fuck off, you absolute twat.
It's dissolved into the same fucking pageantry that American politics has. And the entire thing is just a big fucking circus of rapists.
All these people are as the kids say, sus, right? These people, again, that's why I brought it up, Spoon, because this guy, too, voted against it.
Their side. Make no mistake about it, if people like Jimmy Savile were alive today, he'd be perpetrating his crimes online. And
Jimmy Savile would be perpetrating his crimes online and not via the BBC that propped him up, as he actually did. Well, he's on Sky News, but he was on the BBC earlier.
Same bloody thing. It's a British broadcast.
Yeah, true. So, no, I think Jimmy Savile didn't have to use the internet to do it because the BBC allowed him to.
He had access to fucking children.
You absolute freak, dude.
Farage is saying that he's on their side.
I'm sorry.
Not the side of children who are...
I'm going to ask you to clarify. Do you honestly...
Even Sco's like, hang on a second.
This guy, he went on afterwards to say that he tried to give this guy every inch to save himself in this, and he just refused to.
Let's look on his face of like, holy dog shit, I am going to have to try and do interference on this one because we're about to catch slander cases from every orifice.
He just said that Nigel Farage is aligned with Jimmy Savile, which, again, like, I know that obviously we have a lot of American and non-UK viewers. I'm trying to think, it's like saying that someone's affiliated with Harvey Weinstein. Or,
way worse.
Or Jeffrey Epstein. Well, they usually were as well, right? So it's that kind of level of implication. Harvey Weinstein being the media one more than Epstein, although Epstein, as well.
Epstein ran a weird sex cult on an island that was trafficking people on a daily basis. Savile's operation was out of a children's hospital.
Yeah, let's really put into perspective just how insane it is to accuse someone of being affiliated or on the side of Jimmy Savile in the UK context. It's pretty fucking severe.
Farage is on Jimmy Savile's side.
When it comes to online activity, we have seen unfettered access of adults to children via social media. When we put in the age verification, it stops its strange adults.
Oh, it really? Oh, it
does?
It doesn't. Like kids can get around by, I don't know, turning on the Tor function on Brave, by taking a picture of a video game character, by taking a picture of fucking anything, apparently.
Okay, so if this is all it took, then why did you not do this earlier?
Yeah.
Because apparently that magically would have stopped all the Rotherham crimes, so you just willingly let it happen.
Sounds like it. Sounds like you're admitting that you let this all happen. You let it get this bad. And you didn't do shit until the world
That sounds like an admission of legal culpability.
Until the world decided at the exact same time to implement this shit. And Misfit, as I said about the VPNs, the UK is right now saying that they're not going to pursue VPNs, but from my understanding, that is because a whole bunch of contractors who work for the British government use private VPNs. And by the way, I think that if you use code Aiden or Aiden Paladin or some variety thereof, you can get a certain percentage off on Surfshark VPN, NordVPN, and private internet access. There you go. Have fun, guys. Get a VPN.
And by the way, I do not use any VPNs whatsoever. Definitely not Norton's. By the way,
Norton has a VPN. Oh, they have one kicked into their antivirus. I hate Norton antivirus. That shit bricks computers.
When was the last time you used Norton antivirus?
15 years ago, because it was such dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. 15 years ago. Norton's internet now is actually pretty fucking good.
Really? I didn't.
Norton's internet has
they were
been significant.
such-
Yes, exactly. They used to be dog shit, but when I looked them up now, who is the best antivirus? Norton was the overwhelming fucking favorite. Yeah, but to a point where I was suspicious. I was like, I remember Norton being shit. When were they good? And now they're overwhelmingly fucking actually not dog shit. So it's like fucking bizarre.
Is that them stepping up, or is that every fucker else stepping back? Let's be real here, boys and girls.
Yeah. Oh, and John Isle brings up Proton VPN, and Proton VPN is free. If
Oh,
you don't want to pay for one, use Proton VPN. Get yourself a Proton email address. It's all fucking free. There you go.
And if they start blocking VPNs, just remember there'll always be another one somewhere. You just need to get
Again, turn on Tor, and it is easier to use Tor now than ever. Now, when it comes to the affiliation with really skeevy stuff on the internet, Tor is, that's how you get access to like Silk Road and shit where people do
Tor
human
is
trafficking.
also run by the U.S. government and is owned by them legally speaking.
Of course. So, but I'm just saying is that you don't need a VPN. You need Tor, which you can get by downloading Brave browser for free, which also has a mobile app.
By the
so
way,
I don't think kids with a modicum of tech understanding are going to be blocked by this.
Hold on a second. Your coping spoon had the experience with Norton. It's dog shit. When? Because I've had
when is
Norton
the
for over
question,
a year now, and I've had no fucking problem with it. Maybe it's just because your PC sucks,
Well,
and
don't
mine
be
does
rude.
not.
Okay, don't
As
go doing
someone
that.
whose
It
PC
works on
sucks,
my
it's important-
PC shit. But-
Listen, as someone whose PC sucks and is on Windows 7 still, you need to be
That's
able to make
based on-
allowances for the motherfuckers who don't have the more modern shit.
Well, to be fair, I had it on Norton on Windows 7 as well, and it was fine.
I had bad experiences with Norton. It totally bugged out my computers. But
I had really bad experiences with it as well. The only reason why I went for it is because it overwhelmingly was
now.
the favorite by so many fucking people to the point where I got suspicious, and I said, well, okay, well, let me try it.
Yeah.
And actually,
I
For
use
those
a-
bros at home, if anyone knows how to make Steam games download properly again, please let me know.
no, do you know
that's-
what?
It stopped
Do you know
working 2 days
where I,
ago.
what I got it from actually, Aiden? Is I think when I bought my motherboard, it came with like a 30-second day free one.
Well, it
And
always does. Comes with
Yeah, and
one
I
of those
installed
antivirus
it just to see
softwares.
what is it like, because my immediate reaction is like, well, I'm not installing Norton, fuck off. And then once I installed it and I went to go see the reviews are all overwhelmingly positive. And I went, okay, that's really strange. But if it's 1 or 2 reviews, I can go, okay, that's just bollocks. But when it's like 9, I
don't
can't
necessarily-
dismiss it.
Folks
I
at
use
home,
a-
exercise caution in all the matters
Yeah.
of finance and technology.
I use a vast
don't endorse shit.
antivirus
Oh,
software.
God, Voss giving me
which
so many pop-ups.
We don't endorse shit on this channel unless we're paid specifically to do so, goddammit.
I'm just saying
Unless
that
it's whiskey,
the anti
in which case I will.
the anti yeah, hell
We
yeah.
at least want some freebies out of it.
Let's get a whiskey sponsorship. Well, I can't drink anymore, but anyway, I use a vast antivirus, and then I also use what is it, CC Cleaner or whatever. That's just to clean up malware or malware bites.
Malwarebytes is actually good. Yes.
Yeah, I use
Malwarebytes,
Spybot.
yeah.
I use Spybot, like S&D, and I use Malwarebytes, and I use AVG as well.
What's CC Cleaner? I don't remember what that was. It was also like antivirus stuff or something. Anyway, Malwarebytes, it's also free. And then Avast, if you, for whatever reason, want to use the same thing I use, I don't know why you would, but it works fine enough. But look, there's all kinds of options for this shit. However, like I said, I think the only reason that the UK didn't immediately crack down also on VPNs, because they were debating it, is because their contractors use private
Well, because
VPNs.
I don't know how just yet.
And that as well, probably, because this is a bunch of fucking, let's say, technical children determining what the rest of the world should do with this shit. And this guy, by the way, Peter Kyle, is the head of, he's like the technology MP. That's his job. He's the tech guy.
Then why was this
In
committee
UK government.
in charge of gay porn initiatives?
Good question.
Are we going to get to that?
I think you know the answer to that. I actually didn't know. Was there a gay porn thing involved with him?
Yeah, it was a funding thing for like some,
Oh,
some
yes!
gay bullshit.
I did see about that. Also, I don't know if
to get
this
out
is
from
the
the
guy,
feed.
but some of these MPs have had their like nudes leak or their lewd profiles leak. Maybe that's why they're a little pissed off, because they're all gay. They're gay. They're bald. They're British.
Getting in touch with
On a
children.
cure.
So make no mistake.
This is a major leap. You're going to stick to the fact that you said that Nigel Farage is on Jimmy Savile's side.
Nigel Farage is on the side.
I just realized I kind of described Scrump, who's not here today.
I like the way that the guy's face on the right is like, I'm trying to
Yeah,
save
what?
you,
I
you
was gonna bring it
stupid
up.
asshole. You just keep digging. Yeah, well, it's like, just to be clear, that's a lifeline, you fucking moron.
Look at his eyes. He's pleading.
He's like,
Yeah, he's
bro,
like, what are you
please."
doing? I'm trying to help you, you dumb motherfucker.
He was trying so hard to give him an easy layup, and he's like, no, I will choose to instead be an asshole. Be a complete and utter abject retard.
What this reminds me of is if you watch Death of Stalin, have you seen Molotov at the very start? Just
Yes,
massively fucking incriminating himself in front
I
of
love
Stalin.
that movie. I love
Like, this is
that
what it feels like. It's just everyone at the dinner table watching Molotov put his head in a fucking lion's mouth.
It's like, here's an oil lamp to find your way, and then he just decides to bash himself over the head with it. It's great.
Just to drink the
Fucking
oil.
twat.
Yeah,
no, let me hang
He gave him
myself.
all
Yeah,
that-
basically.
He gave him all that rope. He gave him all that rope, and he chose
To
instead
climb
to
out
hang
the hole,
himself.
and instead of just hanging from your head. Fucking hell.
What an idiot.
Hey, I'll throw you a rope to help yourself up, and you finally drag him up. He's just dangling from himself. For fuck's sake.
Yeah. You pull up, it's just
I
a
know what from
corpse.
this
He's like, I finally know what I have to do.
I'm just picturing the most fucked up thing right now of just someone pulling out a fucking corpse hanging on the end of a rope.
And their phone's going off, like it's the one their loved one's
Oh,
phone to see
God.
if they're okay, but it's the Space Jam theme as the ringtone, so it undercuts the entire situation horribly.
I'm gonna take a picture of this reaction right here. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
That's
God.
So just imagine as you're
Horrible.
towing the carcass up, there's a woman like weeping as she's trying to get through to a phone that will never answer, and it's just, come on, Islam, I don't want to come down there.
Yeah. Let's
As he
continue.
rotates on the contention of the rope.
Let's continue with the self-immolation, the self-defenestration, if it were.
Of turning the clock back to the time when strange adults.
This is, again, like I said, this is the new narrative. Turning the clock back to last Friday. The draconian, or not draconian, now it's draconian, the backwards, ancient history of your last Friday. Okay, fuck.
Strangers can get in touch via messaging apps with children. We have now asked them age verify.
They've been able to do that. By the way, so wait, what is that going to fucking do?
Nothing. Again, all these websites, the way you always used to get around this is by just putting in your freaking credit card. But no, now and be clear about that, because they had your data, they had your information when they got your credit card, they had your name attached to that, obviously. But now they have your name and your face. And they've got it all tied to your digital browsing history and your
Aiden,
interest habits. And that will include,
think-
in Australia, Google searches, by the way. I'd like to point that out.
Aiden, just think of how much safer you'll feel when everyone's had to scan all their personal biometric details into the internet so that when their random migrant called Ubuntu shows up and hacks their head from their shoulders at the fucking crosswalk, we at least know precisely who they weren't anymore.
Well, as long as Ubuntu scores some goals, let's go.
Sorry, I'm
Ubuntu,
sorry,
that
you're
to me is Linux.
Yes, but it sounds also like the name of an African.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Ubuntu comes from the same like etymological roots. It's like Ubuntu, which is an actual like
Or
Nigerian
Obongo,
name.
the former president of the United States, you know?
You do realize Ubuntu is from the tribe of a country that I currently live in, right?
Yeah, that's why
I hope they find a cure.
that was the meme, you know? Is
They
let's
do
score
already.
some
Bill,
goals,
it's an
Nagoo.
it's an 8-letter word beginning with a G.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, my friend. I'm an unfortunate sufferer of revitiligo. Unironically.
People can have access to online content so we can protect children from unwanted, dangerous content and also those messaging services where people can get access directly to it. Nigel Farage.
By the way, and I would like to point this out as well, is that what this is already going to mean is that the British government will have access, including if you're an American or an Australian or European or whatever. The way that this law works is that what they want access to is your private information and your private messages. And that is part of this as well, is that they'll be able to scrape through everything you have ever used to find private messages you've sent to other people, and that will end up in the hands of the government. And they're going to make sure you're not having any naughty thoughts, that you're not having any disagreeable opinions.
Hey, no, don't worry. Those details will almost certainly also go to these private companies. How do you feel about AI pornography?
Right. Yeah.
Because
Just
a
like
big
to point that
scan of
out,
your
though.
face. No, don't worry. It's nothing big.
Yeah. This is the
instant
government has
infringement.
now created, more so than they already have, extreme dossiers on every single person in the world, potentially, is where this is going to end up happening, on your porn viewing habits, sure, but also on any political opinions you might even be interested in. It's all going into your fucking file, and if for any reason they decide they want to investigate you harder, daddy government's gonna do it. Welcome to the future, motherfuckers. Isn't it fun? Jesus Christ.
wants to turn the clock.
There are alternatives.
When all of that.
I'll let you be the judges of what that might be.
Turn the clock right back to last
Not too
Friday.
far, though. You might realise Enoch Powell was right.
Well, true. Many people will come to this conclusion.
A phrase that, if I said on the mainland, would get me fucking thrown in clink.
Yeah.
Any given not voice clip of me would get me thrown in clink. Still going to say it.
True, based. Eldritch Saga for 2 says, why not keep kids and parents offline instead? I do think there's a certain amount of that which is difficult. All of their peers use phones. I know that this is not a real thing, but this is what you hear parents say. I know that all of us go, well, who cares what their peers think or whatever? Just tell your kid they can't have internet access. It's gonna make the kid they're gonna hate you for that. It's kind of what V was saying about doing the opposite of what you actually want to instill in your kids to a certain extent because of that psychological reactance, that rebellious nature that teenagers go through. However,
now, there will be people who go through like full ball withdrawal.
The other thing I want to say about that is let's talk about what parents would exist in the UK who are so stupid that they don't know how to click a box that is available on their ISP, that is available on the phones they buy for their children, etc.
Let's not believe it. And let's cut to the
no. Who is
matter.
it? Who is it? Who can't figure? Who is absolutely incapable of not being able to figure this very easy shit out? Could it be people with IQs under 85? Could we talk about what portion and what population of the UK has IQs under 85? That is increasing in massive numbers every year.
Well, don't worry. All the imports won't have to abide by any of this.
Just saying. Just throwing that out there.
And let's cut to the matter. If they were this concerned about pornographic content, if it's worth upending all of society in the name of doing so, then why not just put the onus on the companies? Why not just ban them from trading in the UK? Why not ban?
They're headed towards that.
Well, by this, all their supporters also hate Israel. Most of these companies that are pornographers are also Israeli companies, coincidentally.
Again, Israel's going to be one of the nations vetting your ID and keeping
like
your
no
private
brainer
data.
That you would just instead ban Israeli companies from operating within the UK and ergo completely cut out the pornography industry.
Well, Sir Keir, in his just constant putting of his foot in his mouth and looking like a complete idiot over the past couple of days, has also said that he is going to, on a contingency basis, maybe support Free Palestine and bring in a whole hell of a lot of Palestinians into the UK as refugees, but it depends entirely on Israel's actions. Now, they can keep bombing Gaza for the next couple months, but if they don't stop then, he's going to get real mad and he's going to recognize Palestine as a real state.
I remind you that not only
British
can
set
you
up the state of Israel, by the way. Let's put that. That's the British are the ones responsible for Israel. Okay.
Not even when they don't have the empire anymore, they're still fucking everything up for everyone, aren't they?
Unbelievable.
But that's just easy.
Just the fucking irony of and that, by the way, that was one of those things where everyone hated that, right? That was the whole response to Star Wars.
I just remind everyone that you are fully capable of cyberbullying a politician. They're completely retarded. You could rip them to fucking mental pieces. Like you could have these people on suicide watch if you just tried hard enough.
Yeah.
This is all a fucking skill issue at this point.
Is Aiden drunk? She's decidedly more based. No, I'm just fired up. I hate, like I said, my passion is always been for like computer-mediated communication, online stuff. Because I think that it's an incredible avenue for people to gain access to information, to communicate with other people. It's this incredible technology I've always found very cool. Where?
Graphic design is my passion. It just cuts to me on the front lawn with a burning cross.
It's my passion.
It's just like a faded out 1970s like shitty home developed photograph, grainy as shit. Just me in a really ill fitting clown outfit burning a cross. Looks like a fucking album cover from the world's worst indie band.
I love the internet. I've always loved the internet. I've always thought it was super cool. Now I got exposed to fucked up shit on the internet as a kid, so I am aware of how, because I used 4chan from a really early age. And not like pirate software. I've been using 4chan since I was like 12 years old.
God, it really is the Steven Seagal technology, isn't it? No, I've been coding for Blizzard for 45 years.
I've been coding for Blizzard for 47 years. Yeah, I'm kind of an expert. I got a black belt in
I
Java.
would legit rather talk to Steven Seagal for an hour than listen to fucking pirate software for 10 minutes. Like,
Steven Seagal's probably got some cool stories. Pirate software stories would be about breast milk at Blizzard.
People are perpetrating more
He's gay.
online, more danger to children online. And
Look at how uncomfortable the presenter is. Like, too, just
the
like
presenter's like, I don't want to be in a clip. I don't want to be in a clip. They promised me I wouldn't be in a situation like this.
Farage said he wants to overturn every single one of the laws that keeps children safe in our country.
That's no.
It's an interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's not what Farage said, by the way.
This is the this.
I'm a fan of Farage.
This looks like me and my co-workers talking, and they just brought up something like immigration related to me, and didn't realize the response it would garner, and they're just awkwardly trying to excuse themselves out of the room before I start throwing mugs.
I would like to give you some information about Mr. Peter Kyle here, which is that he has the reading acumen of an 8-year-old, which might make some of this make a little bit more sense. By his own admission, the last time I was assessed, when I was 30, my reading comprehension age was estimated at 8 years and 3 months.
So he's perfectly qualified to be an MP.
So he is a retard.
He's legit just Brick from Anchorman. Doctors would call me, what would be called?
Many years later, doctors will find out that I have an IQ of 48 and am what some people may call mentally retarded. Why would he tweet that? I know, Dapper Wolf. Why would he tweet this? Why would you just... That's not dyslexia,
Oh, no, no.
dude.
Look at the next one down. Recently I spelled border like it was border.
This is an MP. He can't spell border.
Like, no, could you... Like, okay. Legit misspell, like, the barrier of the country's, like, parameters with the phrase for someone who's just going to live there without any links to the place.
Oh, yeah, wow.
This is the biggest... This is...
That might be a
Shakespearean tier self-report.
That particular word mix-up may be because of some psychological issues with how you view the world, Peter. Border?
It's like nonsense making you go blind.
So it can't be an MP if he can't spell...
wanker.
Apparently he can't spell stupid. Is that what he's saying?
Is that why he hates porn so much, as he's going blind very quickly?
I don't know. He just seems kind of fucking stupid.
So he's trying to cut off the internet for absolutely everyone so that he can not go insane and stupid. Or dumber than he already has.
I think... This is, again, the head of... This is the technology minister. He can't read above an 8th... Not an 8th grade, excuse me, an 8-year-old level. And he wants to dictate...
We're going to find out he's Keir Starmer's stepbrother.
How the internet works for you.
Are we in full idiocracy? Is this the president's stepbrother being the head of education despite being, soft in the brain?
Unbelievable, bro. So, let's see, here we go. Sir Keir Starmer has defended his boy Peter Kyle here. Why Starmer should think twice before bringing up Jimmy Savile. This is specifically about Peter Kyle's comments.
He just looks like just such a dysgenic fuckwit, doesn't he?
He looks
a sniveling, slimy little worm.
He looks... This is a very cursed thing I'm about to say, and I apologize to all parties concerned. He looks like PPP dressed up in a costume of Jeb.
Oh, God, he does.
Oh, God, he does.
Like a combination of the two that's terrible.
He does look like an English Jeb. And he has the exact same fucking personality.
Gormless fucking eyeballs.
Gormless, yes.
If you put a bullet down the middle of that man's head, all that would happen is that he would whistle when he runs.
He's gormless!
Do you know what's quite funny? I remember, Judge Joe Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said you should never put someone like Kamala Harris in charge because she was a former...
Yeah.
She was a former prosecutor.
Right.
What was Keir Starmer?
Prosecutor, yeah.
There you go. He said because they're the most soulless, psychopathic people. Fucking hell.
use the bathroom very quickly. I'll leave you here with this article.
Well
Can
done, you
see
said
the first couple
bathroom. My God. Yeah,
I
fucking hell,
did.
you
I
can
didn't say
actually learn.
Tinkletorium. There you
I
go.
wanna shoot
I would have bullied you if you said that shit.
I'll be right back.
Like that, you hear that spoon, that clattering noise, that thunderous rumble, the sound of me falling off the fucking wagon.
Jesus Christ.
I swear to God.
So there were slack-jawed faces
9.1
and
fucking
gasps of shocking Labour advisors on Tuesday morning when Peter Kyle, the science secretary, what a
Jesus,
shit
sorry,
fucking
hearing
name
his
job,
name in the wild throws me off so fucking badly.
Yes, he issued the talk show equivalent of a declaration of war on Nigel Farage. On Sky News, Mr. Kyle defended the government's online safety legislation, which is a crime pile of arse, by the way, from a barrage of criticism by Reform UK by suggesting the party leaders was aligned with Britain's most notorious paedophile. I get the feeling that he's not. There's actually somebody worse. Like Prince Andrew.
Some of those things like, is Ringo Starr the greatest drummer of all time? Ringo isn't even the best drummer in the Beatles.
Oof.
Like, Jimmy Savile isn't even the biggest paedophile in the BBC, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, he's just the biggest one that we know about. Fucking hell,
Time is on our side.
Just, by the way, we are people out there who are extreme pornographers peddling hate. I want to say things that I can't on this fucking channel. Oh wait,
Don't
wait,
you
no,
wish we were on Rumble?
No. Hold on, wait. No,
That's the clip we watched, actually.
No, actually, no. I do have a clip that we can play for this. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I'm saying what he said here is the clip we just watched.
No. It's this clip.
Now this mate's
This one. This classic clip. It's that. That is my opinion of everyone involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can
play that one.
It's pretty short. We can play
Hang on,
it.
folks, did you go
now
drink another drink?
strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Rest in peace, Norm. You absolute legend. You absolute.
That is how I
legend.
feel about virtually everyone in government.
Yeah, I should feel. Now, this may strike some viewers as harsh, but yeah, exactly. So, yes, people out there, extreme pornographers, peddling hate, peddling violence. Farage is on their side. Make no mistake, this is the Jimmy Savile stuff that we read before. Mr. Kyle's attack followed an announcement by Reform that the party would scrap online safety legislation if it won the next election. His allegations and his refusal to withdraw them were in every group chat in Westminster within minutes. The language came as a bit of a surprise, said one Labour source. There's a good case to be made here about the principle of what he was saying, but perhaps the analogy that he used could have been better thought out. You think so?
You think
this
so?
Guy has
Yeah,
a
like
reading...
fucking hell.
This guy has an 8-year-old's reading capacity. He probably has an IQ of about, 85 himself?
Okay.
He has an IQ of 5 in single digits, bro. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I mean, telling everyone that you are in league with Jimmy Savile is, it's like a really bad wrestling promo.
Well, he wasn't. He was saying that, that Farage was, yeah. Elder Slugger for 2 says
dumb.
IQ test for the internet is a good idea. Maybe. I mean, it would. Maybe that certainly would count out Peter. Yeah,
No,
he wouldn't be able to.
It would also make the internet very white. So I'm okay with that,
See,
actually.
Yeah, but you couldn't have that because of the implication. That it would be all white people. It'd be all whites and Asians. It'd be whites and Asians, yeah.
Why is that bad? If it's good enough for Harvard, it's good enough for me.
True. You see why he's promoted to tech minister, Aiden. He's a puppet. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, too. These people are retards. They're just, they're puppets. They're parrots. This guy doesn't understand what he's saying. It's why he comes off as retarded, because he is. And there's probably dossiers on him and creepy, weird shit he's done, to be honest.
The machine is what it does.
Yes, the point of the machine is what it does. Thank you, Bill. And thank you for getting me a juice. I got my blue raspberry. Let's see. You're not eliminating the juice, Bill. By 11:30 a.m., the Reform leader had set up an impromptu press conference in which he called the remarks so below the belt, it's almost not true. I don't know what he means by that. But rather than retracting the accusation, Labour doubled down. Reliable surrogates of the party leadership posted online graphics of Mr. Farage with a caption that his party would scrap laws keeping children safe online. I saw this exact post they're talking about. It got thousands of likes because people are retards, and they were just like, oh, whoa, someone on Twitter said it, so it must be true. You should not have access to the internet. None of you should. If you're this dumb, Eldritch Telegrapher 2 says, ask Rock the average IQ of a mature raven. Yeah, would imagine I'd put it on about the... Ravens might
you're at
beat
20.
him out.
Chimpanzee's IQ is 25.
Although,
Average denizen of Liberia is 45. They're closer to the chimpanzees than the other human beings.
it did come up the other day of, the oft-touted and repeated line that chimps and other apes have been taught to make to be able to speak in complex sentences in sign language, and it really is just banana, banana, me, banana, give banana, me, banana, 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 like that's it.
Hey, they're doing better
How
than
is
some of
that?
the
How is that
migrants
any
are.
different with them in reparation?
I'm saying.
I saw
Not a lot
people
of
pass.
difference.
I saw people get history GCSEs who had a lot less grasp of the English language than that.
Yeah. Mr. Kyle himself posted, if you want to overturn the Online Safety Act, then you are on the side of predators. Simple as that. The Telegraph has established that the minister's attack linking Mr. Farage to Savile was not a slip of the tongue, but a line cleared in advance by Downing Street and given to Mr. Kyle for the morning round of broadcast interviews. So he's so dumb, he couldn't even come up with the Jimmy Savile allegations and connection on his own. He was told to say it.
They realize
fair,
that
it
makes
is
them
really
legally
stupid, though.
culpable, correct? Like, they are legally liable for the slander if that was an official word from on high. Farage is allowed to sue the government over this.
Yeah, they're all on the hook then, apparently. Which is part of a wider attempt by the government to hit back hard against reform, which is 8 points ahead of Labour in the polls. By the way, I mean, I don't know how much effect this will have because people are retarded. It's why democracy is a sham. If you were on the fence about, well, maybe democracy works, I don't know why you're listening to us, but if you were on the fence about it, I certainly hope this illustrates it to you.
Like,
because
why are they surprised? The fucking Labour Party got in on, 12.5% of the vote, the rest being, non-participatory because of the zero fucking seats thing. By the way, can I just say, everyone at home who thought the zero seats plan was a great idea, fucking...
We did kind of promote it.
I thought at the time it was fucking retarded, which I vocalised, and no one fucking believed, and here we are.
I mean, the point was a vote of abstaining, essentially, because it wasn't to hit back against Labour, it was to hit back against the Tories and tell them it was a vote of no confidence. Now again,
the raving loony party or something.
Understand that if the Tories were in power, they would have let this go through as well. It was their bill initially.
Yes, but still, the fact of the matter is that at least you could say, something was attempted.
Maybe.
Let's face it, in reality, uniparty, this would happen no matter what was chosen. Democracy's a fucking sham. But instead we're expected to just kind of sit back and continue to participate instead.
Right. Where they take away all your rights. Again, teenagers who are 16 years old are about to be able to vote in the UK. But they will not be able to find out anything that is happening in the country that might affect their voting decisions. Because so far what's happened with this is that parliamentary speeches have been blocked on Twitter and elsewhere for not complying, for being adult-oriented. Speeches made in Parliament have been blocked.
Which I would remind you is technically illegal.
No, it's to protect kids. You don't want them to see that smut. To be fair, I
was literally about to say the same thing. I was like, that's not actually a bad idea. I'm actually in favor of that one.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, but hold on a sec. Wait. Just hang on a minute. If you're saying that you should ban speeches from Parliament because it's bad, does that mean the end of V for Vendetta is objectively good?
Well, yeah, apparently.
It was written by Alan Moore. How good can it be?
Boris Johnson, in 2022, accused Sir Keir at the Prime Minister's questions of failing to prosecute Jimmy Savile, sparking a week-long Westminster row in which Mr. Kyle was one of his boss's biggest offenders. Mr. Johnson said that he was referring to failures by the Crown Prosecution Service rather than Sir Keir himself as director of the Public Prosecutions, DPP, to take actions against Savile before he died, which they did. These people let this guy get off. In many ways. In all meanings of that word, I guess. He got off.
Again, currently, I would say this. You know who's left the fuck alone? Muslims.
Of course, but
they get left the fuck alone. They get fucking special protections, and the police are afraid to go near their. Let's face it, the British.
They get set up in hotels. They get
the Metropolitan Police.
Meals for a king.
They are not a threat to anyone but the locals. Like, if you want, what do you need done? Do you need crime prevented? Look literally anywhere else. Look down at your own hands. That's the only thing preventing.
I'm
going to
be honest.
If you need some victims raped, call the Met. They're the experts of the fucking field.
We'll get to that. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah,
we're gonna get to that.
Oh, fantastic.
The police were raping these kids too. Yes. By the way,
I don't actually think these people are dangerous. The Muslims, by the way. The reason I say that is because no one ever fucking threatens them. If you are given carte blanche to do what the fuck you want, you can appear a badass because no one fucking hits back. But if a whole bunch of people just went like, we are actually going to fuck you up if you do something, they might not actually be all that fucking threatening.
Yeah, I've been saying this for years, and every time I do, I get shouted at because they'll stop Fed posting. But here we are.
I wouldn't say that's Fed posting, that's just the reality.
No, they are not. They are not. They are extremely violent. They are dangerous, but they're only dangerous because they are not being policed.
Okay, what I'm about to say, and I say this from not just a point of authority, not just because I'm technically an imam or that my family had particularly dealings.
Bill, you went to an online college that made you an imam, to be fair.
Hey, that's more than most of the Church of England have got.
True.
But, so when I say this, I say it with some authority. The Muslims are genetically inferior mutants who will lose pretty much every fight they get put in.
Yeah.
They win by attrition, they win by not being there when the fight happens.
Bill, I'm proud to call
and
you
jumping you in massive fucking groups. Well, you wouldn't want to be on the opposite end, would you?
What's Reese doing here in the background?
This leader of the opposition, a former director of public prosecutions, Mr. Speaker, he spent most of his time prosecuting journalists and failing to prosecute Jimmy Savile, as far as I can make out.
Even more.
Look at his little face.
Imagine getting mugged off by Boris Johnson.
Imagine getting mugged off by Mog.
Like, yeah, when Reese Mogg is in the corner fucking pogging out because she just got rinsed by Bojo, a man who looks like... The best way I've ever described it is from Frankie Ball before he fell off, which is constantly looks like he just broke a hotel trouser press trying to reheat a meat pie. And that is the most accurate... That was the start of my oddly specific comparative comedy. So I knew that fucking Frankie Ball wasn't using it anymore. Yeah. Here we are... Looking at, let's face it, what if Baron Harkonnen worked in, like, middle management at, like, Lloyd's TSB?
Yeah. It's completely wrong for any politician of any party to seek to score points using the suffering of Savile's victims, he said. This is, Mr. Scorer told The Telegraph.
His name is
a lawyer who represents the victims of Savile. He said that victims and survivors want to see action to protect children, not weaponization of their suffering for political purposes. Yeah! And this was revolting in that sense. The latest Savile row opens the door to Mr. Farage to go after Sir Keir's record as DPP at the time the first complaints against the BBC star were filed. I think they might have fucked themselves on letting this Peter Kyle guy compare Farage to Jimmy Savile.
They told him to do that. Like, there's no like, oh, they may have fucked him. No, they literally told him to do this specifically.
Right. They set him up to go and fucking shoot himself in the face.
Now, with the power of hindsight, fuck me, look at Jimmy Savile. We should have known.
You really should have known. They set this Peter Kyle guy out there literally to die, to take all the fucking flack for this shit.
Yeah, little did they know he was wearing a fucking bomb vest and took them with him.
I guess.
I haven't seen an own goal. Last time I've seen an own goal like this is like any given British.
Unbelievable own goal on this one. Let's see what are next. Where is it? Oh, over here. Let's see. Okay, yes. So we got through all of these people. Peter Kyle, he backed Keir Starmer backed him. And I just want to show you just like some of the. I only saved one, but this is the shit that I'm seeing on my Twitter. At least when I just scroll through related stuff. It's all regular people are just aligning with this. The People's Champion says protect our kids. The People's Champion says he will repeal the Online Safety Act if he's PM. He must want children to see violent pornography while foreign companies continue to make money. By the way, foreign companies are who are handling all of this ID
foreign companies. Okay, what was that? Look at that profile.
Verification.
Just like scroll over that profile.
Oh, you see that's Ukraine and EU flag. Hate the Tory party. 8 reform. 8 Russia.
Slavy fucking Ukraini. How about
Slava
this?
Ukraini.
Slav is right.
This is a Ukrainian, I'm guessing.
Thomas Standfield.
Well, or then he's some kind of. Well, that's not necessarily his name. I don't know. Farage must never be in power. This is the evil. Are you seeing the evil here? Oh, by the way, I didn't pull this up, but the amazing magazine. What magazine was it? The cover that had like an English guy with a tattoo on it, and it was supposed to be horribly. Yeah, here it is. Hang on, 1 second. Copy link. This was yeah. This is supposed to be this is the bad guy at the bottom with the Made in England tattoo. The North FC guy. And these are supposed to be the good people at the top, the diverse group of largely women. Or I'm sorry, they're the vanguard. The women who are
brown person there.
Well, right, because they're white, right? But they're all women.
The idea here is that these are like make everything safe again. These are people who are like they're the astroturf for what's coming.
It's saying they are the vanguard for the evil North FC dude to erupt from the earth. That women who care about children
we can only
being
hope
safe
and pray
are the vanguard for racism or whatever. It's absolutely retarded.
This tells me that when I see this kind of shit, it makes me think that free will is complete bullshit. That people will just literally support power to their own fucking detriment because people are suicidally retarded.
Yeah.
They're just terrified of whatever's outside of the comfort they enjoy because that's all they've got. That everything has been
morons.
That's the whole point of what we've experienced the last couple of last half decade. It was chiseling away everything you had till all that you had left was comfort. Mild little comforts that you would never give up, even with a gun to your head. And here we are.
I do want to bring up that the best part about this picture, of course, is fucking Spider-Man.
He's just like sitting there chilling.
He is chilling. He's Spider-Man.
He's sweating his nuts off in that fit.
Here has been how this actually worked. It's not protecting kids who are getting around this stuff by taking pictures of video game characters, but instead it is blocking footage of protests. For years, politicians from across the political spectrum insisted the Online Safety Act would focus solely on illegal content, shielding children from pornography, criminal exploitation, and material encouraging or assisting suicide without threatening free expression. But the moment its age verification duties took effect on the 25th of July, that reassurance began to unravel within minutes. Social media sites, search engines, and videos sharing services are now legally required to shield under 18s from content deemed harmful to their mental or physical well-being. Failure to comply risk fines of up to £18 million or 10% of global turnover, whichever is greater. So the larger companies are under incredible pressure to comply. 10%, right? At the heart of the regime is a requirement to implement highly effective age checks. We know all this.
How do you make me go from monarchists to anarchists?
Yeah. For example, on July 25th, the day the act came into force during a protest outside the Britannia Hotel, and Britannia hotels are real shitholes, in Seacroft, Leeds, where asylum seekers were being housed. A video showing police officers restraining and arresting a protester was posted on X, but quickly became inaccessible to many UK-based users. Instead, viewers saw the message, due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. West Yorkshire Police denied any involvement in blocking the footage. Oh, did you now? I guess they didn't directly. They just support the regime that did. X declined to comment, but its AI chatbot, Grok, indicated the clip had been restricted under the Online Safety Act due to violent content. Though lawful and clearly newsworthy, the footage was flagged by an automated system intended to shield children from real-world violence. No, it's not. This is what it's shielding you from.
The point of the machine is what it fucking does.
Yep. Well, that wasn't intended. Yes, it was. It's what it does. That's what you intended to do with it. In theory, adult users can gain access by submitting to age verification. But at present, X offers no way to initiate that process. They want you to pay them. So now you have to pay. So again, on X, on Twitter, if you want to gain access to see the shit happening in your own town, you have to, I guess, buy Twitter's paid-for service. Buy your blue check.
I have that, and I can't.
I
still can't see it.
You can't? Again, here in the channel, we're not affected by any of this.
There are a few places that you do get caught out on it, but it's because it's all implemented by different companies in different ways.
Right.
But the fact remains that this is ridiculous, and to even posit the idea that this is for the benefit of children is retarded, and should get you. I'm sorry, should get you whipped out of town like the 1600s.
Even if I wasn't confirmed on that, Spoon, but there is the confirmation that even if you have your credit card attached to your Twitter account, indicating that you're an adult because you have a fucking credit card, that's no longer the case.
I'm not even in fucking Europe.
Right. Yeah, Spoon's in South Africa. But can't see it. So I just want to reiterate, if you still think this is about protecting kids, you're fucking retarded. And there's nothing I can do to help you. I'm going to keep doing it, though, to illustrate it, because I know that there's some people who have fallen for it. Quite a lot of people, on the right in particular, who have fallen for this and believe that this is about protecting kids. This has nothing to do with protecting kids. Actual right-wingers
believe that shit?
Oh, a whole ton. Yeah.
What? How?
I've seen tons of people. Yes, because they want to protect kids. They have good instincts, and they go, well, this is just protecting kids from pedophiles. They have good instincts to want to protect children because all decent people do. But this is not about protecting children, and so it is it is a well-used and worn strategy. Think of the children. We're going to implement insane overreach because of the kids. And it's hard to argue with it because if you argue with it, they call you a nonce.
It's very easy to argue when it's very plain to see to anyone who exercises their brain at all that the people who are making the accusations are the people who are the pedophiles.
That's why I showed you all that evidence of these people voted against that stuff. That's why I went through it, Spoon, to illustrate that.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the fucking state of British policing? This is the riot squad. These are meant to be the people at the peak fucking physical performance of the Met.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't trust them to run a fucking five-a-side football team.
No.
Again,
daily reminder that you may not be allowed to have knives and whatnot, but, clubs.
The people who are now going to arrest you for criticizing migration themselves both actively raped and covered up the rape of children in the United Kingdom. That's come out the same time this all came out.
Of the children of their local constituency who they owe who voted for them and who they owe loyalty to.
Yep.
Sold by the down the river for the sake of foreign imports with the only associations being fucking fiscal.
So I really don't want to hear the shit about how when I have an issue with handing over my personal identifying information to private companies who have every incentive to sell it and not to protect it, as we just saw with the T app, over to a group of people, the police, the government, who themselves molested and sexually assaulted children. I don't want to be. Go ahead, call me a pedophile over that. I think you doth project too much. Okay.
Here's an idea. How about they start projecting from a fucking tree limb?
That would be great.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the most shocking details of the rape gangs is the evidence of collusion and corruption among police officers, social workers, and local councils.
Again, this came out at the exact same time. This is new.
Today.
We knew this was probably the case, but this coming out in an official format just now happened.
There have been accusations of this for 10 years.
Yes, but the confirmation of it just happened coinciding with this bill, which may be related to why they chose to launch it now.
To establishing a unit in the NCA dedicated to investigating not only the untried perpetrators, but the police officers, social workers, and local councillors complicit in these disgusting crimes.
Home Secretary. Well, the honourable member makes an important point, which is that alongside the issues around pursuing the perpetrators, which always has to be the greatest priority.
How do these people live with themselves? I think they're retarded and evil. It's both.
And druggies.
And and their own drugs.
Because that is about protecting victims and making sure those who commit vile crimes face justice. There also has to be a responsibility.
Everyone checking their fucking phones during this.
For their own public roles, whether that be in policing, in local councils, but also in other institutions, as we've seen issues around the Church of England, issues around the Catholic Church. And
real fucking chipper about those now.
Where they always want to blame the church, and I'm not going to say that the Catholic Church in particular should get off scot-free, but every time with these freaks, yes, every time with these freaks, it's blame the Christians for, and the Christians are being blamed for these laws that they had no vote or say in, because the Christians they just hate porn and they hate
if
degeneracy,
they've got so much fucking power, then why isn't there blood flowing in the streets?
Yeah. That's what going a little crusade would be. The Christians actually doing something.
How about the Christians start acting how the Muslims do?
Yeah,
so
they should.
Like the receiving end.
I'm being honest. I mean, in Minecraft.
Again, I remind you that modern riot armor is weak to the exact same shit as old armor. So flange maces do the trick either way.
Very true, based.
as part of the inquiry.
Quite cheap too.
But one of the reasons that we are so keen to change the law, and indeed it's something that I raised back when he was working in the Home Office, was the importance of changing the law on the duty to report, is that is what then makes it an offence if you have public officials who are covering up or who are failing to report. And that's why it's so important that we do that, so we can have proper accountability as well.
Yeah, fuck off.
I know.
Government accountability? Eat a fucking dick. Like, don't.
Yeah, where's the accountability here? Right, by the way. So here's an article about it, just to give you some more details on it. I won't belabor it too much, because it's fucking revolting. Yep. Which, by the way, you wouldn't be able to see this article in the BBC because of this. 5 women who were exploited by grooming gangs in Rotherham as children say they were also abused by police officers at the same time. One says she was raped from the age of 12 by a serving South Yorkshire police officer in a marked police car. He would threaten to hand her back to the gang if she did not comply, she says. Quote, in a world where you are being abused so much, being raped by a police officer, it was a lot easier than multiple rapes by the gang. And I think he knew that, she tells the BBC. 1,400 children were abused by men in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013. How many women did this happen to? How many girls, excuse me, let's be clear.
That we know of.
25 other victims of grooming gangs. 26 in total have said that the police also sexually abused them. Covered it up. This is the people that you're handing over all of your ability for privacy, all of your personal information over to. Actually, you're handing over to private companies, and they are supposed to hand it over to the government to make sure you don't have bad thoughts about migrants.
On an unrelated note, strange thing, another migrant centre in Ireland just caught fire and is burned to the ground.
Praise the Lord. That's an act of God, perhaps.
They found a cure after all.
Fire?
I found this guy also on Twitter.
God gave
who was
Noah the rainbow sign.
making a big stink about this.
No
He says,
more water the fire next time.
He says the UK online safety laws may not be perfect, but they're there to protect children. Who's against that? Farage, it appears. Ukraine flag in bio, and also you see martial arts enthusiast, ex-police. Just saying. What a coincidence. I kept seeing this guy's tweets on my
Remember
account.
my comment about the teachers' unions? You should look carefully at all unions of people who deal with children on a regular basis, because they are all in on it.
Yeah, I need to cool down. So I thought I put this in here strategically to have a little bit of a meme, because this all this stuff is absolutely fucking disturbing beyond belief. But here at least is a prank call to the Epping police by a local pretending to be Antifa and needing a lift to the protest. It is a bit funny. Let's listen to it.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Is that Epping Police?
This is the switchboard.
Oh, right. Hello there. I just wondered if you could put me through to the correct department. We need some transport from the police service to get us to the protest in Epping tomorrow. And we must have a vehicle with wheelchair access. So if we could arrange to be picked up at the Palmerston Public House in Walthamstow, can you just put us through to the right person, please?
If you're not reporting a crime, I wouldn't be able to put you through.
Oh, I thought that you arranged for transport.
No, we don't.
Oh, gosh. Oh, okay then. But what's the best way to get to the protest tomorrow? Because as I understand it, this Robinson, what's he named? Anne Robinson, Tommy Robinson, Bloody Smokey Robinson, is marching about with his jackboots tomorrow. So we can't have any of that. We need to be there.
I'm not sure. I don't even know where it is.
Oh, okay. Well, as I understand it, it's called the Pell House in Epping.
Oh, okay.
Jerry, you're vegan meatballs stuff. Oh, okay, darling. I'm off now. I've just got to go and have my vegan meatballs straight out of Waitrose. They're absolutely delicious.
Do you think they know that they were prank called?
I think that one was fairly obvious. I think that one was fairly obvious.
I can guarantee you that the woman's at the other end just stifling it. It's like her head in her hands, trying not to audibly laugh.
Well, that's the thing that's happening too, is that there's being mass calls made to Visa and MasterCard, people calling about their own credit cards, and they're apparently just like hanging up and giving up.
Having mental breakdowns,
having
around
mental
the phone,
breakdowns.
screaming like...
Yeah. which I've not called them yet. I meant to do it today, but I was too busy with getting stuff together. So, and I didn't get any sleep last night.
Folks
So
at
I was,
home,
like, exhausted all
folks at
afternoon.
home, try and make up for Aiden's like slovenly nature and the slowness of accent.
Slovenly.
Slovenly, yeah. Like.
Oh, what have I done that's slovenly?
Slow on phoning up these to give them abuse.
Oh. So, your Spotify account, of course, Spotify is a music and podcasting outlet that I think you can leave comments on it, but that's about it. Spotify is also subject to this, so you can't listen to music. And here's the thing, if you don't give your ID to Spotify, a private company, they will delete your account within 90 days. So if you don't dox yourself to Spotify to listen to music and podcasts, they'll just delete your account.
I'm so glad
I do believe there are
some
services. Physical media, folks. That's why my car is full of CDs. It also means that people won't steal my shit.
I mean, I don't use Spotify personally. I never really
I don't think
have.
it works over here, actually.
I used it briefly when I was back in the US to listen to music, to get like new bands or whatever, because I think I would use the recommend me similar stuff feature, but that's been years. Here are some of the other things that have been blocked by the bill. A picture of a greenhouse that has a CO2 generator in it. Now, like some retard, I think, was posting this to be like, look, they're putting CO2 in greenhouses because global warming or something. Of course, not. CO2 is good for plants. Yeah.
What was CO2 referred to as back in the day? A what gas?
Carbon dioxide?
A greenhouse gas?
Right,
As
right,
if
right.
the whole idea isn't...
However, due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. A picture of a greenhouse.
Hey,
Okay.
Elon, you have an opportunity to, show that you're not a massive fucking tool bag who just,
Yo.
licks boot for every little fucking
They are
tin
being
pot tyrant.
interestingly quiet about this stuff. Elon has made a statement.
Everyone's really stum. How about this? You get your fucking axe together.
Elon's made a bit of a statement, but he was pretty laid back on it. It wasn't much of anything. Trump has also been pretty... I mean, we'll get
Everyone's
to it,
real
but...
slack about the biggest usurpation of personal rights this side of the Patriot Act.
Mhm. Yeah.
If your politician is not freaking out and attempting to I don't even know what you'd have done. I just seem like have all their opposition killed or something.
Yeah.
Then they're not doing their job.
Yes. Binary Eclipse, who's been a member for 17 months, says, for all those that promote the censorship, may their tongues swell with every lie they tell. Yeah, I hope so. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, problem is representative governments can't trust or empower outside family or friends. No false binary choices from disingenuous foreign agents, please. I know. It's all fucked. Democracy is a sham. This is... Look, gentlemen, this is democracy made manifest. You can't look at a picture of a CO2 generator in a greenhouse.
I guarantee you, soon you probably won't be able to see the clip of that guy saying that of
Probably not.
Chinese meal, etc.
A succulent Chinese meal? Certainly not in Australia.
Let's face it, folks. Left, right, it's all of the people that you think are in charge are not really in charge. They're at most you might be able to vote. This is two rapists trying deciding which hole to start with. This is not anything else.
Yeah, everything is fake. Everything is gay. Everything is cringe, and you need to point all out. Thank you, Death Takes. Yes, that was that Anita Sarkeesian? Who was that? No, that was what's her name? Young Turks. Was it Anita? Oh yes, it was Anita.
Yeah, Anita.
It was Anita.
Very,
Not anus. Not anus Jomha. But here we see that the Online Safety Act has censored one of my posts on lactose intolerance.
They really won't let white people have anything, will they?
Uh-huh. You can't even be
even be-
lactose tolerant.
All this tolerance and none for the lactose.
But remember, guys, it's about protecting kids. You wouldn't want them to find out about lactose intolerance. It's about protecting kids. If you have a problem with this, you're a nonce. Right? Right?
The tragedy here is that if the IRA was still the IRA, this would be prime time to call some bullshit. But here we are with the IRA being a bunch of fucking socialists as well, who are in bed with all this.
I mean, yeah, Ofcom is the Ministry of Truth. Well, Orwell wrote that for a reason, right? So, this is this person, Maddie Axe, who was looking at their own timeline and saw that everything was blocked because of this Ofcom shit. and then apparently found that the screenshot of this violating local laws was also put under restriction. So you can't even show evidence of the silencing and the censorship. That itself is censored. This is comical. I mean, in terms of how extreme this is being implemented. But remember, guys, this is about making sure kids don't see porn. Which is why you can't show that they are censoring you. Now, this person probably is an 18-plus account from the looks of it, I'm guessing. Maybe. Pinup artist? Yeah, 18-plus. But still, and this is a issue that a lot of people have been saying, which is that they can't see their own art. They can't see their own art posted to Twitter because it's being flagged.
People cut off access to parts of their own Discord server that they are legally liable for moderation. And they can't get into those not safe for work parts of their own servers to invigilate them. So they are completely liable for anything there, but no access to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is no legal foot to stand on any of this shit.
Yes.
And again, don't think that if they start relaxing shit that you've won. No, this will be a case of it's 5 steps forward and 2 steps back.
Mile. Yeah. They're gonna continue to take the mile, but they'll give you an inch back and you'll clap.
It seems like I say this every fucking week. If you were waiting for a sign, here it is. You cannot ask for a bigger fucking sign that it's only about to get worse unless you do something about it.
Did YouTube just go down, JD? I don't know. But this is why I want to be clear, because when this first happened, I saw a lot of people from outside the UK going, ha ha, stupid backwards Brits and their totalitarian government. And then realized very quickly that it's coming for all of them. For example, UK's new tech law triggers upheaval. Americans are apparently going to get in major trouble for this as well. It doesn't matter where in the world it is. It doesn't matter what they're focused on, said Preston Byrne, a managing partner at the tech law firm Byrne & Storm. Much of what we consider the ordinary Sturm und Drang of American political discourse, the ordinary back and forth in the United Kingdom, is now unlawful. Over the weekend, major U.S. platforms, this is the stuff, other content was blocked entirely. Some posts on Gaza were later restored. If you didn't post an ID or selfie to verify your age. Although, again, X doesn't really have this implemented correctly, as far as my understanding is. So you just can't. Your Twitter checkmark does not do this, I guess, from what Spoon said. But UK law may not strictly apply to such content, but social media companies apparently aren't chancing it. Gab, a US-based platform that hosts Nazi and other extremist content, has gone completely dark in the UK to avoid financial and criminal penalties. Many platforms err on the side of caution to avoid getting caught up in that, and age-gate more than necessary, said Jennifer Huddleston, senior fellow at the Cato Institute. The parallels with U.S. age laws aren't exact, etc. So penalties for failing to comply may be severe. The country's Office of Ofcom, which oversees the Safety Act, has sent enforcement letters to at least 3 websites operating outside of the UK in March and April. Byrne exclusively provided DFD with letters that Ofcom sent to Gab, to Kiwi Farms, and then I think what was the other one? Rumble, right? So these are US-operated websites that do not have a predominantly, I know, aimed at, specifically, citizens of the UK, and they've been sent letters. And if you know anything about, as we mentioned before, Josh, who runs Kiwi Farms, there is no group, outside of many, maybe pedophiles themselves, who Josh Moon hates more than Anglos. He hates the British so much. Like, if you've ever listened to anything he has to say about it, he has an extreme disdain for the Brits. So it's very funny that the fucking British government is trying to fuck with his website again. So this is it. I brought this up earlier, but here is the letter to Rumble. I brought up Josh's statement earlier.
Some finds like 18 million per incident. And
yes, 18 million per incident.
Meanwhile, due to a massive influx of foreign migrants, the price of a hitman in the UK went from like 10 grand to like 2.
Yeah.
So for the price of one fine, you could probably hire some Bitcoin swilling retard with a fucking like a shank stick and wipe out the entire office and still have change left.
Enclave Circle 8th says this bill's going to resurrect DVD and CD. What it's going to resurrect is kids going around buying flash drives and putting all it creates inherently, as this kind of stuff does. If you are worried about the kids, which again I must reiterate, this is not about, it's going to drive all of this stuff into a underground market, into a black market, as it did with alcohol and with anything else that gets banned. And I'm not saying that necessarily a country shouldn't ban stuff that's harmful to the public. Because I have how do you feel about that, Spoon? On the idea of banning things that are unilaterally harmful to the public.
Well,
I think that the problem that we have with it is that it's being done under a democracy, and with the false premise that that the people have all agreed on this.
Well, the same thing is in any society. If you want something banned, there's two ways you can do it. You can either do it through shame or force.
Mm-hmm.
And typically speaking,
I think we would prefer shame.
Yes, and if that doesn't happen, then you go through force. I mean, the way that it works in any society, in a sort of quite literal sense, is that people are allowed to have free will. Like the apex of society is
people don't have free will.
But I'm going for, if you go like the apex society is you can have a whole bunch of vices, and you partake into them. Literally or very liberally in the sense of not much, like you sort of with self-discipline or not at all.
Yeah.
In the hope that the state does not interfere, because if shit gets kind of fucky, then people will call for the state if the people can't regulate. That's sort of like the whole point of the church. And if the church isn't there, it only comes the state when it goes fucking tits up, and that's where it goes really, really bad.
Yes, 100% I agree. Binary Eclipse for 10 says, give them an inch and they'll take a mile, and sometimes after they take the mile, they'll take your head. Yes.
No, they made the inch and they made the mile as well. That's the fucking problem here.
Yeah, they're still going to take the mile.
Time to bring back the 12 feet.
Arakeen Greenmoon said in the chat, if they cared for kids, they should build alt nets for kids. Yeah, there's about 1 million things they could do, but they've chosen not to them because it's not about kids.
No, if they cared about the kids, they would make England as white as humanly possible.
Sure. So here's some information. I've not seen confirmation of this, but this is what I've heard, and it seems to be backed up, is that of the websites that are going to be using or providing this age verification service, one is incorporated in the Seychelles, and the other one's incorporated in Cyprus. They are companies that are outside of the UK. The UK has no jurisdiction over them, and you're asking these private companies, in the wake of the T-app just dropping 1 million women's personal IDs. Some of them, yes, just their photos, but some of them, they're actual government IDs, including actual, like, State Department IDs, by the way.
Well, I wonder we'll find a way to, like, have a fake identity to use on this project. If only, like, several million of them were just laying around that I could have access to and scan that way.
Now you do. Yeah, exactly. Now the kid's got 1 million women's images.
Thank you, Tia, for giving us a fucking starter kit for getting around government control.
Yeah. Here's another. Is this the same clip, or is it a different one where it's just you just want to go back to the draconic or the draconic? This is the Chris Bryant guy, yeah, where this guy Tom Bacon responded to that tweet we read earlier, where he says hyperbole doesn't help. I'm afraid getting rid of the act just returns this time to last week, and he says no, the act is from 2023, but it only began to be implemented this year, and the age verification systems, which to be honest, are a huge data protection issue. I feel like they're terribly bad. They came into effect this week. This is the fucking narrative. They're all aligned in this. Is no, that's the past. That's the past.
If someone in your life talks like that,
week.
Do not fucking trust them. They are the first people who will be there for a struggle session to beat you to death with claw hammers.
This has gone up by a couple thousand since the stream has been going on. I just wanted to... Again, the government has already said they don't care. Even though the government is supposed to respond to these petitions when they reach over 100,000 signatures.
It is. The government has more or less just declared outright war on its own citizens.
They don't care, and they're not afraid. What's the total UK population? Like 68 million, something like that? Oh, damn, on the dot. So yeah. So out of that, what's the calculation on that? So we're approaching 500,000. So 500,000 by 38 million. And that's including usually about 20% of the population is under 18 or something like that, 25%. 38 million. So a good 1% of the population has responded to this, which is not significant, or is not insignificant, excuse me. And
keep in mind that also includes people who are completely illiterate and technologically or regularly, and a bunch of the migrants who literally do not speak English.
So as this coincided, holy shit, Trump met with Starmer in Scotland, and it of course this came up. because it was in the midst of it. It was on the same day it went into effect. And Trump was like, "You're gonna censor Troop Social? I have a social media platform. I don't know if you know that it's the best social media platform. In fact, many people said to me, it's the best social media platform, Mr. President, it's the best one." And Starmer is the most sniveling little worm fucking imaginable. I don't think the term male should ever be applied to this dysgenic freak. Just watch how he acts in the presence
No.
of...
There's one very important distinction for that. How was he buried? By mail.
By me. Look,
there we go. Perfect.
I'm done with Trump. I've talked about it before. I have found the stuff that he's... I know he doesn't necessarily have much of a choice, but I'm pretty pissed off at him and I'm done. But you can see how Starmer, the beta male that he is, reacts when he's in the presence of Trump. He lies and he deflects and he pretends like he doesn't know what's going on that he just did.
Successful social media site. There are new powers here to censor your site, state-mandated powers.
To censor my site?
To censor your site and Twitter
truth?
and Facebook.
Truth,
you mean truth? The way he says, he still makes me laugh, bro.
Truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor my site because I say only good things.
Look, he's terrified. It's afraid. This is so much... It is even visually reminiscent of the scene from Starship Troopers. It's fucking afraid.
Will you please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone.
Yes, you are.
Oh, excuse me?
I like the way the woman literally just said, "We gave you the power to censor," and then right next to him is a little fuckwit there, like, "Oh, we didn't censor." Like, bitch, you just contradicted the fucking reporter, you dumbass.
You just lied to the President of the United States.
And to the reporter.
Who is still the global hegemon, I'd like to let you know. And you know that, I know that, and everyone else knows that. And here's the thing about this whole little thing. Trump also knows that Starmer has done
Look
this.
at the look on his face.
This is a little pantomime show for the press.
Down to the rosy cheek makeup they fucking pasted Starmer with. Hey, buddy, you want to try out makeup in a setting other than whore applied with a 12 ball?
Trump knows exactly what's going on. He is feigning ignorance, in my opinion. This is a little show they put on for the public.
Yeah, JD
it's extremely cringe and gay. Yeah, maybe. I don't trust any of these people, and I hate all of them, and I just hate everything. I'm in a bad fucking mood.
I can't wait to see Starmer's Mussolini impression. I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
Which is the church one?
Yeah, the bit where they're strung up like a hog.
No, there we go. Thank you. Just in case,
I
just want to know where you're going with that one.
I'm just going to dispense with the fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Trussed up like a fucking stock hog.
Yeah. Let's be clear about what type of Mussolini impression you were after there.
Yeah.
Particular from sites like suicide sites.
He also did this. Because again, what they were publicly saying is it's
that's
about
what
porn.
young people are looking up. Suicide. It's like, just fuck off.
Right. What they were publicly saying was originally it was about porn. And then when they started to get kickback from it, they said, oh, no, it's about preventing child suicide. So again, not if you're against this, now you're not only against children not having access to hardcore extreme pornography, you're also against protecting children from suicide. This is the most pathetic shit I've ever fucking seen.
I don't think you're allowed to talk about suicide with that fucking, border control.
These people who covered up, excused, and refused to do an inquiry on the mass rape, again, of little girls in England, many of whom probably, if they've not killed themselves, had to deal with that shit every single day. Do you think those little girls aren't at risk of suicide, and adult women now aren't at risk of suicide every day because of the crimes you allowed to be committed against them without even an official police inquiry?
Call it what it is.
Fuck yourself.
Call it what it is. Crimes they committed.
Yes. By allowing it to happen, by not investigating that they themselves, I believe, by the transitive fucking property, committed themselves.
We've had too many.
We will have peace when you swing from a gibbet for the sport of your own crows.
Ooh, I think there need to be some heads up on pikes. Yeah.
Young children.
I mean, we do have UK does have a history of doing that a little bit. Bring that back.
One more.
Bring that little tradition back.
Taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and.
This pivot.
So sort your fucking tie out. Why is it across your cock?
I don't know, but this fucking pivot of all of a sudden, no, it's about suicide prevention. I thought it was about porn, Sir Keir. Oh, it's not about anything other than getting everybody's fucking personal data so you can make sure they don't criticize migrants.
Children down that road, and that is what we want to stop. It's nothing about censoring free speech.
But that treats all adults like children.
This country is proud.
But that can treat all adults like children.
Free speech in this country has been for a very long time. We're very, very proud of it. We will protect it forever. But at the same time, I personally feel very strongly that we should.
You don't exactly. Yeah. You need the no transitive property point out there culpable in preventing reporting inquiry. Yeah, exactly, Arden. Exactly.
Protect our young teenagers, and that's what it usually is, from things like suicide sites. I don't see that as a free speech issue.
Suicide sites? Like what?
Isn't this the same government that's about to legalise assisted dying?
Assisted suicide, yeah, I believe so. In addition to letting 16-year-olds vote.
So what you're saying? Here's a question: when will the age of majority kick in for things like assisted suicide?
I don't know. But I can tell you,
will it be the old 18? Will it be the renewed 16? Will you literally be rolling out the fucking red carpet to the afterlife to every stressed out 16-year-old?
I've never looked up a suicide website. I'm sure they exist because if you Google or whatever, like how to kill yourself, you're not going to get anything, obviously, because it's been censored for years and years to look that kind of stuff up. But I can say that many years ago, when I was struggling with anorexia more, I was on it was called My Pro Anna. Many people may be familiar with this website. I used to use that forum, and it is a anorexia website. And not only could you, it was completely unprotected, but if you were looking for it, you could find it. You could buy drugs like Sibutramine directly through the website, which were banned by the United States. It didn't matter. I bought it after it had been banned because you could buy it from the Chinese. Those kinds of websites still exist. They're a little bit harder to access on the clear web, on the ClearNet at this point, but they do exist. And this does nothing to protect against that stuff. And as we've shown, if kids want to have access to the ClearNet, they can already get access to that by faking their fucking ID with a video game character. You're never going to be able to
borrow one of these nice ladies who so proudly fucking gave it over to these third-party companies that could definitely be trusted.
Yeah, crazy shit, bro.
That is a child protection.
We actually passed a bill in Congress, headed up by my wife, actually, which was to pull bad stuff out having to do with children, because it is a problem. But I cannot imagine him censoring Truth Social. This more
nervous laughter, dude. Did you see that fucking nervous laughter? I can't imagine them censoring Truth Social.
Look at that. I'm sorry, that's nonsense because the anime really is.
It really is.
Also, real strange. Look at his ears.
Yeah?
They're canted. It's
not
an Anglo trait.
What is Circure then? Cheap advert time. Ardent Party for 2 has linked to his. Oh, there you go, to his Twitter page. Go check out Ardent Party. Ardent Party is a friend of the show. Go check out his Twitter. Hell yeah! Thank you, Ardent.
very political, and it's been a very big success.
It's not going to happen.
And I only say good things about him.
Not gonna happen. Look how nervous he is. He is pissing himself with this. Oh, we're not gonna censor Truth Social.
He gets more Jeb-like with every frame.
He really does. Yes, he's a mutant. Exactly, Killer is dead.
In this country, so if they censor me, you're making a mistake.
You're making a mistake. This is all very fake and performative.
Remember when the British Crown was like threatening to sue Americans over freedom of speech shit? Remember that?
Yep. Yeah, well, they currently are as well. Again, they're threatening to go after American sites. Cole Summers for 5 says, horrible thought. What if it's to tailor messaging for when a parent is and isn't looking at the screen, like trying to see what their kids see? I wouldn't put anything past these people. We know that they have voted again to protect actual guilty pedophiles. So I wouldn't trust a single goddamn thing they say when they come to you under the sheep's clothing of protecting the kids, when their actions speak far louder than that by what they actually choose to investigate. I wouldn't put a single damn thing past these motherfuckers.
Give my ambassador the job, make sure it's not censored. I had not heard that.
Mr. President, question about golf? You're a big investor in this area, Mr. President.
I say it?
You're a big investor in this area of Scotland.
To put it mildly.
To put it mildly.
So that was the main part, but there is more to it. That was the main part there of him just fucking lying. Oh, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But he lied again, too, by the way. That wasn't the only time in this interaction that he lied about this. The censorship. Here it is again. And again, look at the panic on his weasel-like little face.
What's importance of free speech today?
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular.
He knows what he's asking. He knows. This is why it's so gay. They're all in on it.
Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here. So we're very proud about that.
It's all so tiresome.
We've
had free speech for a very long time.
This is
quotations
from some of my favorite media.
Look, I want you to look at the motion he makes. Yes, they have. Not anymore.
That's the point. Have. We've had. Yeah, but you don't anymore.
Scrum, V's gone. He only had an hour. You can come on if you like, man. I don't know if you're still busy. But I wanted you to ask V to roll for stealth. Okay. Look, also, I would like to point out...
I got dice.
Look at the hand motion that Starmer made when he did that, of like the cut it off, don't ask those questions hand motion. Just pointing that out, too. Don't ask that. Fuck off, Sky News. Trump ally Representative Jim Jordan to criticize Online Safety Act in meeting with Technology Secretary Peter Kyle. So this guy, Jim Jordan, is apparently going after this Peter Kyle dude a little bit over the Jimmy Savile comments, etc. So he's going to be Jim Jordan says he's going to look into it. I don't trust Jim Jordan whatsoever, but they have fucked with U.S. websites directly. Again, Rumble, Kiwi Farms, which is in the U.S., but also obviously international companies as well. So we'll see where that ends up. I'm not sure freaking anywhere. Hello. Did he show up just to say that and leave?
I believe so.
Drunk, get back here.
Yeah. No, he left. He's busy. Well, now we can still say that it featured Scrump because he showed up to say penis or whatever.
Well, you could tell what he said because I couldn't understand that.
It was difficult. So this is what made the news more though, which is that Donald Trump said Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, is a nasty person, did a terrible job.
Will you visit London during the state visit?
I will. I'm not a fan of your mayor. I think he's done terrible.
Look at Keir's like slow pivot of his head.
Look how scared he is.
Shit, oh god, he's got off the script again.
I think he's a friend of mine.
No, he's a friend of mine. Again, hand motions. Nope, shut up. Cut it. Nope.
I'm Russian. No, I think he's done a terrible job. But I would certainly visit London. Yeah.
So you are gonna feel uncomfortable in this chair. Sadiq Khan's spokesperson has responded to Trump's criticism. Sadiq is delighted that President Trump wants to come to the greatest city in the world. Oh,
it's
really?
Not even the greatest city in the fucking United Kingdom, you stupid
It's the greatest
prick.
city in the UK.
It's not even the best city in London.
Yeah, it's not even the greatest. Drummer in the Beatles, exactly.
I already made that joke whilst you were out.
And, oh, did you? Okay. But Sadiq, here's where he goes on, or his representative. He'd see how our diversity makes us stronger, not weaker, richer, not poorer. None of these.
It doesn't do any of that either,
London,
by the way.
No, it does not to the people there, but to Sadiq and his buddies, certainly. Made them stronger, made them richer.
Yeah, there you go. 34% white, Jean de Valette,
Perhaps
exactly.
there are reasons
London,
why a record number of Americans applied
white.
for British citizenship under his presidency. Maybe we'll look at the kind of people who are leaving because of Trump. That's not exactly a
I actually happened to look this up by total happenstance, being an expat myself. It's like 100,000 Americans, I think, who are expats in the UK, which is a bigger number than you might expect.
Some will be for financial reasons.
But it's 100,000 across the entire country, and a lot of them have been here for a very long time. This is not mass migration. Americans, generally speaking, don't want to move to the UK because it's like, I've got all these rights, whether or not they mean anything is really inconsequential, but I've got all these alleged rights, and I'm going to give them up to live in a place where it's 10 times more expensive to live.
Hey, if I want,
it's not exactly attractive.
So the average American's going, well, if I really wanted to be raped and murdered by Muslims, I could just go to Minnesota and have the exact same experience.
Yeah, that's Michigan, but yeah, Minnesota probably too.
It's Mohawk.
It's Minneapolis. Minneapolis, Minnesota is the big bad city there that's plagued with Muslims. But Michigan is the state that has Dearborn and all those other heavy migrant Muslim areas. Rap Bartholomew Cheesington for 2 says it's barely a city, more like an anarchy section, pretty much.
It's an open air sewer. It's a yeast culture.
Yeah. It's just King Charles is also mad about this. Apparently, very unbased. He is appalled by Trump's remarks as aides fear he will break royal protocol. Yeah, this is the thing. How did these like behind the doors comments from the king apparently come out?
Let's not gloss over the name of the person who made this. Can we take a moment to just admire that?
Sophia Papa Mavrodi.
Normally, I would defend the king against the president, but in this case, I will say, no, King Charles, you can fuck off.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show you another reason why you should think that.
Well, more I really can. He's King Charles.
Yeah. Just a recent one, I mean. So, let's see. Yeah, King apparently had nothing nice to say about Trump. Again, how did these messages get leaked that he was very concerned about this or whatever it is exactly is interesting. But meanwhile, here's Charlie on Muslims.
Says, God does not burden any soul with more than it can bear. We hope that you have a blessed and fulfilling Ramadan. Peace be upon you all. Ramadan Mubarak. As Muslims across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth,
also tiresome, bro.
Beginning of the holiest of months in the Islamic calendar, the month of Ramadan, I just wanted to convey my heartfelt best wishes to you all.
We get it. He goes on for another minute. We don't need to see it. But there you go. Yeah, very, very upset, concerned with Trump's statements about Sadiq Khan. Meanwhile, happy Ramadan. Trump has hinted he could become Scotland's next first minister after he steps down as president.
I hope so. That's
and as I stated, Dan probably thought at some point in the last couple of years.
That's the monkey's paws.
I wish Trump was our president. Hear that shit slam shut.
Oh, I sure wish Trump was our president. Yeah, the monkey's paw on that one. So the other thing that Sir Keir did that made everyone disliked that was the statement on Palestine. That was, I believe, the next day after the meeting with Trump. And and Trump did say that he was not informed that he was going to say this. So Trump's not happy with this either. Whatever the fuck that means, nothing.
On the 7th of October 2023, Hamas perpetrated the worst massacre in Israel's history. Every day since then, the horror has continued. The hostages are still being held today.
You know, so he's got this thing where he does at the end of sentences where he over-enunciates the Brian Butterfield speech pattern.
Yes.
So we're dealing with someone who's legitimately adopted.
Christmas bonbons.
I would call it the reverse Valley Girl.
1 second. There we go.
As the inflections are concerned.
Let's continue.
The Palestinian people have endured terrible suffering. Now, in Gaza, because of a catastrophic failure of aid, we see starving babies, children too weak to stand, images that will stay with us for a lifetime. The suffering must end. Yesterday, I discussed this with President Trump, and we're mounting a major effort to get.
Yeah, he's breathing very heavy. Breathing intensifies, bro.
He's like a boiled hog.
He is like a. Well, he's very pig-like in appearance. Why I am so bold? Why I am so pig-like in appearance? These are perpetual questions that some must ask themselves. Why I am so bold? Why I am so pig-like in appearance?
Humanitarian supplies back in.
I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. It's an old reference to Penny Arcade where people would like change. Did you ever read Penny Arcade?
I did not.
Comics. People started referring. Well, they were comics, but people would refer to the.
You still read comics, Ed? I don't know if you've.
Well, true. But people would refer to the creators of Penny Arcade as bald and pig-like as their nom de plumes.
And UK aid has been airdropped into Gaza today, and crucially, by land. We need to see at least 500 trucks entering Gaza every day. But ultimately, the only way to bring this humanitarian crisis to an end is through a long-term settlement. So we are supporting the UN.
He sounds like he's terrified while reading.
Yeah, I was like, why are you breathing and talking in this really weird fucking way?
Because he is terrified because this is the most non-statement statement ever, which is that, see how it says on the Chiron, UK to recognize state of Palestine in September. If the war with Israel stops or something, it's very bizarre as to how no one wins in this. Everyone hates him for this shit. The pro-Gaza people hate him. The pro-Israeli people hate him for this. This worked on no one.
If you want to hear some wild shit that makes stuff like I come out with seem tame, go on to the Israeli side of Twitter and start translating shit from Hebrew about what they're just saying about this. I've seen shit like, well, that's assuming there's anything there in September. It was the nicest thing I saw said there.
But again, from my understanding, this is completely backwards. It's like if Israel stops the conflict, then the UK will officially recognize Palestine. What?
I don't know. How does that make any sense?
It doesn't. That's the problem. It's nonsensical.
US, Egyptian, and Qatari efforts to secure a vital ceasefire.
Why do you pronounce Qatar that way?
I don't know.
That ceasefire must be sustainable, and it must lead to
he's about to cry.
Peace plan.
He always looks like he's about to cry, to be fair. He always is like this. But he seemed particularly rattled the last few days because what he's done is incredibly unpopular, and he's going to be blamed for it.
The iniquitous flee where none pursue, but the righteous are as brave as lions, I believe is the quote.
Yes. Lewis Shaw Morfitt, for £2, says, I just wish both sides would lose. Me too. But again, going back to the Norm Macdonald.
I was about to bring it up too.
I believe everyone involved in this story should die. In Roblox, yes.
No, screaming.
Which we're developing with our international partners. This plan will deliver security.
Am I the only one who heard the little
in Gaza?
Like as he breathed in, he's
his voice is
trembling.
shaking. Yes, he is trembling while reading this.
And pave the way for negotiations on a two-state solution.
Which is never going to happen.
Our goal remains a safe and secure Israel, alongside a viable and sovereign.
Okay, this is going to be a very strange pull and very specific terminology.
Okay.
It sounds like he has been told that there is a bomb inside of his rectum that will go off if he doesn't give the speech, and the bomb squad are up there trying to defuse the thing.
Yeah, he's just trying to bide for time while they defuse the nuclear bomb.
These are words you cannot say.
Yeah.
It's basically like that fucking Futurama episode.
Yeah. Yes.
That goal is under pressure.
You know what? I'd rather have Nixon in a fucking jar.
I've always...
By the way, thanks, Sky News, for letting me know what the conversion rate is. It's down 0.212%. Thanks for that one. I still got all my money. I still got all my money processed, obviously, in USD. So
said that we will recognize a Palestinian state as a contribution to a proper peace process at the moment of maximum impact for the two-state solution.
It really is reverse Valley Go, because instead of getting uptick, everything is down. A two-state solution. Every sentence I speak ends like this.
Yeah, it's the opposite of uptalk.
Shit.
Yeah, and it makes you look weak.
Hello, my name is Keir Starmer. I am the President of the United Kingdom. I'm here to deliver a message of peace to the people of Gaza. That's how he fucking talks.
I mean, it's RP, but yeah. Or receive pronunciation stuff.
Moment.
My God,
he's not too heavy on
Can
RP,
you please LARP as someone that has a pair of fucking balls?
No, because he doesn't have any.
That's why I said LARP.
He doesn't have a frame of reference. He doesn't know what it's like to have balls, except in his mouth. Maybe he might know what that's like.
My God, Macron sounds like he's got bigger balls than you.
Well,
and he shags a turtle.
Well, yeah. Apparently, although. Candace is in some shit. I don't know
by the way, that shit is funny. By the way, I don't know.
Funny.
I don't know who's gonna win in that thing, but watching them both, it's like watching retards fight. It's fucking great.
It really is. It's a great retards slap fight. Yeah, it is very funny.
As part of this process towards peace, I can confirm the UK will recognise the state of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September, unless the Israeli government take substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza
Or do fucking what? What the fuck are... None of you are gonna do shit to Israel because you've all been fucking blackmailed by them. Like, fuck off.
Or, yes, the or what is we will not recognize Palestine as a state.
That's what Israel is fucking for.
What? Like, it makes
So if
no
so wait, so hold on, so let me get this straight. That if Israel does not comply, they get everything they want.
Yeah.
What a great fucking final play you give Israel there, you fucking mong.
Yes, if Israel doesn't get what they want,
they'll get everything they want.
They'll get everything they want.
Just
flip from us.
Fuck.
I've got a really particular poll, and I think you'll agree with me. Keir Starmer is what happens when you touch Nick Clegg, the old leader of the Liberal Democrats, with a disabled parking sticker, and he evolves.
This is the
little bit, yeah.
Oh my god. Eldritch Photographer 5 says, "What's your opinions on neo/paganism and occult witchcraft?" I was a neo-pagan for a couple years until I realized that I just wanted to find God.
I'm technically
somewhere
the high Gothi of the Channel
Christianity
Islands.
There you go. See, Bill's got all of these
But that was my main one. That was a specific, separate qualification. So I'm technically the high Norse priest of the region, despite being born again Hussite Catholic.
Yeah.
So figure that one out.
I'm in general, I'm tolerant, but don't support the LGBTYZ or DEI members. It's it's one of those, again, constructed sort of in-group conflicts that are intended to distract people of, whites, rather than trying to figure out how to better yourselves, you should argue with each other about whether Christianity is based or paganism is based.
And the end result will probably be that we'll find some unifying script somewhere down the line, at least if we, continue with the end of the world shit,
Christianity as it is in modernity and has been for a couple thousand years, has been influenced by European paganism and is distinctly European. That's unquestionable. Shademaster for 5 says, if I heard Israel was sending money to care for alien children on the border under the care of cartels, I would wait. Yeah, I know, right? Oof.
Agree to a ceasefire and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect of a two-state solution. And this includes allowing the UN...
Yeah, I know. It makes no sense. It basically, whatever happens, Israel wins. That's
the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Whatever happens, Israel wins. Or else we'll say Palestine is a country. Maybe. Probably not. By the way, you're allowed to keep bombing them for the next couple of months. Next 2 months, bomb away. Or else we'll recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah, after you've leveled it.
Yeah.
Then to restart the supply of aid and making clear that there will be no annexations in the West Bank.
Okay, very cool.
Hasn't there already been annexations in the West Bank?
You know who wasn't happy about this?
IPAC.
IPAC.
The world as we know it is ending. IPAC most affected.
Yes, I have to use the restroom again, so I'll let you guys read the IPAC
by threatening to
speech.
unilaterally recognise a Palestinian state, Prime Minister Starmer, wanker that he is, joins President Macron, who has shagged a turtle on the side
of the Jews on the Cockneys.
Yes, I will indeed. In rewarding Hamas for its barbaric terrorism against the Jewish state, fuck off, and its refusal to free the 50 hostages it held captive for 662 days. Starmer's demand that Israel agree to a ceasefire is a sick rewriting of history that only benefits Hamas, shut up you lobbying pricks, and extends this terrible war that you started. Time and time again, Israel has accepted US brokered deals because it's in your favor, while Hamas rejects them. You started Hamas, by the way, and funded them. Just included just last week. Starmer, Macron, both terrible people, and other world leaders are undermining...
Also terrible people.
Yeah, exactly. The Trump administration's pursuit of peace. Fuck out of here. Yeah, when they should be joining with the president to unequivocally condemn Hamas for rejecting these offers. I really like the struggle session between everyone involved, to be honest, if I'm being honest. The path to a permanent peace is through direct bilateral talks between Israel and Palestinians who reject Hamas eliminationist ideology. Frankly, I'm in favor of a totalitarian state under, ruling you, because clearly you jackasses can't rule yourself, so I'm for... How about Turkey?
I would actually, unironically, rather it be anyone but Turkey.
Oh,
they already got the Hagia Sophia. They don't fucking.
That's true. That's true.
But how about both of them?
Arden Friday for two.
Give
says,
Italy back, give them
Judeo-Christianity.
Turkey, and they get the Holy Land, and we'll invade them again.
There you go. Miss Ardent for two says, fuck Judeo-Christianity. I want Judo-Christianity. Far more based. Far more based.
Someone
who
said,
brought this up to me the other
Aiden
day
saves
that
sticks.
I can't do anything about that one, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think
I've
anyone
actually
can.
said this to Aiden. I don't know, and some other creators as well. I've said to them, is it just me, or is there a whole bunch of creators in the last like month that have gone like full fucking stupid? Like, in ways that is like sort of creepy
Right's
to
finally
me.
on the bound.
We had a little bit of a temporary mass stupidity ourselves, Spoon, so I don't know how much we can talk, but...
Yeah, but that's different.
I, on the other hand, I'm completely clean.
Yeah,
Fuck
Bill.
all of you.
Yeah, but see, you think that's our own stupidity that got resolved very amicably.
Mhm.
This is like to do with world
Mhm.
affairs and politics.
Yeah. Yeah. And also,
Because-
yes, we were able to like talk like adults and figure out, wait a minute, we're
Yes.
both being a bit dumb. Let's just fix this. And
Yeah,
do
and then we
adult
and
stuff,
then
you know?
six
Not that
months
kind
of
adult
stupidity
stuff.
and
Not the kind that
uneasiness
gets
got
banned.
fixed in under 5 minutes, which is really fucking
Right?
dumb in the grand scheme of things. And then we realized what we'd done there. We should have done like fucking months ago.
Yeah.
But
That's
the
how
thing
We are dreadful at this.
that is how, however,
it got
such
resolved.
things should be handled. Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite funny. I to be honest, I don't actually. When I look back at the public thing, how that went, I got a lot of praise for how I handled that. Because apparently, my tagline, who it is now, which is now used to take the piss out of me, because like I apologize for one thing. Like, yeah,
the
because I
intro
fucked
from
up.
That one, yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, if I do something wrong and I can easily fix it, why would I do that?
I
it
think
not
that the
normal thing to
apologize
do?
for the apologize for nothing
Is offense.
moniker is I apologize for nothing is about relating offense, not for when
Yes.
you like, but like, and I'm sorry about that the way that shit was handled too, and I've
No, actually,
apologized to you, I
it's
think,
not
really
it's not
profusely,
your
but-
fault in any way, shape, or form. That was my fuck up. It's just
Whatever,
was
but
yeah, but it
you
was
see how
it was
you see how we're
really
having an adult conversation about this with our dicks in
You're
our
both
pants?
terrible.
You know,
Folks, you're both just awful.
Awful. yeah.
ladies.
I will say though, when it really struck me is Scrum warned me about this, right? But I was too
Yeah.
fucking pissed off to listen, right? And when Lamented spoke to you, and when you said to him, "Spoon has to go to the earn tab," I went like, oh. Like when he said, when I read earn, my brain went like, oh, you just fucked up because I know what she's just instinctively. I like, please. And I looked at like, please don't tell me it was this fucking easy to fix. And as soon as I saw the number, I went like, oh my. That's when I messaged you and I went like, how?
Yeah.
I realized my mistake, but I was also going like, how do I make this funny and also recognize my fuck up? And like, how did you not tell me about this like 6 fucking months ago?
I don't know, because we're both retarded in our
Yeah,
own
it was
way.
it
but,
was so
you
fucking
know,
stupid. I'm like, oh, I could have fixed this with like just this. No,
Yeah.
to be fair, I did need your help with verification.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I couldn't have done it on my own. In all
Yeah.
seriousness. But how easy
No,
it was
no.
fixed was like, god damn it, this
We're
is so
ju-
dumb.
ju-
And I'm
it
just
was-
sitting in the
Again, this-
background, just thinking to myself,
you
I've
just
been,
fix
my
it.
hairline receded like half an inch over this. I'm so glad that this could be so simply fucking handled.
I still have
Norman
less hair than
Reaper.
you, Bill. So
That's true. Spoon does have less hair.
yeah.
He shaves his fucking hair. I should hope he has fucking less hair than me.
Eldritch Saga 5 says the church superseded rulers after the French Revolution, so centralized faith is important, but not exactly necessary. Yeah, I would agree with that. What did we get through in this
I disagree.
APAC post? Yeah?
Yeah, I think centralized faith is absolutely necessary because if you don't have it in the faith, you have
Yeah.
it in the state, which is worse.
Yes, which is
Who
worse.
is it centralized with?
Satan?
Perhaps.
The
Yes.
Jews? The merchant class?
Where
Sorry,
were we?
St. Peter's empty, folks.
Hang on, where were we
I think
at
the
this
correct
IPAC
answer
post?
to all of that should have just been yes.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
But where were you at in this post? Where I had to
Uh,
go use the
I
Tinkletory,
think I
the
read
ladies' room.
most except the last one.
Okay, so Israel has taken the unprecedented step during wartime of surging aid to civilians in war zones, from which a barbaric attack was launched on sensitive. Yeah, we got it then.
Off.
Yeah. But rather than recognizing this fact, Great Britain and France would reward the aggressor. Oy vey! This would not be just, nor would it bring peace and reconciliation any closer to reality.
Someone that says, so Spoon is an egghead. I basically look like Edward Norton from American History X. Except
Spoon is a good looking guy, but he does look like a bit like Norton from American History X.
Yeah, the only difference is I don't have a swastika on my chest.
Well, not yet. You can always ameliorate this problem.
We like how we completely sandbagged his actual joke, which was on his chest.
Yes, on his chest, right? We did.
Yeah.
So what's happening to us here on YouTube, by the way? So of course, yeah, everyone's mad at. What? Oh no, I misclicked. My bad. I was gonna say.
What did PC Gamer do now?
No, nothing. This is just about what's going to happen here at YouTube. YouTube has started using AI to determine how old you are and feed your age-appropriate content. So prepare to be judged based on what you watch and when. So this is YouTube's answer to it, which is that, again, like I said earlier, if you watch a bunch of Minecraft things or, I don't know, stuff that children also enjoy, rather than asking for your ID, the way YouTube's going to get around this is judging how old they think you are based on the content you watch. Now, if you watch Cocomelon, maybe. But what if that's an adult's account and they also let their kid watch Cocomelon on it? Or whatever, kids watch now.
You are like one of like the 4 people in the chat right now who are Kamen Rider fans and who enjoy tokusatsu and therefore will be pigeonholed as being a roughly 9-year-old Japanese child as opposed to the 35-year-old alcoholic that you actually are.
Yeah, or I don't know, you're an adult who likes Disney
I find that
movies.
offensive.
It's not like there's millions of Disney adults
who
might
bet you better watch some more
this.
Kamen Rider than I do.
Yeah.
Get with the fucking program.
Gareth, I know that YouTube is already doing this. This was 11 hours ago, so that
There's going to be a bunch
AI
of
stuff.
There's going to be a bunch of like 8-year-old Dover Hattie fans out there enjoying the things in life.
Do you know what is fucked up though? Like, of all of the responses from the website, YouTube's one is actually the most sane.
It is the most sane,
which is
and it's
really
gonna
saying
look
something.
This is the least
They're
evil.
not asking for your
This is the least evil, yeah.
Yeah, they're the only ones not asking for your ID, which is still insane.
This
but
is
it's less insane.
social engineering.
I think the reason is because YouTube recognizes if they do that, they will lose so much fucking money that it's actually better for them to do
They will actually let Rumble get a foothold in the next.
Yes, and
well, I'm actually kind of okay with this.
Yeah, so am I.
More so than the others. Because if you do have an account...
No fucking compromise with fucking evil.
I agree. But if we have to make some sort of compromise, which I would...
No, you don't.
I know. However, if you do have an account that only watches Cocomelon, you can probably... And it says that it doesn't matter what they say. It only watches children's content. You can probably pretty safely assume that if it's not a child running the account, then an adult is letting a child operate the account.
So basically, you need to watch a lot of stuff with heavy firearms and war.
Yeah, that's what you have to do, guys. If you want to make sure you don't get hit by this, then just go watch the most violent, aggressive guns content. You can go sub the donut operator. And
I know I'm safe, purely because of the sheer quantity of times I've watched Hawk the Slayer. However, just folks at home, if you ever worry about this kind of stuff, just go watch some fucking documentaries on Rome.
Yeah,
you're watching them anyway.
Yeah. Put on some documentaries. Put on my content. Yes, put on AA or me, and then or Spoon, and you won't get hit by this. Which I presume most of you will.
You get put on a watch list.
By the way, AA is it's not very often I'll share something from AA, but he did a video lately about the insanely complex power structure of the Soviet Union.
Yes,
which I'm gonna have to watch like 2 or 3 more times because there's so much fucking information. Yeah, because it's like you need a retarded fucking org chart for that thing. I think you need more than one watch. Yeah.
Well, I had it on the background while I was working too, and I was like, I'm only taking in about half of this, But yes, if you watch any of this stuff, JD, as you said, you're not a kid. It's pretty clear. You watch any of our autistic shit, but it also is a problem because what if you are an adult and you want to watch 90s cartoon stuff because you have nostalgia,
top download charts as age verification checks in. What was that discount count, by the way?
Okay, so I don't know, but I think it's either Aiden or Aiden Paladin, and you can get, I believe still, I don't know if it's still in place. I need to work on this for my new videos, which VPN I'm going to get to sponsor it. But I believe you can use it for Surfshark VPN, NordVPN, and private internet access. All three of those VPN services I have discount codes with. Now, they occasionally pay me, so like, you know, whatever. However, there are also free options as well, which I would be remiss to not mention, like Proton VPN. And of course, when the stuff in the UK happened, then downloads for VPNs went off the charts. People couldn't use Pornhub, yes, but also Reddit and Twitter.
For those at home, if you want to be like remembered as like the fucking Giga Bro of the universe, get like a couple of downloads of different VPNs and host them like a Google Drive somewhere and post them all the way that the bongs, when they are fully like cucked out of everything, can still get to, and you get to be remembered as the fucking like savior of the Angloid race.
Is that true, Dapper Wolf? Chibi Reviews made a video that YouTube will be asking for IDs in the US. That's the thing, is that it's going to happen everywhere. There's precedent now. They're all going to roll it out around the same time. So okay, so YouTube saying it's only going to use the AI based on your viewing habits. Well, that's going out the window then soon too. Apparently, I don't know for sure. I know Chibi's been covering this very heavily, but yeah, I didn't know about that. I'm not surprised though. But yeah, 1800% spike in downloads of VPNs, and for a while again, the UK government was toying with the idea of just banning VPNs, but they can't because, as I said, too many of their private contractors use VPNs to do their job. So right now they're saying no VPN ban. Don't worry, it's coming. Maybe do worry, right? And all of this, as we brought up when V was here more, but just to go over it, is that this is coinciding with Visa and MasterCard facing huge backlash, again to the point where I haven't called them yet, I am going to call them tomorrow, of people complaining about games being removed from Steam and itch.io.
Like racy ones, or do they just mean like 18 rated ones?
Well, here's...
Anything,
that's
like
the problem.
Any violence, any distressing situations.
It actually says having guns in games is considered...
There are text adventures that got.
Yeah. There's some questions about... For a while, it was being reported that mouthwashing was removed. It seems that was actually the developer's issue, but there are games that are that have adult themes that are only intended for adults, that are only sold to adults, that are essentially like visual novels, like Fear and Hunger, which is not just a visual novel, obviously, but that have adult themes. They are being banned. And again, if you look at the rules that Visa and MasterCard set out, they said that the use of firearms would be a cause for removal from Steam, which would mean every other video game ever. Pretty much, if you have a gun in a game,
including games with guns but no other people.
Yeah.
Like Long Dark.
Yes. So hundreds of adult games. Yes.
You're not removing a shooting genre. You're removing basically gaming entirely.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point.
They're here to take your bread and circuses because you wouldn't bend the knee. They're here to make you miserable.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You're going to piss off a whole bunch of people and give them nothing to do, and they know where you live.
Now, I talked about this a little bit last week. It is obvious, it is extraordinarily obvious, that this group collective asshole, and I say that because their logo is a butthole. It's just a butthole. That's their logo. It's a picture of a butthole. They're a bunch of feminist lunatics who have promoted Cuties and supported Cuties, the film that stars actual child actresses performing provocative, sexualized dances. They're in favor of that. That's fine because that's artistic expression. But they don't want you to be able to use a gun in a video game. They are a scapegoat. The Visa and MasterCard wanted to do this anyway, and they said, "Oh, look, here's why." It's just like the same thing that's happening with the all of the restrictions on the internet more broadly. They're saying, "Oh, it's Christians. It's women. You go point and get angry at these people. It's bad parents. Get angry at them. Nobody voted for this. No one asked for it. But you've got a built-in scapegoat. Just like how Visa and MasterCard said, "Oh, it's collective shout. It's these feminists with no power who are insane. Don't get mad at them. Don't get mad at us." However, they are still being bombarded with calls to the point where, again, they're apparently having mental breakdowns on the phone. I don't know what's going to happen with this. People are furious. They're calling all day, every day. it'll be more difficult for them to ignore me being a woman, and it's very gay, but that is the case. That is true. They won't listen to me or you or anybody, just like the UK government's not going to listen. They just... nice petition, loser.
But you can completely cripple their infrastructure to deal with their other customers and therefore damage their brand if we just keep bombarding them. Eventually, it might even, if you do via like emails and such, you could
annoy them.
bloat the servers till they completely destroy, like melt under the strain.
What someone I saw on Twitter said that what they are now directing people to do is to email them because they can't take the call volume anymore. But don't email them. Keep their phone lines. Keep going. Yes, do both. Do both. Email them and keep their. They're not gonna read your email, by the way.
Keep spamming them.
Yes. Just so this is the mouthwashing thing. I've not played mouthwashing. However, I have watched several videos covering the story. This is like by definition an artistic video game. I would say. It's, however.
Oh, that's what you meant by mouthwashing.
Yes. Sorry. It's the name of a video game. It's because you are on a ship that is delivering mouthwash through space. It's a psychological horror game.
Okay.
That's in the style of a. It's again because you're in a ship delivering mouthwash.
I know, but it's just like, why that?
It is weird. However, one of the key plot points of the game is that one of the main characters who acts very kind of strange and skittish. It turns out that the character you are playing, the main character, ostensibly, raped her. And you have to find this out through the course of the game. And this game it's a little bit confusing because originally it looked like it got hit. This is a game that feminists and women love, by the way. It's a narrative-based game. There's not a lot of gameplay to it.
Of course, based on rape. Of course they do.
And there's and they like it because rape is a theme. Of course, women like it. And so it was delisted from itch.io, and it seems that was actually because the company itself just didn't keep it listed. In October of 2024, it was delisted, so it had nothing to do with this, apparently. But why it got attention is because of this guy, Searate Martin. He is an audio engineer who worked on it, or should we call him an audio engineer? He made music for the game, okay? And so he also said that it was yoinked from the itch.io results. And the thing about this guy is that he was already in some deep shit because he said that if you had politics he didn't agree with, you shouldn't be allowed to play the game that he did music for. Essentially. Was it the right thing? Oh, did I? No, sorry, that was not the right one. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, here it is. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. Whoops. There we go. Here's this same guy talking about it. Angry that Asmongold was talking about the game. And by the way, this is fan art, obviously, that's on the screen here. That's not from the game, it's fan art. And he said, the anti-woke crowd has found the game, and I feel sick to my fucking stomach. Being on Twitter is going to be unbelievably painful from now on that I don't know if I can be active on here. I don't have the energy for this. So this guy's a real fucking piece of work, and fuck him.
He sounds like a homosexual.
Well, he's gay, yeah.
Oh, is he?
He's gay!
Well, he's got a ring. He's gay! He's not bald yet! You know? We'll get there.
What does that have to do with anything? I feel like hairlessness is being attacked today.
It's you've not seen Kino Casino, but it's one of the common sort of refrain is, he's fat, he's bald, he's gay, you know? Just gotta throw bald in there. Doesn't have to be bald, it could be anything. Just, when you state a fact about someone, just say it like PPP does it in an authoritative tone.
From the gut.
Yes, emphasize the thing that they are. He's gay!
We look like a sledgehammer.
So here is now what's happening in Australia, which is coinciding with this, which is that the ban on social media for kids under the age of 16 starts in December. Australia is moving this out pretty fucking quickly. Same shit, different toilet.
Mobile phones in schools.
Sorry?
How's Bering doing?
Oh, well, he was I saw him and Sugar Tits put out a video reviewing the appearances of the women on the Tea League, the Tea App.
Wait a minute, I could ask
today.
him. I actually have him on Discord.
Yeah, you can just ask Barry.
I totally forgot about that. I just remembered, like, oh yeah, he's on my friends list.
You're allowed to socially interact. It's not against the law. There's no extra
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
We're already seeing a real-life example of the sort of difference that it's making. Teachers tell us that children are more focused in the classroom. They also tell us that our playgrounds at lunchtime are noisier, kids are playing and talking to each other rather than doom scrolling. But when school finishes,
fucking
you know
doom
what happens.
scrolling.
I know. Can you
I'm
believe you
surprised
heard
he
this in
did-
Australian Parliament?
I'm more surprised he got the actual use of it correct.
He did use it correctly. But we can control what the children do at school, but we can't control what they do at home. This is outrageous. Parenting? You don't have any rights as a parent. You don't have the rights to your children.
let's face it,
The government needs to decide what your kids do at home.
If you really gave that much of a shit about the experience in the classroom, I can give you some advice.
True.
You see it if you drive past a bus stop at 3 o'clock. You can see kids with their heads down looking at their phone back into the cesspit of social media. And we know the impact this is having on our children, on their health, on their mental health, how it's used to...
You wouldn't want kids, who at least in the UK, again, you're trying to make into voters, to be able to see anything that's going on in the world. We got it.
...bully and belittle other children. And this is doing...
Yeah, banning social media is going to get rid of bullying. It's not like that's existed before social media, of course.
There is actually merit to his argument. It's just that I wouldn't...
Somewhat.
Yeah, I just wouldn't take it from Satan.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's how they get away with this, right? And why it's compelling to retards, which is that there is a basis, is a sliver of truth in this stuff. Yes, children are being exposed to horrible things on the internet.
Just enough to burden the actual good argument.
But they're not. It is all under the guise of protecting children, of course, and that means that you're going to lose all of your rights to privacy as an adult. Same thing, different toilet, like I said.
Thing about it. This is a really important step to help our parents, but even more important...
To help our parents by making decisions for them.
Run over your local HR manager with a forklift.
Get forklift certified to do just that, yes. So it really is some real thing of the children shit, though. Yeah.
Go ahead, arrest me. It won't unflip your car.
True. What are you going to do about that? You going to get a forklift certification to unflip your car? I don't think so. See you in 6 months.
You ain't shit.
Protecting kids online means taking on some tough problems, so we're banning social media accounts for under 16s. Again, based in theory, but it's not where it stops. The way these platforms are built can harm children, etc., etc.
Is doing social harm. And my government...
Oh, I love this right ear only.
...prepared to take action.
It's left for me, it's even worse.
Young Australians.
Oh.
There is no perfect solution when it comes to keeping
just headphones.
Oh,
this is awful.
Women
must resist urge to make joke.
Will make a meaningful difference.
No, make the joke. There she is. There's the joke.
So you want to be careful making political jokes in Australia. They tend to get elected.
True.
Young people under the age of 16 will not be able to have accounts on YouTube.
Remembering that YouTube has a kids section that is completely cordoned off from the rest of the website.
Like no comments whatsoever.
Yeah, there's no comments, nothing like that. They had to deal
realize
with it.
AI exists? Like, this whole thing of being able to ID is going to go up in smoke within the next, month.
Because it has nothing to do with protecting children. It's about digital ID.
No, the digital ID is not going to work. In the age of AI, digital ID is going to be redundant.
They've waited too long, I think, but it's going to get a ton of normies. Because again, it's just easier. Oh, you just want my ID? Sure, I'll take a picture. You want a picture of my face? You want a video of my face? Sure.
And anyone, but here's the thing. Anyone that can actually do some risky shit is going to use the AI. That's the funny thing.
Or anything else. Again, who this targets is adult normies who just don't want to be inconvenienced. So they will hand over all of the information about what they do on the internet, including if you have bad opinions on inappropriate opinions, incorrect opinions on migrants, etc., over to private companies who will hand it over to the government and sell it to private countries and companies. Just give over all of your fucking information.
Do you want to start seeing situations where companies are like just blackmailers full time?
Well, that's where we're at now.
We've got all these correspondence of you saying all these things online. It'd be a terrible shame if your employer got this.
Exactly.
And now you're on the hook to us for the rest of your life.
Exactly. It is a blackmail dossier. That's what I called it. It was a dossier.
Oh, I'm self-employed. Now what the fuck are you going to do?
Yeah, well, they'll tell YouTube you're a naughty thinker, but they probably already know that.
Well, they just might start printing to go to the police.
Yeah, they'll take it to the police.
We'll also not be able to have accounts on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, X, amongst other platforms.
Yeah, they will.
Yes, they will.
They will. They're still going to have accounts on all those websites. This is it is the most boomer mentality, and that's the surface level observation. It's just these are stupid boomers who don't know what they're doing. No, it's because it has nothing to do with kids. It has to do with getting other boomers and millennials and Gen Xers to give over every single fucking last shred of personally identifying information and usage habits over to the government, just to make it more convenient. Can't hear the audio? Lucifer.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
That's your fault.
Well, I don't know if it's his fault. I don't know what's going on then.
Oh yeah, because it's only in one channel, so it might just be that they don't have that one. They don't have that one. I think that earphone of yours is fucked.
Yeah, it's the audio on this clip for whatever reason is only coming out of one side. So let's just that was it. We got it. So it's ogre. It's all ogre.
This is how a bunch of people are going to discover they fucked up setting up the studio. Their like surround sound.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's why you couldn't hear it. So Labor says Google sharks won't scare it from banning YouTubers under 16. The Google sharks, they're going to ban it. You can't get onto YouTube despite YouTube Kids existing. Again, nothing to do with actually protecting kids. We've been over this and not going to belabor the point anymore. We've seen evidence that that's not what it's about. But this woman in Australia, coalition demands unelected e-safety commissioner Julie Inman Grant face investigation and scrutiny. This clip just cover it?
State of affairs when a government limits the rights of anyone to access information. Even worse, though, when it is done on a false premise. Now, we've been following the case of Labor Minister Annika Wells being pressured by e-safety Commissioner...
Oh, she looks lovely, right?
Julie Inman Grant.
She also looks lovely.
Visibly evil.
Everyone in this is, again, everyone in this, I believe everyone involved in this story should die. Quote, Norm Macdonald, rest in peace.
15-year-old teenagers. Now, Grant has repeatedly said she's lobbying for the ban because of the evidence.
Well, I don't make determinations or write recommendations to the minister.
What? Is this woman a fucking American? Or Canadian? What is she doing in the Australian government? What's up with this accent? What the fuck is this? I hadn't heard her talk before. This one, I don't know which one this is. There were two women who were Shadow Minister for Communication.
Julie Inman Grant, American-born Australian.
There you go. Okay.
Based on whether I keep the public on side.
Born Seattle. Fucking imagine the shock.
Oh yeah, imagine my shock.
And my main concern with these platforms is obviously the harm's happening, but I talked about the persuasive design features.
Yeah.
This is from her actual Wikipedia page. So there's that out in the open.
Okay.
After graduating from university in the early 1990s, Grant was offered a position as a case agent with the CIA, but declined the offer as it meant I wouldn't be able to tell my friends and family what I was doing. This bitch has been fucking company since the 90s.
In the dark. Yep.
I mean, YouTube has mastered those. Yeah.
Well, Rap Bartholomew Cheesington for 5 says, this is only because everyone is switching to the right wing. They fail to understand this is easily bypassed by lying and using a fake profile pic. Yeah, again, it's only totally technologically illiterate people who won't be able to get around it or who are too lazy to get around it. Their information's all going to be compromised. Funnily enough, the Gen Alpha kids and the Zoomers, they will, I think, despite their actual general technological illiteracy, and that's coming from me who's technologically illiterate. These kids grew up on apps, so they don't. Most of them have no idea how computers work. Not saying that I do. Just that's what the data illustrate. They're still gonna find ways to get around this before adults will, and have all their data fucking stolen and sold to the Chinese. A Slosher for 10 Canadian says, these are the same arguments they made for vaccine passports. Thank you. Exactly. COVID was a trial run on everything they're doing here now. Thank you for bringing that up, because I forgot to. Thank you, Slosher. They aren't making you do anything. You can do whatever you want. They just want access to get access to the internet. Yeah, exactly. It's just like COVID passports in the exact same way. They're not. Nothing's being restricted. Just give over all of your information. Why do they want your information so much? That's what you got to ask yourself. They do, because they sell it to other countries and companies, and they monitor every single fucking last thing that you do to make sure you don't have wrong thoughts.
You know, that opaque algorithms driving users down.
Whatever. I don't need to listen to this woman talk. It's the same shit. Again, this woman, though, essentially she is unelected and has given herself complete and total authority to make these decisions. So it's not that democracy is real, it's cringe and fake and gay, but this woman's just stepped around the whole pretense of democracy and said, no, I'm just going to decide for you. You're going to do it, and you're going to like it. Well, I guess you're going to like it. If you don't like it, you'll get in trouble, I'm sure. So get fucked. Australia's going through the exact same shit. Total unchecked fucking power to do this. This is another clip. This one might make it a little bit more succinct.
The E-Safety Commissioner's dual role in developing, regulating and enforcing her own policies is unique. But the concentration of this authority is now raising concerns which may require greater scrutiny, for example, through this Parliament. We must ensure, and this must always be the case with legislation and with delegated legislation, that the operations of bodies do not stray away from the intent of the Parliament when it was first established. Let's be clear, the E-Safety Commissioner is not an elected position.
Yep.
Their decisions do not come before the Parliament for us to scrutinise.
It's totally outside of even Parliament, apparently, too. Also, I see you picking your nose, dude. Picking his nose.
For fuck's sake.
Rat Bartholomew Cheese Intended for Two says, the nudist scene will accelerate, so maybe this is good. I don't think it's a good thing, but maybe. Also, nose picker. He's a nose picker.
If you're looking for a
I think he was just scratching it. But it was a good.
Without adequate
No, the finger was just staying there, and his whole head was just rotating around it.
Yeah, I think he was picking it. He's a nose picker.
Getting out of hand.
Hard picker.
And we must consider this. Ensuring every adult logs into an account.
The absolute irony that all of these people, when speaking in Parliament, have someone behind them on their phone. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to use the internet anymore.
The word ignorant comes to mind.
Well, they say, well, they on their phone. Probably looking at porn, to be fair.
Count to browse the internet is taking the E-Safety Commissioner's power to a new level, which must be debated and scrutinised further.
Yeah, that's Australia. And she's right, this woman was not in any way elected. She just gave herself all this fucking power. And who is gonna preside over your information in Australia? Whoops, what the heck? Oh, forgot the H. It's gonna be
Never
Israel.
forget the H, brother.
Australia's digital ID and human verification system go to facilitate labor's e-safety laws. We'll see that the verification go through Israeli firm AU10TIX.
Just call it Autotex. I'm not fucking spelling that out.
Authentix. Sites creating digital twins for digital biometric identification. Congratulations, Australia. If you want to access the internet, you got to give your information over to a private Israeli company. Great. Give Israel your ID.
Which again, considering their conduct in Gaza would be illegal because they would be considered a terroristic organization.
Sure, but it's fine. It's fine. Oive is right. Oh my god, I keep forgetting.
I hope everyone involved dies of AIDS.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is another thing that's been happening in Australia, which is that today, a member of the Liberal Party said men are more suited to maths than trades. Well, women are drawn to care roles. This is the other shit they're fucking arguing about. That men are... No shit. No fucking shit. But they are upset about reality.
Tells you that, you retard.
Exactly, Spoon. They're upset about biological reality.
You need to understand as they do the ironing.
Men tend to be more drawn to vocations that involve maths, physical exertion like construction and trades, whereas women in the main tend to be drawn to careers that involve women and care and other people. Vocations like hairdressers, nursing, social workers and the like will always be more female dominated.
Those opposites simply do not get it. People used to think that women were not drawn to this place,
they are not.
Mr. Speaker.
You're not. You can tell from your masculine voice.
We have so many talented women in this place.
Can we just point this out? I like the way the older guys are laughing at that as they rightly fucking should.
Look at all the men are laughing.
We're going to talk about jazz hands.
Yeah, Jess.
Something that, if I were to just look at our ancestors and they looked at their descendants, they would go, why are our descendants completely fucking retarded, arguing shit that we figured out like 500 years ago?
Yeah, she's obese.
This just goes to show you.
She's fat.
I read something a while ago. I was watching. This is going to sound quite. This is going to upset you.
She's rectangular. Yes, what will upset me?
I was watching Fuentes just basically lambast this like 29-year-old moron because
I don't hate Nick Fuentes. I just think he's a fed.
Yeah, well he's.
I hate the fact that he keeps saying the things that I think, but
I know that's the frustrating thing about Fuentes is he says shit I agree with. And I'm like, oh, but you're a fed
Yeah, he says things
boy.
I agree with all the bloody time. And but the woman was describing education as freedom, and about her
Also, Nick's funny.
grandmother that came over from Guatemala, said some shit about education and being able to read. And what my favorite thing is one of the comments said, I wonder if her grandmother would trade the ability to read for her kids. Like, oof, nice shot.
Yeah. Good fucking question.
Good fucking question. And the way that I realize these people describe education is like a cult.
Yes.
Because they're thinking like, oh look,
you have to.
Education gives us freedom. Like freedom to do fucking what?
What?
You get materialistic benefits. That's what a husband is for, you retard. Like he provides resources for you, and then you take his hand in marriage. You provide children. If you have resources of your own, no man will want you. And when you're too fucking old and go, I want kids now, bitch, why the fucking hell would he want you when he can get someone like 15 years younger than you that does not have the resources and is younger than you?
Well, this is going to lead us into this. This is actually a good. We're naturally leaning into this of the Sydney Sweeney stuff, which I want to cover briefly. Which is just ugly, fat, disgusting women who are upset that
can I read what you
young
wrote?
And attractive. Yeah, sure. I don't remember what I wrote. I hope it wasn't too insane. But what I wrote about the Sydney Sweeney thing.
No, it was the app.
Oh, about the T app. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what you wrote, and I said can I use this in a video because it's funny as fuck. She said, the absolute state of women using this app. I've been clicking through this maybe 5 minutes, and I've seen about 8 average-looking women, 2 attractive ones, 1 very pretty one, versus hundreds of the most dysgenic freaks imaginable.
It's true.
So Aiden
shares a house with me.
Aiden can go very based when she wants to, and she is by no means hiding any power levels. Like, no.
I showed the cartoonized picture of their faces earlier.
I've seen some of them. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, when you look at it, these are women that will never ever get cock, even if they could fucking pay for it.
Yeah.
It's like, just straight up, you will never get fucking laid, ever. Like, because you look horrifying.
Because you are a spiteful mutant. That's
it's basically
why.
the female version of your average fucking Reddit user.
That's another term that's become
Reddit user?
ubiquitized. No, spiteful mutant. That's Dutton's phrase.
That's because it's true.
It is true. I think that's Dutton's.
Backgrounds, from engineers to doctors.
You know what? I don't care. Let's go down here. Grok, what is the gender breakdown of all winners in film? This isn't even the one, but someone did ask Grok in one of these comment sections of like, what's the breakdown, the gender breakdown of hairdressers versus engineers? And it's like hairdressers, 85% women. The other 15%, if it's even that high, are gay men. Obviously.
You know what's the most ironic thing about that?
What? I think it was probably
15% of the gay men are the best hairdressers.
Most likely. And like, how many women are engineers? 2%.
None.
Right? Again, it was in the single digits. Was the number of women who are engineers, and it's
it's going to be arranging marriages for medieval warlords, like medieval lords.
I want to show you what else the Australian government is up to as it regards women, is paying women to have late-term abortions.
The fucking hell is
$4,327 Australian dollars to women who abort unborn babies after 20 weeks. Now, the excuse here is, well, they've been through some shit, they're having emotional turmoil, but let's go through what this actually means. The Australian government will pay you to, because this includes abortion. It's not just if the baby there's a stillbirth, or if there's something terrible happens and there has to be a medically necessary abortion because it's going to cost the mother and the baby their lives, or etc. An abortion for any reason in late term, the Australian government will pay women $4,300 to commit.
What are you doing?
Literally,
with
they're
the
paying
children?
women. What are you doing with the bodies of those children you've aborted? Selling them to medical companies.
Well,
Yes,
I went for
exactly.
a piss and came back. I sure hope nothing horrifically fucking scary is being discussed.
Yeah, the Australian government is paying for you to have late-term abortions. Paying women to have late-term abortions, not you, Bill. I don't know how you get away with that. And
how many months old is Keir Starmer?
And in the U.S. Don't worry, guys.
Ready
All
some
the
math.
shit's coming to you, too. AVPA tells Congress group Screen Act gets age assurance right. It's the same shit. This Screen Act, it's the same exact thing. The Shielding Children's Retinas from Egregious Exposure to the Net Act, sponsored by Mary Miller, Republican, and in the House, and Senator Mike Lee, Republican, in Utah. Republicans hold legislative trifecta, meaning Miller and Lee will not have to garner bipartisan support at any level to pass this act into law. This is going through. Right? This is from February.
Rhino's going to be used.
This is the exact same act put into place at around the exact same time that all these other countries in the Anglosphere did, and the EU. Same shit. We have to shut down the internet unless you give us your personally identifying information to remove pornography and children's access to it. It's coming to the US very quickly, and it's not the only one. There's 2 acts that are currently doing the exact same thing, from my understanding. Oh, hang on. Actually, copied the wrong thing. There we go.
And they'll keep doing this with the same action to different names until interest fatigue sets in, and you can no longer get enough fucking outcry.
That was the Screen Act. This is the Kids Online Safety Act, which is, again, the exact same thing. Reintroduced earlier this month. Fuck off. And this was in, when was this Time article published? Oh my god, these ads are absolutely abysmal. When was this published? Okay. Very cute. I love when articles don't tell you the day they were published. That's very cute. Oh no, sorry. May 25th. So they, again, just 2 months ago, reintroduced this same shit. Exact same fucking thing. 2 different acts or bills that are being debated. They're about to be debated in DC that do the exact same thing. One of them's gonna get through. So look, I understand the desire to laugh at the silly Europoids who are being affected, and the Aussies who are being affected by the shit. But it is coming to a United States near you immediately. So I guess laugh while you can, because this is a global phenomenon, and you can't fucking escape it. And you can't petition your way out of it. You're going to have to maybe do something else. I'm not trying to get Fed posty, but you can't petition it. They've decided they're going to do this. It's going to happen to you no matter what.
Laugh now, because your next laugh will be alone.
Yes, Rep. Bartholomew 2010 for 2 says they've tried this 5 other times and it's failed. Now they have precedents. They're going to say, look, the UK and Australia did it. And that's going to be...
These are mortal men, I would remind folk, memento mori.
Meanwhile, what Trump's been up to, in terms of protecting children, is reiterating that he has the authority to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm allowed to give her a pardon, he said. Nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. In the news about that aspect of it. Right now, it would be inappropriate to talk about it. Sounds like he's considering it, though, to me.
If he's allowed to Fed post that much, I'm allowed to Fed post. Come on.
It sounds to me... Now, again, I've heard the GOP cope from this, which is that, well, she'll testify, and then the pedophiles will finally get put... No. Don't get your fucking hopes up. I understand the desire to want to do that, but don't get that... Trump has illustrated that he is thoroughly, for whatever reason, whether it's to prevent the total destabilization of the United States or something else, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he's protecting these people.
If we thought for a second that she had some, like, high-ranking fucking right-wing officials, like, on the on the notes, she'd be in Gitmo getting a fucking phalanges ripped out right now.
Yes, and a daily rate laughing cavalier. Ghislaine did nothing wrong, of course, because apparently there were no clients. They also apparently this week found a missing minute, not all of it, but a missing minute from the Epstein security camera footage. I've not watched it because why would I give a fuck? They're still hiding this shit. It's like, oh, we gave you like 30 extra seconds or something. Still doesn't show anything.
Just cut through the tripe. cut straight to the issue.
I'm so tired
you
of
got
it
a fucking
all.
issue in your life, sort it out.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and it's not the only person that Trump is considering pardoning. Pardoning. Sorry, my brain got ahead of my words, because the other one's Diddy. What? Oh, skip ad. Thank you, Deadline. Trump is seriously considering pardon for Sean Combs ahead of sentencing. White House officially says nothing.
Where did they get the information?
Sean Diddy Combs. What?
Where did they get the information then?
Let's see. Several associates. Let's see. Where did they get this from? Yeah, actually, it's a good question. Because I saw a lot of people reporting on this. Contacted by Deadline, Combs' defense team, led by Mark Agnifilo and Tenny Garago, had no comment on any pardon with their client. The number of individuals claims. Where did this come from? I did just read the headline. Looks bad by me. Where did they get this from then? Trump world. What the fuck, Deadline? Where did this come from then? Oh, I did just read the headline. Good question. Put a big pin on this, because I don't know where they got this information from. I'm just so pissed off at Trump. So put a big pin on this. I don't know, and I'm not gonna read through this right now because we're getting pretty late. 2 months after publicly entertaining the notion of a Diddy pardon in the Oval Office gaggle, comprehensive list of get-out-of-jail cards for Combs being seriously considered, an administration source tells Deadline. Okay, it's an anonymous source. Take that all with a big fucking grain of salt.
Yeah.
Most of the shit tonight I have read. This one I just came across me while I was putting this together, so I didn't have that. I hadn't read through that. Curious, though.
I would imagine this is this might be a ploy because the whole Epstein thing is not a good look right now. So they're just gonna pile on like, who else is really unpopular that we can smear Trump with?
True. Important possibility. Yes. I'm just so pissed off at Trump over this. Also, Hassan Piker's friend has been ousted as a sex pest.
I'm not remotely surprised by that.
Are you really? Hassan's friend is a sex pest? No way. I'm also not going to look into this. It's drama. I didn't listen to a whole lot of Chud Logic's stream this afternoon because I know he covered this.
In conclusion, slop.
But anyway, my basic understanding of this is that this lol overruled guy is a sex pest, and this was what Hassan had to say about it. And this guy was his friend.
How does that kid have so much emotion?
Yeah, which one, right?
Insane for Chad to say this stuff on drama. If it's related to Alex Lolo, then that's not drama.
Exactly.
That's like it's like.
Cole Summers, I fell for bullshit again only because I'm so mad at Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if he's considering a Diddy pardon, but we'll see.
Straightforward.
I hope I'm wrong. I do hope I'm wrong.
Shit. Okay, if that's what you guys are referencing as drama, you're a psycho. That's not drama at all. I mean, this dude apparently was all up and down being a fucking pest, and it's completely unacceptable. Yeah, and you guys are being fucking ridiculous if you think that this is just drama. That's not just drama, dude. That's like...
I've seen some of the messages. This guy was being creepy. Whatever, he's Hassan's friend. Hassan now has to deal with this. Well, everyone on the fucking internet hates him outside of his insane cult, which is largely bots.
That is... Yeah. It's incredibly disappointing.
How can anyone listen to this slow mush mouth
obviously
fuck?
Privy to. I was completely.
I mean, if I
oblivious
read, I
to
sound
whatever
like
the.
Yeah, but he's not reading. He's speaking extemporaneously.
Yeah, I suppose that's
He's got a fucking. It's because he's a low IQ moron. That's why.
Fuck was going on, and it's a betrayal of my trust. And. Yeah.
Best described as if Shin Chan's dad did Galaxy Gas. And now you're casting your brain back to Shin Chan, and then you're remembering how his dad looked, and like, oh no, Hassan does look like Shin Chan's dad.
Does look like Shin Chan's dad. We need to make this a thing.
I brought this up ages and ages.
I know you did.
Every now and then I do get a like on that one. It's over 10 likes now.
Who gives a fuck? Hassan's friend is a sex pest. Who's shocked? Fucking nobody. This guy also went to Diddy parties. So let's end this out because I wanted to talk. Let me do this real quick and then we'll get to Sydney Sweeney because I wanted to end on that since it's fun. Tomlin Roblinson, which I'm still used to calling him that because you used to not be able to say this guy's name on YouTube. I don't know if you guys remember that, but you used to not be if you said his name on YouTube.
fucking.
If you would say
Robinstein.
Tommy Robinson's name on YouTube, the video would be taken down. Like, that's how insane it was. And it instilled a belief in people that, oh, Tommy must, oh my god, also look at what a manlet he is. I know that he's behind this other guy.
It does look a lot like that picture of Tiny Mark.
He looks like a fucking puppet prince. Tommy's also
really
a Fed, by the way, guys.
Looks like Nick Recader's character from fucking Geeks and Gamers.
Look at his legs! Dude, his legs are like mine. That's not a good thing, Tommy.
You need to see a doctor about that.
You need to see a doctor. What's going on here? Anywho, he punched out this guy in St. Pancras.
We've been there, haven't we? St. Pancras.
I've been to St. Pancras a few times at this point, but yeah, it's a tube station.
Oh, you did really spark him out pretty well, to be fair.
He punched this guy in the face, and now he's fled the UK, by the way.
What step ladder did he bring with him to fucking throw that haymaker into his jawline?
Bigfoot video.
It does. Like Tommy Robinson's running blurrily away into the fucking woods.
But yeah,
like,
yeah.
Did
Tommy Robinson's
well, they had to start it there and not during the actual fight, of course, because the Shadow of the Colossus fucking soundtrack was playing as Tommy climbed his fucking scrawny little ass up the side of this cunt's head.
Fair, he knocked this dude out.
He did spark him out pretty well.
Him, bro.
I would hope
out.
So.
He is out for the count.
The bloke's
bro.
a 45-year-old chav. I could hope he'd at least throw a cheap shot fucking haymaker.
Yeah. I mean, he probably had to struggle to reach his head from that height, but yeah.
So.
See, like, even the sassy, like, Tommy, what the fuck?
Sassy black gay guy's like, oh, what the fuck? Come on, Tom, oh, not again. So basically saying, Tommy, what the fuck am I going to do with this?
I don't trust Tommy Robinson at all. He is clearly a Fed.
But I can also believe that he's pally with the crowd at St. Pancras.
Yeah, I believe he is.
Because he's probably through there every single fucking day.
Because Tommy also, he did become an icon for people who's representing something of fighting back against the corrupt government. But part of the way that he got out of that was by becoming a Fed. However, now he's fleeing the country because of this. The police have sought to question Tommy Robinson in connection with the station assault, and he's just fled the fucking country, as far as we can tell. He's run off.
Robinson, hang on, let me read this one section. Robinson, 42, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Fucking hell. Was contacted by a female BBC reporter for comment, but Robinson responded with a message that said slag, quote unquote.
Yeah, right, yes, when the BBC, yes, that's the best part of the story. Let's be clear. The best part of the story is that when the BBC reached out to him for comment, he called her a slag. Pretty based. That part's pretty based, okay?
No other fucking text, just slag.
Pretty based. That part's based.
But yeah, if you ever wanted to know Robinson's real allegiances, that real name is there. Stephen Yaxley Lennon.
But like also
Rabbi Chaim von Sheckelblum.
Rabbi Chaim von
He donates
Sheckelblum.
$5.
To donate to this Holocaust Orphans Fund.
Oh, you said it, now you get in trouble.
What? We're already in so much trouble for this. I don't know where he's gone to. Is it to Tel Aviv? Perhaps. Perhaps it is.
He donates $5.
This is also another thing that happened. I don't know too much about it, so I don't want to go into it. But this guy, Joey Swole, apparently said something about Hulk Hogan that was positive.
No,
and now he's had to apologize.
He dressed as Hogan.
Is that what he did? Well, that's what he did here, but
well, that's
he
him
made
right
some
next to
statement.
the fucking right thing.
I know, but I'm saying apparently he said something. This was part of his memorial. Was that what it was?
Yeah, it's like, hey, Hogan said some racist things, and instead of going "who fucking what," he decided to cock and apologize like a bitch.
That's the problem. Never, ever, ever
this
apologize.
Is like really, he's like a really big influencer, whatever fucking. Yeah. So how the hell have you been doing social media for this fucking long, and you don't know basic etiquette of don't apologize to a fucking mob? You dumbass.
I read a really interesting post that someone made on Twitter or somewhere today, or yesterday, I don't remember which. And it was essentially that what apologizing gets you from the woke mob, right? Which is that, or leftist, whomever, is that it actually makes them hate you and want to destroy you more.
Yeah, because you're weak.
Because you are now weak. You have shown your weakness, and they go, oh my, now I've got something to jump on.
Yes.
it is in. There's an excellent book, on apologies called. Oh shoot! I just was thinking about it earlier. I've referenced it a couple times in videos. It's Mea Culpa is the name of the book, which is apology in Latin, and the author is I'm gonna just look it up. Mea Culpa book because it starts with an F, I think.
Finkel, Michael Finkel.
No, that's not it. It's not Michael Finkel. On apology.
You sure it should be?
This it is. This is it. This it is. Nicholas Talfchus. This is an excellent book. If you're interested in the sociology of apology and reconciliation, his conclusion that he makes at the end of this book, written in 1993, is that apologies have to be sincere, and they can only exist between individuals. A public apology will never be taken seriously and will only be taken as weakness. Do not apologize.
Ever.
Don't apologize. Yes, it is an admission of guilt. Exactly, Adam Price. Exactly. Don't apologize. Never fucking apologize. Unless you really think you've done something wrong and you can apologize to the individual you have wronged.
Like I did.
Yes, exactly. Let's talk then.
God,
let's end this.
Good at saying sorry, fucking.
He's very good. He did it in the right way. Let's end this with something funny, which is the absolute BTFOing
yes, our
of
future fascist fashion icon.
We're going to do what every bloke at home wants to do right now. We're going to finish on Sydney Sweeney's tits.
We're going to finish on Sydney Sweeney's tits and her great genes. So American Eagle puts out this ad. If you've not seen it, I think we can play it. It's an ad. I don't know.
Yeah, you probably.
And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing.
She doesn't have an ass though.
No, she's a bit flat ass. However, I would say that's fine. Look at the absolute monstrosities of man-made horrors that we've seen with Brazilian butt.
You've all seen whores beyond your comprehension.
Yes, of
man-made whores,
literally inflated with silicon ass. I think we can all go with a nice, relatively flat
70s.
Sydney Sweeney
Listen,
ass.
we know the process. Anyone who's listened to the theme song of R.E. Cutie Honey knows that there is a cycle of fat ass, flat ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how things are. It's the yin and the yang of the world and cycles forever. A fat circle.
The thing about Sydney Sweeney, and I've seen every poll, every response I've seen about this, is that men generally tend to think that she is hot. But she's not like the hottest woman on earth. What makes her
she's
so
like the
hot
girl next door type.
is that she seems approachable, she seems
she's
nice, and
Yeah.
she seems, friendly. And so this was apparently fucking devastating to have Whoops. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was my bad. I accidentally clicked the button. I'm boomering too close to the sun. I can't even play the ad. Anywho, she seems nice. She seems fun. I think that's big. I think it's the biggest thing. She seems fun. She doesn't seem like a total, utter, complete bitch. She seems like you could
Let's be
to her,
real, folks. She's player 2 color scheme Aubrey Plaza.
And she's hot. Is she the hottest woman ever? From what I've
She's
seen men
boob-bomb.
say, no. She's not the hottest woman they've ever seen, but she is approachably, or maybe even above approachably hot. And I think I'm not the best person to ask. Because I'm a little gay, and so I don't get mad at other women for being more attractive than me, which is the whole Oreo thing. I don't get mad at women for being more attractive than me, which is what a lot of women got mad at in this situation. It's okay, ladies, for other women to be more attractive than you. It's all right. She's very hot. Why can't we all just appreciate and enjoy a hot woman in a nice pair of jeans? I don't understand. I'm gonna turn into Bobcat Goldthwait again. Frog Jupiter for 5
jean
says.
jacket's coming back though.
Me too. I like a little bit of denim. Frog Jupiter for 5 says, why does the UK gov, who wants state-enforced sex ed for toddlers, suddenly say that the internet must have ID to protect the kids? Because it's not about the kids. That's exactly why, man, as we've been over in extreme detail at this point. She is hot. Killer is dead. She's just not, insane hot, and she's naturally hot. That's what makes her
She
unique.
looks like an actual human being as opposed to some kind of horrific simulacrum.
Hasselhoppe, exactly, for 2, says, name a hotter actress right now, says something. Yep. Look at the other women she's up against. Yes, and that's the problem, Spoon. She's white.
No, that's what makes it funny.
But if you said that you want to...
Well, it's a problem for the people who are mad about this.
Spoon, I will be the judge if she is white. And I'll have to double check. bit late.
Well, her name. I mean,
it was a bit late in the evening for a physiognomy check.
I mean, one of the people who was supposed to be on this episode tonight is also named Sweeney, which his name's out there, so it's not like I'm doxing. But come on, like, yeah, it's a very Angloid name.
Buy the jeans. I'm not gonna stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
You see what I did there, right?
She's just cute. She's very, yes, girl next door. You know, excellent. She's cute.
She's hot while still seeming like she'll be fun to hang out with.
Yeah, she's not gonna be like, oh, calling the police. You're talking to me. Oh, she just gives off that vibe. She doesn't have bitch energy.
She has some gravitas.
Yeah, this was it. That was the ad. That's the whole thing that has people mad. My jeans are blue, she says as she flashes her blue eyes. What?
Shanique will be posting their delusions online again.
And here are the people mad about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, the full ad, there's some more explicit sort of...
What do you care about jeans, bitch? You got a fucking pride flag in the background. You ain't passing that shit on.
Let's look at some of the... TikTokers complain about Sydney Sweeney's new American Eagle.
This is a cyclist on the highway. Get the fuck off the road.
This bitch has intentionally made herself as unattractive as possible, and then is confused as to why men don't find her attractive.
We've seen Amy Winehouse, now meet Amy Piss Tank. Amy Beer Garden.
That ad, Mo is currency for 5 says that ad for jeans is as close to 14 words as we can get right now. Preserve good jeans. The thing is, okay, how is this being...
Let's see how, like, here's the thing, if you get controversy to bump up some numbers on ads, they really like that, then they'll get more extreme if we keep encouraging them. I reckon that this time, like 3 months' time, we could have Sydney Sweeney in, like, the fucking Alps, like, in a bunad and fucking Alp pigtails, fucking singing.
I would point out that American Eagle's value on the stock market apparently soared after this ad.
Yeah, like
how racist can we get them to be?
But she didn't actually saying someone has good genes in the common nomenclature in colloquialisms doesn't necessarily have to do with race. You can just say, I got this from my mama, right? You know, whatever. That means you have, that's the same thing.
Aiden, you are drastically overthinking this. It was just a pun and great marketing by American Eagle.
I know.
Eagle, given the current cultural climate.
Yeah, it means...
No one is really focusing on the fact that that's just very clever and the controversy spurred sales, which is what they're supposed to fucking do.
That's what they're mad about. They're mad that a hot white woman sells jeans. Now, Beyonce has come out, by the way, and had a picture of her wearing a blonde wig, as she is often wont to do, saying Beyonce has great jeans.
Listen here, no one gives a shit about Beyonce, and I'll tell you why. It's because you are old. You are not fertile, and you are clearly fucking coping at a younger woman who is much more attractive than you.
Mm-hmm.
And also, this needs to be said, because I've seen a load of fucking black women lose their fucking mind. So here's the quiet part out loud. Yeah, here's the reason why they're fucking mad. And I'm going to say the quiet part out loud because I'm frankly don't give a fuck.
She's hot.
No. Yeah, no, that's not the reason why. It's because no man would choose any of them over her.
No.
That's the reason why.
And I was talking about this in our...
the genetic standard is the reason why. Yeah. It's because she's white and they're not. That's the fucking reason.
Yes, and it's their personal hang-up. They are injecting a racist or racialized thing into this that I don't think was actually present in the ad. I don't know how you can read that.
Yeah, but that's just the reality. Every race wants a white woman because white women are objectively better looking than everyone else.
Yeah, because white women are hot. I have never personally
Same with white dudes.
This. I have never personally understood this, but I was talking about this in our group chat today, but it's like women do this shit, which is the antithesis of what men do. Men will build each other up. Yeah, brother, lift harder, go further, push yourself. That's how male friendships work. They will encourage each other and make fun of each other in the process and stuff like that, but will push each other to become better. Women are the opposite. Women will get involved in a little group of friends and be like, oh, you look so cute in that. As a woman
passive-aggressive,
she's saying
yes.
that too, has gained like 60 pounds recently. Like, oh, I love your look. That's what women do. They actively encourage each other to be worse and less attractive because women are judging where they themselves fall, she herself falls, in the marketplace. So it is within women's sexual and financial interest to make other women around her uglier. And if you look at the data that was done back in the day, and it still holds up to this day, on social networks, not talking about social network sites, but social networks as in like your friends and your friends' friends and your family, Christakis and Fowler found back in like 2012 at this point that if a woman has one fat friend, the likelihood that she herself will become obese increases to 100% the longer she remains friends with that fat woman. Women drag each other down. Men build each other up. This is the difference. Oh, I love how you just wear anything. Passive-aggressive nonsense. And that's what all of this is about. Women are intimidated because she is unapologetically hot. And she, again, not like the most hottest, like, tits out and stuff, just unapologetically, naturalistically sort of hot. Yeah. And that is a huge threat to other women.
That's why the genetic thing kicked off, is because she has genes and they don't. Like, you can't change the...
You can't.
You can't change the nature.
And that's a huge problem for them because they want to be like, oh no. Although actually think about it. What do other women encourage each other to do? Become as insufferable as possible. Again, look at the women who are angry about this. This woman has made many active attempts to make herself as unattractive as possible. Look at this fucking haircut. Look at these tattoos. Look at this nose ring, the nose ring and the septum piercing and the big fucking problem glasses. The aposematism at work here. This woman is actively trying to make herself less attractive than she is inherently. And so she's mad.
That?
Other women.
Exactly.
Her under the encouragement of other women being like, oh, you go, girl. Yeah,
and this
you would look so cute with a nose ring. You should cut your bangs like a 7-year-old boy. That looks so fresh.
This is why men drag women away from other women, because they're retarded and they will fuck you up. Ironically, you will be better off being surrounded by men because men won't fuck you up like this.
Yeah. So let's look at the cope and the seethe. I managed to find a blonde white woman, although you can see the difference.
Yeah, it's about 30 years of drinking.
It's mostly brown fat women who are mad
American
about this.
Eagle can't even get genes right. No, it's called a pun, you stupid bitch.
Well, this woman... Spoon, excuse you. This woman is a medical professional. I don't know if you can tell from the fact that she's wearing scrubs right now. So? She knows about the science more than we do.
I guarantee you I know more about science than she does. I will fucking bet my life on that.
I guarantee you do too, man. It's not hard. To be fair. She's gonna tell us about the science that Sydney Sweeney's wrong.
Sweeney, Aryan Eagle, xenophobic and racist. It's also scientifically inaccurate.
Oh, it's scientifically inaccurate that your appearance is based on your genetic makeup? Yeah.
Well, wait until you find out about audio and audio physiology cues, which let me know that you definitely sucked your way to your nursing degree.
Jesus, she's the thing is that like she took up.
But the life has been drained out of her through really long flicking hours.
Maybe that's
state of her.
Yeah.
She says genes often determine hair color and eye color.
They do. They do, you fucking moron.
She says she's a fucking bottle blonde and not a very good one.
But here's the thing. Sydney Sweeney didn't say that. Sydney Sweeney didn't say anything about genes determining hair color and eye color. They do. That's true. But she just appeared in an ad, bro. You silly woman.
Isn't there an ad where she actually does say that?
Oh, is there one where she says something about that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I missed that one then.
But it's true.
Oh, it does. I mean, yeah, it's...
Yeah, so like, what the fucking hell are you talking about?
Who gives a fuck? It's just truth. I'm sorry
do you know who gives a fuck? People that have genes.
Do you want this woman who is a nurse, a medical professional, and doesn't believe genetics are real to treat you? Yeah, true, right? You want to be treated by a doctor who doesn't believe genetics are real? Have fun with your sickle cell anemia. That doesn't real then either, I suppose.
I got treated by one.
Oh, there's like 4
one
ads,
female
thank you,
doctor
yeah.
in my entire life, and as soon as we were done, my mother went. That woman doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm taking it to a man, and she went to get me a male doctor to get a second opinion. Like, seriously.
Let me put it this way. So, I had a. I've talked about this before, but I have like a genetic disorder that causes pain, and it's related to the female cycle stuff, right? It's called endometriosis. It's very common. A lot of, like, 1 in 5 women have it. And I saw a bunch of women, and they all just said, "You're essentially, every woman has pain with menstruation." Now, I was having pain to the past point where I was like passing out, losing consciousness, and I was told that was normal by women. I saw one male doctor, and he's like, "Whoa, that's endometriosis." Oh my god, the sistership falls apart. The second a man took a look at my case file, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a genetic disorder." Thank you, sisterhood. That was great. I loved that.
I'm sorry, often that's literally what they do. If they're not determining hair color and eye color, what is? It's giving red pill podcast bro with no marketing experience clearly running their ad department. And I just hate when companies.
What the fuck are you talking about, you stupid asshole?
That's an implicit get me to do it for you.
Yes, exactly. I would like hello, why am I not being paid millions of dollars by American Eagle? God, it's every time with women. Every time.
To use medical or scientific terms and then completely fuck it up. Like, it's not that hard to Google what genes do, how DNA works.
I guarantee you have zero idea how genetics work, despite you choosing to wear your scrubs while recording this.
Do
That just makes your profession look worse.
determine our traits?
Yes,
Yeah.
they do, you fucking moron.
Yes, genes dictate all of this. That's all we are, is an expression of our genetic code. That's all that we are, is an expression of genes. I hate this anti-scientific fucking nonsense. It drives me up the damn wall, dude.
Traits, or do they always determine our traits?
Always.
Always.
Every single fucking
That's what
time.
genes do.
Every single... You are an expression of the code, and you are a dysgenic one. That's why you're mad. Get mad. Stay mad, bitch. Oh my god, this one's insane. But
Is
look
she a
at the
hippie?
women... no, she's some kind of brownoid. I don't know what type. South American, maybe? I don't know. I can't really tell.
She's gypsy.
She looks like a gypsy. She's some sort of brown lady. I don't know.
She looks like someone that would like scam you to tell you a fortune for like $5.
I'm not even saying brownoid as a term. I say white. I've said whiter, I think, earlier in this fucking
Do not
stream.
apologize.
Whatever. Yeah, why? What again? Don't apologize. Fuck off. Yeah.
She's
Okay.
Jewish.
There you go.
She's not
Is she?
fucking CNN. She's not a jipper. She's not any of that shit.
Bill
She
is the
is
master of
She
this.
is dressed in the fashion of those people to LARP as if she's not quote unquote white. But ear position, the eyes above the ear, that particular curve of the eyebrows, and Cupid bow top lip, bowed bottom
there
lip.
you go. There you go.
Also, look at the
Jewish.
fucking like stealth bomber parking space she's got wedged on her fucking head.
Yeah, true. Jewish.
You can tell the air's free. Fucking hell. Yeah, she's dressed up like she's pretending to be Italian.
Yeah,
or like
yeah.
Greek or Turkish.
Greek.
Like, she's gone for like the entire like Cyprus fucking sweep.
Yes,
here.
Cyprus is what I would have guessed. Midnight Nexal says, when in doubt, you will always make your money back if you keep betting on Jewish.
Pretty much.
Don't forget to boycott American Eagle for their race.
Did you see the weird way she looked? Look at that. She like nervous? Don't forget to boycott American Eagle. Sorry,
Eagle.
that.
For their
We're
race.
looking out for fucking security.
Racist
shit.
Racist shit.
Talking
Racist shit for her selling jeans.
about blue jeans and white people. Boycott American.
She didn't.
That's
say
the
that
reason why I
shit.
would like to buy the jeans, because it makes you cope
Yes.
and fucking seethe.
Now I would like to have. I used to have a pair of nice and comfortable American Eagle jeans. I think I will buy myself a new pair. Everyone likes a nice pair of comfy jeans that last a good amount of time. And American Eagle jeans are decent quality. So, not that I would suggest buying anything from any corporation, but why not? Fuck these people.
Good Lord, Midnight in Exile.
Huh?
Like, Jesus, her voice can circumcise.
Fucking...
Fucking good
That's pretty
Lord.
good.
That got, I have it on top chat. Is that what I fucked up on? I missed that. Oh no.
Always go
American
and
Eagle.
check the fucking thing.
Boycott the shit out of them. Boycott American
Why?
Eagle. Do not buy them.
Is she
And
LARPing
cancel
as a
this
Mexican?
person.
I don't know what she is. I don't. Again, I think Jewish.
As
Sorry,
per
I'm trying
usual,
to-
Jewish race grifter. Just LARP as everything.
The thing that just most amazes me about this is just that I cannot imagine any scenario where I would tell people not to buy it. Like, I would go on social media and tell people not to buy something because I'm that much of a fag and I'm offended. I
can't.
literally
it's outside of
cannot
our-
understand that.
The thing is, it's outside of our comprehension.
It's
However,
also so fucking egotistical. Like, who the fuck do you think you are, you little bitch? It's just so bizarre. I don't understand
this is
it.
how. But the reason you don't understand it is because this is
I'm not
just how
insane.
women are. Well, yes, same thing. We said the same thing. You're not a woman, so you don't know what it's like to exist in women's circles because women are fucking insane and they love to tear other women down. There's the fucking feminist sisterhood for you. They love nothing more than tearing an attractive woman down in order to give off the perception that she, in turn, the woman pointing here aggressively, is attractive. I have watched people I have been friends with, women I have been friends with, actively encourage another woman to become fat and then, like, celebrate it. I saw it happen in college to people I was friends with. I was like, the fatter their friends got, the more like, oh, you're so brave. Yeah, you eat that extra portion. You go, girl. It is the most fucking subversive, repulsive shit you can fathom, and women do it with a smile on their face to their own friends just to knock them out of the fucking dating pool so that when they go to the bar together, she's the least fat. That's what it is every time. And if you lose weight amongst that group, because I also watch this because I've always been fairly thin comparatively, then it's like cold shoulder towards you. Why aren't you fitting in with us? We're all having an extra helping of guacamole.
No thanks, I'd
I'm not
rather
hungry.
not be a fat ass.
I'm just not hungry, first of all, and then secondly, yeah, no thanks.
Miss Sweeney, cancel for her being racist. For doing Nazi propaganda.
Nazi
Off,
propaganda!
you useless
For being
twat.
racist, says the Jewish woman dressed up like a Puerto Rican. Fucking
Yeah.
brown face.
Yeah.
Cancel American Eagle.
Cancel them. They made a shit ton of money. Oh no. What an insufferable. They're all insufferable. They're just uh-oh, what the heck? Sorry, my computer froze there for a second. Okay. And then I have one more without waiting on of the parade of just
I'm gonna do a video about this
incredibly
tomorrow, by the way.
salty women. And this one is the one that I think made the most rounds. What the heck is going on? Where's my computer? There we go. This one I think made the most rounds, which is this brown woman, and she's not the only one. I only chose 3 for this. She's the one who's made the most rounds because she's fucking crying over the existence of
And
a
this is
hot
the-
white lady.
Yeah, this is the people who think they're superior to white people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant.
What's blatant?
I keep thinking that people just are not gonna believe us until we're hung out there, but then even then...
Just to be clear, she said
white
no one's
people-
gonna
No.
believe that this Gene advertisement is racist until I'm hanging from a lamppost. I think you're catastrophizing things a little bit, you fucking
Oh,
lunatic.
but a man can dream.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And I feel like
Yeah.
they'll be like, oh no.
No, they won't.
No.
Kind of like they are with...
Can you believe that they are seething this much?
Yes,
over the
actually, I
fact
can.
that She's just a good-looking white woman?
I don't know, Aiden, if you've noticed this in the last, say, okay.
What the fuck?
Okay, you have to think of it like this. In the last 4 or 5 years, this particular race and sexual demographic has been pumped to the fucking forefront.
Yeah, you said this, yeah.
And no one... Remember that fat, black, obese fucking bovine of a creature a couple of years ago? The Nike one? The Nike advert,
Nike
right? Yeah, like the dance
the big
thing.
Billboards, yes.
Yeah,
yes, yes,
exactly.
Yes.
No one is fucking buying that because it doesn't fucking sell, right? And then for years and years and years, this shit was pushed. It fucking tanked the brands. Then all of a sudden, one white woman appears and outsells all of these fucking things over 5 fucking years. That's the reason why they're coping and seething. It's because one white woman can undo all of their fucking hard work. Yes, for just and
well,
it's just
all their
it's
bullshit.
It's because white women are desired and they are not. It's really that fucking simple. It's because any man of any fucking race would rather have them or would rather have her than any of them. It's just plain fucking envy. You do not have the genes because we are superior to you. Fucking deal with it.
It's also that Sydney isn't covered in tattoos and piercings and is not intentionally making herself ugly. It's like, but ladies, we were all supposed to do this together.
And
we're
also,
all supposed to make ourselves
men.
really ugly. Yeah, that's it though. It's like she's going against the sisterhood, so she is outcast because she's not covered herself in hideous tattoos and piercings and cut her hair into a weird bowl
I can
cut
look
with
natural.
the side shaved. I just look like a natural fucking normal woman. Oh, this is an outrage.
That's the funniest thing. She puts in the least amount of effort and gets the most amount of attention. That's probably why.
Yes. And I can, look, like many women, I enjoy putting on makeup. I like makeup. Most women do. But Sydney's, part of her appeal is that Sydney Sweeney is attractive without makeup.
Yeah,
I think you can just have fun with makeup in general. I like putting on makeup, again, like I said, but she is naturally pretty. She doesn't need a million filters and a shit ton of makeup to be bisexual or what the fuck ever. But I go, like, look, Sydney Sweeney's hot. A nice ad for jeans. Who gives a shit? It doesn't. I don't understand this.
That's where you end,
I cannot empathize with this outrage in any way. Yeah, she's hot. Great. I love seeing a nice hot woman in an ad for a pair of jeans. Cool. These women are on the verge of on suicide watch over it, bro.
I know it's good. By the way,
the same.
That's why I said I said on a community post. That's the reason I want her to be in everything. Just think of it like this, okay? Think of it like a wrestling promo, right? You know, you've got heels and you've got babyface. Heels are your bad guys, your babyface are your enemies, and you've got factions. Now throughout 3 years, brother destruction.
Well, the baby face is the young, sort of naive, the good guy, the hero, yeah.
Yeah, but the one is that she's the baby face and they are the heels. Mm-hmm. And what you have is a whole bunch of heels basically cutting a promo, in this case, this kind of shit.
Yes.
And all they're doing is seething. And that's it. Yeah. That's what you're doing. So your job now is to cheer the baby face as much as humanly possible because they've violated the core tenet of don't do this on the internet, which is to tell people what the fucking hell annoys you, especially if you're annoying, because everyone is going to keep praising that thing that you get fucking irritated by.
Yes, welcome.
You are going to get so many people lopping as Nazis because it's really funny to watch you get fucking angry. Like, is this promoting fascism? No. But here's the thing. Now we're going to see a whole bunch of people lopping as Nazis just to piss you off. I hear Hugo Boss is hoping to reinvigorate the fucking brand with Lederhosen.
Look, it's
Hugo
not just
all hail the Fourth Reich.
Crossover. Make it happen.
I would love a Hugo Boss Yeezy crossover. Very likely to happen.
Yes.
However, I think we can, everyone being honest, everyone on the planet Earth, I think, if they really dig down to it, can admit to themselves that the Nazis had style. So did the Soviets to a certain degree, by the way, as well. But the Nazis had some fucking style going on there. It looks cool. Mach brought this up too, is that if we had to deal with Zendaya in everything for the last decade, then they can deal with this. Exactly. We had to deal with cave trolls for long enough. Let's bring back
we had to deal with Lizzo to
women.
get the fuck out.
And by the way, when you look at the social science research on this, it's clear. Women also prefer looking at attractive women in media. They don't want to see uggos.
As opposed to the last 4 years of Australopithecus.
Right? Well, I've never found Zendaya to be particular. It was this
You
weird.
precisely who I meant when I said that.
What, it was Zendaya and there were a couple of these like vaguely brown women that they pushed everywhere for a while who weren't like necessarily ugly or anything like that, but they just weren't.
They just thought to themselves,
They're
you
not
know
Sydney
what would
Sweeney.
really fuck up Dune?
You know?
This dumb bitch.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep watching the seethe.
Perpetual self-imposed victimhood.
That's you.
Yeah, that's you. That's what you're doing
That's
right now.
you.
And look at how mad she is. Look at her face. Examine this. She's trying not to scream.
Very good job of it.
You know, I did a post about saying, hey, like, these are the action steps that we really need to see from the good whites.
Oh,
Where
the
I said,
good whites. Oh, fuck off.
The good whites. Oh my.
I just want to see one conflict where white people go gloves off. Please, one.
You know as well as
Bill,
I know,
if,
and as
if
soon
you
as
do,
they
it'll
can't
be the
handle
last
that.
fucking one they do.
Exactly.
Welcome to the wonderful world of a full power level white people war. You may now begin counting your calendars from year 0.
When white people get determined to do something, they go conquer the entire fucking world. You really want to keep doing this?
That's something that I do not understand, is that you people mock white people. You do realize you have never conquered us in an armed conflict ever.
Chaos. No.
If
No,
you
not one of
piss
them.
us off, we make new nation fucking states. Shut the fuck up and know your place.
White people, even when outnumbered like 1,000 to 1 by Africans, that will almost always like somehow get out the other side with like 0 to minimal casualties.
Cole Summer says this is reminding me fondly of what Billie Eilish said in the day. Do you mean her recent statements about how much she loves Ireland?
Being around people who look like her, yeah.
And being around people who look like her, yeah. That was, of course, treated as incomprehensible racism. It is nice to be around people who share your same values, who look like you. We are evolutionarily, by the way, designed to react this way.
Finally, Murdoch Chan got a wish.
I disagree with that.
Hmm?
I don't think that's actually true. I think it's true for us because we're objectively better. But I think if you're black, you don't want to be around people who share your values, especially if you're a violent thug.
True. Yeah. And that's what this is about, is that these women, they want to be Sydney Sweeney, and they're very upset that they aren't. That's it.
They want to be desired like Sydney Sweeney.
Yes.
And the reality is, you don't.
No,
you don't have the genes.
They also want to. They want to be white.
Yeah, that's like undoubtedly true.
They want to be white because they understand, or Asian maybe, but that's why they're mad. They want to be anything other than what they are, and they cannot. They have realized at this point that no amount of fucking social conditioning can make people stop finding Sydney Sweeney attractive.
Yeah.
And find you attractive instead.
Everybody all
you
talking
do it.
Talking a big game about like gender dysphoria. How about racial dysphoria?
Oof.
Well, it clearly exists.
Yeah,
Protection.
Michael Jackson.
Put my cash out. And she goes, well, would you...
Michael Jackson was a real one, though. I good for him for dying, bleaching his skin white or whatever the fuck he did. He just wanted to be a nice little... That guy had a hard life. He really did. He's also super rich and famous. But MJ had a bit of a hard life. He just wanted to be a white guy. Good for him, I guess. I
don't think he necessarily wanted to. I think he's got awarded the rank of white.
Yeah. People who come at me really hard with the, like, fuck MJ, he was a pedophile, I'm always like, when did they start talking so much shit? When did they start to cancel Michael Jackson? Could it be because of some of his opinions on the Jews? I don't know. Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
You just rather white women just not follow you at all anymore because and I'm like, yeah, definitely unfollow me. If you thought you being here and clicking a follow button was doing me a favor, same as that one guy, whatever his name was, descendant of the oppressor. He's like, well, Lindsay still does a good job and I appreciate her work and labor, so I'm gonna still follow her. No, definitely
work and labor. Fuck that. El Monstermon for 5 says, what styles that are good and bad looking on women? It's emo, goth, sundresses, Mediterranean styles are bad for women? No, look,
all at once.
The underlying issue is not any, but most styles of fashion can look good on a woman who's good looking.
Yeah.
To me, there are synergistic styles in people.
Yeah, like if you have a hot woman, whether she's an emo and goth or whether she is a trad sundress, Mediterranean style dressing woman, if she's attractive, It'll look good on her. And there is something to be said about like fashion. It's a whole thing of how to figure out what looks good on you. I'm not good at this myself, at figuring out what looks good on you, but that's this whole different thing. But if you're really hot, anything will look good on you for the most part. You could wear a fucking trash bag and still look good, you know? You could put Sydney Sweeney in a trash bag and she'd still be hot.
Follow me. If you are any type of person, but especially a white woman who's coming to this platform thinking you're doing me a favor by clicking a...
I like how these people are voluntarily telling white people to segregate away from them. I'm completely in favor
It's amazing,
of that.
right?
Yeah, but the second you do, oh no, we demand fucking...
Oh no, we need it. Oh no, there's white people trying to segregate from us. We demanded they segregate, but because we need your money and power and influence. Okay. Piss off. Yeah. Yes, Mike. MJ said the K word and they don't care about us, which is a total bop. Watch the music video. You can't watch it on YouTube without it being censored, by the way. What a good song. I'm going to listen to it after the stream as we finish up here. I'm going to listen to MJ's They Don't Care About Us. What a good song.
Motherfuckers that the modern version of the Lord's Prayer is changed because of certain influences.
True. Leave now. Immediately now. Because
you first, bitch.
As Honey Boo Boo, not this person, I'm doing you a favor.
What?
By showing up and calling you out.
No, you're just seething and coping.
Molding,
one may say. Anywho, that's all I got for tonight. We've switched over into the next day. It's too bad that Scrump was preoccupied and couldn't join us. He did want to. I think I would have been fun to get the gang back together, but maybe we'll try to do that another time. It was great to have me on.
I do want to do a video on that Return to the Land people in Arkansas.
Yeah, it's a very
but I want to do that one on Rumble.
Stuff.
Because I want to say a lot of spicy shit to that fucking video.
Did you see it? Because I think it was it the BBC? I don't know. It was someone. Some Angloid.
My god! Yes,
Did you watch this?
Yes, just the way his
the condescension
face when he said, "Yeah," I'm like, oh my god! Like I have this incredibly violent urge just looking at your face.
Yeah, it was infuriating. I think you should make a video on that though. It'll be fun. Anywho, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for showing up. Thank you all for the donations and for hanging out with us. As I got a little fired up. I think we all did a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, hard not to get riled up about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Anywho,